It's showtime!
I don't want to scare anyone, but I'm going to give it to you straight about Jason. His body was never recovered from the lake after he drowned. And if you listen to the old-timers in town, they'll tell you he's still out there. Stalking. Surviving in the wilderness. Full grown by now. Some sort of demented creature. Legend has it that Jason saw his mother beheaded that night. Friday the 13th. And he took his revenge. A revenge that he'll continue to seek if anyone ever enters his wilderness again. Some folks claim they've even seen him. Right in this area. Big to kill. Jason's out there.
All right. Welcome to the Exploding Heads Horror Movie Podcast. Big episode number 73. I expected a little more from such an alumni of the franchise, but I'll take it. And we've just begun. There you go.
Sit on it, Tonto.
Yeah. What you been smoking, boy? Colombian Gold, hash.
Causes cancer.
Oh, you just got off a spaceship or something? Okay, we better stop. Let's just say who we are. Well, we said who we are. We're Exploding Heads. I'll do it this way. I'm Dave Z.
I'm Christian Luciani.
And I'm Brandon Orlick.
Hey! Not only first name, which is already a shock, and last name. Wow, amazing.
I've come under hiding. I'm out of witness protection now.
Henry Hill here. Nice. Wow. So we're really excited here. I'm really jazzed up because we're covering. This is the year of the franchise for this particular podcast, and we've done many franchises this year.
Oh man,
many. This is the last franchise we're doing for the year, and this is actually our favorite franchise. Well, hold on, maybe I shouldn't say that. We don't know about Brandon, but Christian and me for a fact. It's our favorite franchise.
I'm not sure about you, Dave, with the way you blow Halloween.
Yeah, who knows?
Wait a minute. What do you mean the way I blow Halloween? People heard. I came in lower.
Balls first.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. I'll tell you what. I can't say it until we finish this. Anyway, to me, it's my favorite franchise. Maybe I'll be proven wrong by the end of this whole thing, but I don't know. I know how Christian feels.
I have a whole other show that was named after this. TGIF 13. Everybody.
Boom.
I'm excited to do this because even though it's going to be a massive show, chances are I probably won't get to talk with you two fangirls just going nuts.
Actually, this is a little too much already.
All right, guys, I'm signing off.
I'm really curious about your thoughts more than anybody because most people... Well, I can't even say that because not everybody listens to this show has listened. I've covered it upside down and backwards on Banana Laser, multiple shows. I've talked about it on Skeleton Crew multiple times. I've talked about it for a while. Christian has an entire show, podcast, named after it, like you just said, TGIF 13. Thank God it's Friday the 13th. And he's covered them multiple times as well. All over the place. Two of us.
I'm interested in Brandon too. I got to tell you.
Yeah, I get a little overwhelmed when 3 seconds into the show, you guys are already dropping Officer Dorf quotes and Nettie quotes. I mean, that's intimidating.
Here. Well, I mean, last time you did a Loomis impersonation. Not good, but you did one.
I did do a Loomis impersonation. All I wanted to do was read the intro, and you guys do a Loomis impersonation. Nobody does a Loomis impersonation. In fact, the guy who does the Loomis impersonation in the movies doesn't even sound like Loomis.
What about me? I don't do a good Loomis.
You do a better Loomis than the guy who played Loomis in whichever movie he was playing Loomis in.
Do we get a Mrs. Voorhees?
Oh, do we? Maybe later we'll get a Mrs. Voorhees. I know.
Young boy drowned.
I'm not familiar. What's a Mrs. Voorhees again? Is that like a Dirty Sanchez?
Christian, what were the counselors doing when that boy drowned?
They were making love.
Yes.
You gotta see it. They were making love while that young boy drowned.
Look what you did to him.
Babble of Voorhees!
Woo! All right.
That's it. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
See, we're gonna have to. You're right, though, B. We're gonna have to keep ourselves in check because we're all bouncing.
That's fine.
You know?
I'm interested in that because even though she's so theatrical, I'm interested in what your thoughts are on her performance.
Well, let's get right into part one then. Let's do it. Go ahead, B. The floor is yours. You can at least speak for this moment.
All right, Friday the 13th, 1980. Directed by Sean Cunningham. Written by Victor Miller, Sean Cunningham, and do we give credit for Ron Kurtz?
Why not?
Yeah, the poor bastard's not getting any for in the lawsuits. Yeah.
All right, we'll give him some credit too. Okay, a group of camp counselors are stalked and murdered by an unknown assailant while trying to reopen a summer camp, which years before was the site of a child's drowning.
Let me say Ron Kurz, you know what he put in here? He put in the Officer Dorff thing.
Yep. And he also takes credit for the Jason ending.
Correct.
Even though Tom Savini takes credit for it, as does everybody else in the set.
I think watching the Crystal Lake Memories for the third time now, I think everybody kind of takes credit for everything else. It's kind of hard to tell who played Jason in part 2. And we'll get there because you hear some actors saying, oh, he was my Jason. Other actors saying he was my Jason. So I don't know what the hell's going on here.
We'll get to that because I think I have that figured out, but we'll get to it when we get to it. You're right. But, you know, let me say this about the Ron Kurz edition. I don't know who was the one that made him add that stuff to it. I don't know if it was Scuderi or if it was, I don't know who it was.
I believe it was that team, yeah.
You think so? Okay. They decided to have that. They wanted some of that put in there, a little bit of humor. But the thing is, Victor Miller had it right. As much as I enjoy the Dorff scene, obviously we are just freaking quoting it. You know, the thing is, Victor Miller, his whole idea, when they sat down to rip off Halloween, as they said, and they wanted to put teens in peril someplace, the big deal was, hey, let's do this film, and where can people be, kids, where can they be where there's nobody around?
Yeah.
They really, and you know, Victor Miller said, oh, you know what, summer camp, I had an older brother went to summer camp, etc. And if they're in trouble there's a good chance it's going to be hard for them to get help. Granted, this is 1979 when they're doing this. It's a different world. Now it's, you know, whatever. You can get help on your phone. But back then, if there's any issue at all, if the power lines go off or whatever have you, you're in trouble. So by having A, Crazy Ralph, and B, Officer Dorff, going into Crystal Lake as they're setting up shop for, you know, the upcoming summer camp, right away, that's kind of going against what Victor Miller had in mind. He wanted them to be babes in the woods, you know?
Yeah, but wasn't Crazy Ralph, that part was there. They just added the Officer Dorff thing as a follow-up.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
I don't have any issue with Ralph because he's, you know, he's a local drunk, so him wandering out there is fine. It still feels secluded enough. The addition of Officer Dorff, I mean, I prefer the later work he went on to do with golf, but, you know. But, you know.
Can we bring up the fact that that was like, what, a 20-mile bike ride for Crazy Ralph? That crazy drunk?
Right, no shit.
He's in town, and the reason Annie's getting a lift is because she says, what is it? And you know, it's about 20 miles? About that. Like, it's 20 miles out. That's a hell of a bike ride. You're not telling people they're doomed unless you really mean they're doomed.
Before she even gets a lift, she gets a finger blasting.
No, see, I honestly think that was an innocent, like he was just helping her out. I don't really think he was a crazy old man, like
I do too.
A creepy old guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Enos you're talking about?
We're talking about Enos putting... Yeah, Enos.
Enos feeling Annie's anus.
Pushing Annie into the truck. We're all over the place. We're really excited. I'm going to have to just have this caffeine channel through me, take a couple of breaths, stand back a little bit, and maybe we should reapproach.
At the beginning, we're moving in chronological order so far.
Wow.
For once.
Shocker.
Yeah, for once. Yeah, it's not...
Yeah. We skipped over, you know, the opening setup and all that. And
okay. What about the opening setup? How awesome is that?
I love it.
Oh, a great atmosphere setup. This is what I'm talking about. When we were talking Halloween, I made mention of Friday the 13th. They nail the location and atmosphere out of the gate. And Vince co-host on TJF 13 brought this up, and I never saw it before. Don't know how I didn't see it before, but it's almost like a take on Jaws. Instead of being by the beach playing guitar and all that, they're in the cabins, they're singing. Two people wander off to go have sex. Instead of a killer shark, it's a killer cook.
True. You're right. It's a killer cook, right? But yeah, and how about when they're singing that song? That is the most perverted looking person that ever uttered the words hallelujah. You know what I'm talking about? When he's looking at that chick and his eyes are saying, I want to fuck you, but he's saying hallelujah. I think that's hysterical. And I'll say this. It's supposed to be 1958, a year after the Jason drowning. One observation I had, this does not look like 1958. This looks like 1979. Their clothes don't look like 1958. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah. You wanted them all have like beehive hairstyles and stuff?
I don't know. It didn't scream 1958 to me. I'll say this again. I watched this movie how many times? Too many to count. Watching the movie this time, I made 3 observations at least that I've never made before. So people that have listened to me on other shows, I'm going to be bringing the things up that I've never brought up or heard anybody else mention before. As a matter of fact, my wife busted my balls this entire time, especially for the first 4. She kept telling me she'd see me watching the movies. She'd see me with my phone out. She'd see me typing things. And I don't fuck around on Facebook when I watch movies and things like that or do anything. If I'm typing, if I'm in my phone, I'm doing one thing when I'm watching a movie, taking notes. She says to me, you're taking notes? She must have said that to me once at least for the first 4 movies. I'm like, yes. She goes, how is it possible you still need to take notes? I said, I'm sorry. She knows how many times I've seen these films. I said, it doesn't matter. And then I had to tell her what I just told you. I've already written down 3 things from the first movie, I said, that I never knew before. I have to take notes. I can't just go there. And I go, even if we go there and just wing it, I go, you know what's going to happen if I don't take notes? After it's over or when I listen back or the next morning or whatever, I'll end up saying to myself, son of a bitch, I forgot to bring that part up. Because that's... Of course. You know what I mean?
You didn't realize that Jason was not the killer in this one, right?
Nope,
That's
one.
one of the 3.
Oh,
Blu-ray. You didn't notice it until you got the Blu-ray.
Oh, there are things about the Blu-ray. It's true. Oh, I got a message. I'll say that. Forget it.
Oh.
We've got to stick to the script. It's going to be an epic show. Will it be longer than our slasher show? I don't know, but we're doing it. We're balls deep. We're all the way in, all the way. Freddy vs. Jason remake, the whole 9. Anyway, sorry.
I told you to sit on it, Tonto.
Sleeping Children. One movie that you see it in, we don't see it again until part 6.
But it is creepy here because I know the big argument is, oh, you can't have kids. Like, I mean, even in his original script, like for the main setting, he didn't want kids at the camp because he said that's not scary. And he was right because that's what you said about part 6 that you don't like because it takes the fear factor away. At the beginning, though, we just see kids sleeping and there's an ominous POV prowler, as they call them, her. Spoiler.
Oh shit!
Creeping through, but it works. It works. And let me guess, you didn't notice the kids until the Blu-ray.
Well, maybe I didn't pay attention until the Blu-ray. I don't know, but I noticed them this time, and I said, "Hey, pretty cool that there's kids here. We don't see them again until years later." And great intro with the killing right off the bat with the first 2. Everyone forgets about this. See, who's the first person killed on Friday the 13th? Real quick. A lot of times people are going to say Annie.
Yeah.
They're going to say first girl. Everyone seems to forget about the opening couple. Now, my question is this. The opening couple, and I'm a complete idiot for not knowing their names.
Barry and Claudette.
Boom! Boom! Thank you. Now, if you walked up to me and said, Barry and Claudette, who are they in terms of the franchise, I would have said, they're the couple that gets killed at the beginning of part.
I knew their names, too.
Fuck you. No, I'm sorry. I'm happy that you knew.
No, I'm just saying because Christian's like swallowing the mic over here. He's like, look at him. He's so giddy. He's
I
so
am
excited.
so giddy. I got to calm down.
I know. We're going to try to one-up each other this whole time. We can't. Okay, but anyway, yes, Barry and Claudette, that happened. Okay, C and B, while we're at it. Do you guys think that Barry and Claudette are the couple that were making love while that boy drowned the year before?
Yes, I really do. And the thing is, I've got the novelization right behind me, but I'm so afraid to read it because I don't want it to fall apart. because it's like an old paperback, and I swear it probably references that. I think that's what Pamela came back to. I think they were the ones responsible for fucking.
But wouldn't they react differently when they saw her, or would they not know that she's Jason's mother?
Oh,
I didn't
enough.
feel like I didn't feel like their reactions were like, oh my God, it's you. We're so.
okay. Maybe they didn't know that Jason was that was Jason's mother.
Yeah.
Maybe they just knew Jason as this, this boy that was there that was special and
this Mongol.
She was just a cook.
Thing and right, she was just a cook, just like Drayton Sawyer in Texas Chainsaw 1. Yeah, just a cook. Maybe she didn't make that known because maybe obviously that's true. I mean, who's to say that? Especially if they're teens, they're just worried about freaking getting it on and partying and whatnot. They're probably not caring who a staff member's kid is. They just knew that kid probably as what he was and. Somehow they were the ones on duty when it happened. So you agree?
Yeah, I've always thought that. I always thought that they were the ones making love.
Yes. If not for Friday the 13th, there's no exploding heads. That's a fact. Matter of fact, there's no Dave Z in podcasting. There's no Christian in podcasting.
There isn't.
Straight up, there's not because
there's still no me in podcasting.
Maybe not tonight.
Come on, man. You had your interview. You're top of the mops.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are top of the mops.
So, Dave, you're on board with Barry and Claudette are the counselors. Okay.
The counselors. You think so or no?
I'm not opposed to it. I like it. It would make more sense.
Christian can't get his book because the pages are stuck together, and we know why. That's what's going on.
Why, you want me to start reading it from? This would be a very long show.
It's gonna be, Christian reads chapter 1. How about after they get killed? Oh, you got it already. Look at them. Wow.
I do have it already. I'd be very
I
gentle with it.
I was trying to waste time. Yeah, don't break it.
Don't crack the pages. It's like peanut brittle.
Well, I thought he was ready, guys. I don't know.
Well, you know what it is? It just describes the kills, but it doesn't actually say anything else there. It'd have to be later in the book.
Barry doesn't say, "I'm so sorry we killed your."
That's out of the novelization, actually. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. How about Friday the 13th doing the whiteout instead of the blackout, the fade, the white fade? That's a great beginning. Goes into slow-mo and you see Claudette and the scream. I don't recall seeing something like that before in a film. And then it goes white, and then it goes into the credits. That's fucking sweet, man. Little things like that.
Although some of those extra footage they showed with the after effects of Claudette's kill, pretty gruesome stuff.
Yeah.
What do you mean, like the stills with the machete attached to her and stuff?
Yeah, that looked awesome.
Supposedly that was all publicity stuff. Everybody denies that actually was shot for the film.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, look, I was, just watching it through the documentary, so
yeah.
I don't know. That documentary is fantastic, but it's overwhelming with information.
It's great. The Crystal Lake Memories documentary is great. The Crystal Lake Memories book is great. And, of course, if there's fans out there, I have to blow Making Friday the 13th, The Legend of Camp Blood by David Grove. I mean, this book doesn't seem to get the accolades that it deserves. And you know what? It's a great book. You know what I put on my wish list? On location in Blairstown, I'm making a Friday the 13th. My wife is still not caught on to getting me that for Christmas yet. So hopefully this year, because it's available on Amazon. That one I'm looking forward to reading as well. That's by David Grove as well, man. This guy's written 2 books on Friday the 13th.
That's great,
Sweet.
man.
That is awesome.
Well, if you don't get it for Christmas...
I'll get it for you for Hanukkah.
Thank you.
On day 1.
When is Christmas in Canada? Is that tomorrow?
Yeah.
I know you just had 4th of July and New Year's last week.
Yeah. Are we going to continue here? Or?
You have turkey on Thanksgiving or no?
Oh, yeah, turkey, ham, the whole 9 yards. You know how it is.
Okay. I wasn't 100% sure if Canadian Thanksgiving did turkeys or not. I never thought of it till just now. Okay.
I actually like Canadian Thanksgiving better. I would actually like to have Thanksgiving in October.
Makes way more sense, man. That's so close. It spaces out the holidays, man.
You're right. Yeah, but then you got Thanksgiving and Halloween in the same month.
That would be great. That would be great. I think I'd like that.
Is Black Friday the day after Canadian Thanksgiving in Canada or no?
No, that's Black
Friday.
Phillip.
Black Friday didn't even exist in Canada until maybe 5 years ago. And then we finally just said, fuck it. It seems to be popular down there. We'll trample a few people here and there, too.
Yeah.
Got to get that Blu-ray.
You drowned out my Black Phillip joke.
We heard it. We heard it. It was good, too.
We just didn't think it was funny.
Okay, I think I've calmed down a little bit.
Oh, I have.
Have you made it
For
past
the
the
last
opening
half
credits
hour,
yet?
we've covered the first 4 minutes of the movie, so maybe we should move into minute 5 of the movie.
Ooh. Okay, so you talked about the whiteout. Love it. The title coming in. The glass shattering. A little weird. Yeah.
Glass.
Isn't that weird?
The pane of glass. Great.
But it's supposed to be like going through a window. So it makes sense because throughout the series, a lot of shit gets thrown through our windows.
Yeah. Key word, gets thrown. Key words.
Oh, no,
Gets
no, no.
Oh boy,
No,
a little premature.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
Oh wait is right.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh, fucking wait. We might be here for 6
We
weeks.
go into... Sorry,
we should count the glass breaks each movie if we can. Let's see how many we got. I've already counted the Gordons in
Did you count them?
I did. I told you next time I watch it, I'm going to count the Gordons, and I did.
I lost it after like the first scene with them.
I know, right? There's 4 right off the bat, right?
Yeah.
So we jump in. We have this beautiful kind of opening that sets it up nicely. We jump into the credit sequence immediately. And again, I was ADHD without even knowing what the hell ADHD was. I was just hyperactive, and I guess I got bored very fast. So I would always fast forward those white on black credits. I'd always fast forward to them. Even though the music was cool, I'd fast forward until I saw written and directed by. That's when I'd stop, and then boom, we cut into Blairstown. And this is what separates this movie from a lot of the sequels, is I love the fact that you see more of the town.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah, because of Annie. Because she's on the way to the camp, and she has to get there. That's true. I never thought about that. It is the town.
Well, they do call it Crystal Lake, because everybody's like, no, what's the town? What's the town? Even though I do believe you see like the Blairstown diner menus when he's in the actual diner and whatever. However,
yeah, and his truck says Stanhope, New Jersey.
Yes, it does. I've been in both places. I've been in the diner, but I'll stop.
I haven't been, and they're only 80 minutes from me.
That's crazy talk, man. You should just go on a Saturday.
Blairstown is an hour and 20 minutes. I just Googled it earlier just to find out because I've never been there.
I've been by that cemetery. I've been on the street where Annie got picked up. Everything.
New Jersey, man. Yeah, I did it too, and I love the area, and I'm a geek. And the fact is, like, I'll keep going back every time I pass by.
Well, next time you come down here, I'll Enos you.
Yeah, have you had Enos in your anus?
Enos right in your
Enos.
And it also establishes it like Psycho. It was funny. It was interesting hearing Annie talk about that in the documentary. How they kind of trick you. They make you think like, here's our main girl that we're going to be following throughout, and then bam, nope.
I love that.
I love it too. It's great.
So cool, man. And I love her kill. It's one of my very favorite in the entire franchise.
It's beautiful.
Great.
It
is.
Slit throats are one of our favorites. I think we've mentioned on the show numerous times, and this is one of the best. Whether you see the R-rated one or whether you see the unrated one. In fact, I'm not saying anything against the unrated. It just goes on a little bit longer, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with the R-rated because you're in, you're out, it's effective, you're done. The unrated, in fact, might go on a little too long, and then she
because you could see it's fake. Yeah,
falls out of
and
frame.
They say you could see it's a little patchy, the area. I can't see it, but it may go on a little too long.
Yeah, I love both versions, but I'm just saying, we have both to appreciate. But it's a perfect death, and the setup. I mean, the build-up to that death is just great. You head fake at this point. I guess you're supposed to think it's Steve Christie because they've established him leaving in a Jeep, even though it's a soft top versus a hard top Jeep. There's some sort of parallel there that you got to figure. They're trying to make him seem like a suspect or something out of the gate.
They do a good job of creating a bunch of red herrings throughout this film, which is great. And I know a lot of people complain, there's no way you can know who the killer was, but I don't think that matters. I think the shock of who the killer is more effective than being able to figure out who done it.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
And there's something later I'm going to throw in which I think they could have done, which would have actually been better. Involving the killer and how they could have set something up, but we'll get there when we get there.
I was going to blow my load on that now. I've always said she should have been in the diner at the beginning.
No.
You don't think so?
I'm going to one-up you. No, check it out.
One-up me. Double down.
What does Annie and Pamela. Well, she's not Pamela until part 4. What
They're
does
both
Annie?
cooks. Both cooks.
Thank you. Yes. So why not kill Annie, and then somehow she knows Steve Christie, because she does know Steve Christie. We're aware of that. She used to work for them back when his parents ran the place. Somehow she interjects herself into the situation. It could just be an innocent thing when Steve goes into town and says, oh, you know what, our cook never showed up. Something. So she interjects herself into the camp. Says, you know what? You got people coming? I'll help you out for a few weeks, Steve, till you can find someone else. And then she comes in, and then she sets herself up as the cook.
I think Dave's version works as long as Steve goes to town and finds her that way. Not her bumping into him bumping into her. Because if all of a sudden she bumps into him right after the cook gets killed, then immediately she becomes a suspect. Where Steve goes into town, maybe you show him going into the diner, and he sees her, and she's like, oh, Mr. Christie, how's the camp going, or whatever, Steve.
Okay, or she could have been at the diner when Annie asked for directions, and then when Annie doesn't show up, Steve goes to the diner and a few other spots in town. Hey, have you seen this girl? And then, again, Pamela happens to be there, says, yeah, she was here, this and this and this. She says something about cooking for the kids. She goes, oh, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. And then she could say, hey, Steve, I'll help you out for a few weeks while you look for another one. I mean, oh, gee, I didn't know. I thought you... don't you have something going on? No, it's only a couple of weeks. I'm not that old, Steve. Oh, yeah.
He's got the whole dialogue written. We're reviewing an entirely different version of this. I like the scene, though.
Don't you think that would have been cool? Shit.
I do.
Yeah. It just occurred to me one day watching it like a year or two ago. I'm like, that's a perfect thing. They're both cooks. But, what are you going to do? I mean, it's still a great movie, but I think that could have elevated it, man. Just that nobody could have complained about the cheat.
That's the thing. I mean, there's no way of guessing. But what they've done is they've thrown you off with red herrings that we have been introduced to. They're just none of them are the one. And I've come to accept it. We've all come to accept it. And I don't think it takes anything away from the movie. Because she gives the exposition soliloquy at the end.
Yeah.
Sorry. Excuse me.
And Enos gives us a lot of information while driving Annie. He talks not only about the drowning the year before, 58, but he talks about fires and he talks about polluted water. So he throws a lot of stuff out there that, some of it is completely irrelevant. What the hell does fires and bad water have to do with anything?
Oh, I love that, though, because it gives the history, and that's what it's all about.
Exactly. But it gives you more stuff to think about. Okay, I'm going to take that in, and maybe that has something to do with it.
It's that backstory that makes this movie rich, where most people say it's such a cardboard cutout kind of cheap Halloween knockoff, and that's it. And I think, no, you know what? As a knockoff, because they know they were ripping off Halloween, that's what they set out to do. They did a lot of things right, and they took, and the script is much better than most people give it credit for.
Absolutely. And the things they rip off that are clearly amazing is the music cues when the killer is around, only when the killer is in frame.
Yep.
And the POV.
Yep. It took it to another level. And the gore. And the
gore.
Kind of
yeah,
kills.
I mean, the gore's a step up in here.
The kind of kills. We didn't see kills like this before this film. We saw Halloween and Black Christmas and the other things that, were in between. We saw them. But this movie, yes, you add the score, which is huge. And then you add the creative kills and the atmosphere and the fact that they're isolated. And then, because there's a reason that this movie dropped in 1980 and then the slasher boom happened. So in 1980, 1981, slashers are all over the place. So there's a reason for it. It didn't happen right after Halloween. It didn't. There was a very few sprinkled in there, but they didn't follow the formula. This, to me, perfected the formula.
We said Black Christmas was the blueprint. Halloween was the foundation. Friday the 13th was like the result thereof. And then the clones, and then all the copycats, everything else. Now, obviously, there are some movies that must have been in production having the same thought process of ripping off Halloween. It's just Friday the 13th seemed to come out and do it best, because you couldn't just have it come out in May 1980 and have all these other copycats already lined up for the summer months and thereafter. So obviously there are ones that were in production at the same time.
Yeah, weren't you talking about To All a Good Night at one point?
To All a Good Night.
To All a Good Night.
Yeah,
it was before. Came out before.
Yep. It did have some things. Yes, absolutely. And this movie, I think, also added the fact where, because you saw a lot that followed, where it became a murder mystery, almost like Giallo-like, where there was a whodunit, and Halloween was not a whodunit. You know what I mean? It just And the other ones, they weren't like that. After Friday came, that became a big. Look at all the slashers that came later. My Bloody Valentine and everything else.
Happy Birthday to Me.
Yeah.
Sleepaway Camp. These were oh, what are you doing out in this mess?
Right. This is the one that started the use. Yeah, you're right.
The use.
What are you doing now in this mess? Oh, it's you. This is the one that did it. But what I think is funny in the conversation with Enos and Annie is
Amos and Andrew?
Yeah, I said Amos and Andy. Remember that shit?
Amos and Andy.
Nice. Yeah, Amos and Annie. And what they did, they each had something funny because he was just complaining to Ralph. God damn it, Ralph, quit scaring people. Because, it's got a death curse, that whole thing. You're going to Camp Blood, ain't you? So what does he do? He yells at Ralph for telling her about Camp Blood being cursed. One of the first things he does when he gets in the truck is say, quit. Camp Crystal Lake is jinxed. He does the same fucking thing.
Well, she says, you're sounding like your crazy old friend there, Ralph.
Right.
Like, she references it. So, but you're right.
Yeah, then he mocks her. I'm an American original.
Yeah, right. Do you know that she was not actually in a truck with Anus? She was in the truck. She was a passenger.
Yeah, with Savini's assistant.
Tasso.
With Cunningham, I thought.
I think it was Tasso.
Yeah.
Why did I think it was the director? Why would
It might have been both. It might have been both. I don't know.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Tasso makes a lot of appearances in the film.
This is true.
Did he die? Anyway, like, where did he go? Because he doesn't seem he's not part of any of the documentary at all.
They retired his hairy knuckles.
You'll get hairy knuckles. Yeah. I don't know what they did.
I feel like he's bitter.
I'll tell you what he said in the book that he's upset about, and he puts it on himself, that Steve Miner called him when they were about to do part 2, and he offered him straight up the role of Jason, and he turned him down. He said Steve Miner was shocked that I turned down because there was like silence over the phone. And he goes, and at the time, I was considering myself an actor. Yes, he was the assistant of Savini, but he was also had aspirations of acting. And he didn't want to be, as an actor, he didn't want to continue to do all that horror. He wanted to do something else and see where it went. And so he said it's my mistake.
Hindsight. Who knew? Everybody who said they were offered Jason regrets not taking it, or anyone who was offered to come back in a sequel. Why didn't I fucking do it? Right,
exactly. Because they all have these aspirations and yeah.
Well, these movies were a black mark on your right. No one wanted to be associated. Let's call it for what it is. At the time, these were considered trash cinema, and nobody wanted to be associated with them. Only through time and reflection and the 2020 vision have these become cult classics that now have sort of garnered some reputation. Even Betsy Palmer hated it before, hated it during, seemed to hate it after until later. And then she said, you know what, I was wrong. But she at least did it classy. She said I was wrong. She didn't try to oversell it and say, I always thought this movie was great. She said, no, it was a piece of trash. But now I've come to respect it because the fans are not these crazy people. They're actually loving, caring people from all around the world that have embraced this character in this film. And
exactly.
And sounds like you had a negative encounter with her at one point, and she yelled at you or something.
No. I wish I met her. I never did get the chance to meet her. R.I.P. Betsy. Hey,
you Canadian ragamuffin.
In what year was Pamela Voorhees born?
1930.
See? Nice and easy. That's the trivia book. Thank you, Justin D., for the trivia book. We'll be doing a few of those throughout the show.
The only reason why I also knew that, not only because I was paying attention during the movie, was that's the same question you asked Vince when you did the trivia question.
I think it's the first one in the book.
Oh, okay. Dave's mad that I got a question right.
I'm shocked. I am. I'm shocked that you knew it. And all I had to do was turn around and look at my my sideshow figure with Jason final chapter, and the gravestone would have been on there.
I can't quote everyone. But I feel like I got the trivia down.
I would not have answered that without looking at that gravestone. I admit to that. I'm sorry I didn't know the year she was born. One more thing. Annie also says something ridiculous in that car, in the truck with Enos. She gives him this whole thing about, first of all, she says, I'm going there for whatever she says, eight counselors and 50 kids. Then she gets into the next car, picked up by Pamela, and she says, I hate when people call them kids.
Yeah.
It sounds like goats.
Yeah.
What How do you not see that in the script? Unless it's supposed to make you look like a fool. I don't know.
And she says, and when you've had a dream as long as I have, to be a fucking cook at a summer camp?
He'll do anything. Yes. To be a cook.
Pamela should have taken it, like, you know, for like.
Should have killed her right in the car.
Maybe that's why she killed her.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why she killed her. So that you don't get far. I was a cook too, bitch. Driver, you know, I think that was my turn. Oh, that's fucking great. Would you guys jump out of the car if that was you?
You know what? It was a smart move.
Probably.
Smart move. Yeah, I would too.
You know, I don't know why she barrel rolled out of it though. Like she landed on her head, but her foot's the thing bothering her.
That's
but
true.
that chase and the music and the killer's, like, it's very Giallo there. Like
That's
no black gloves, but just the look with the legs and the running, and I love that build up. I know we said it earlier, and it just stops. And when she falls and the killer's there and backs up, and it's beautiful editing. Everything's just really well done there. This movie gets shit on and just says it's cheap, and like I think even Warren Money, one of our fellows and says Sean Cunningham's a horrible director. I can't speak for all of his other films. I think he does a fine job with this movie.
I agree. He did the best he could with the money. This movie was $500,000 and change. You know what I mean? So $500,000. What they did with it, they did pretty good.
He even said he's not Carpenter. He goes, well, I'm not John Carpenter. So he was referencing that I needed to go more visceral. Like, I mean, they needed the gore. They needed to amp it up. Like, he knew he didn't have the cinematic chops of a John Carpenter. So they had to do other things to make it a thrill ride. And again, successful, in my humble opinion.
I agree. And it has that look and that sleaze and that feel to like a Last House on the Left. And that's what always made it scarier to me than Halloween or even Nightmare of the big three.
And the lighting wasn't very good. I mean, it was almost like Adrienne King said in the book, in Crystal Lake Memories. She said that we were kind of like the original Blair Witch Project. We were out there in the woods with minimal lighting and cameras, just doing the best we could. And it was kind of filmed in a similar type way. It almost has a little bit of a documentary type feel to it, especially when they're out in the woods, you know. It's just, and with some of the fucking dialogue, which, you know, back to the script, the story I like. As far as praising the script, I can't praise it too high, just because you don't get what you get in future, particularly like parts 2 and 4. I think they really exceed it with. And here they're talking about strip monopoly, emergency generators, a snake gets in the nothing really is going on. There's not a whole lot of dialogue, where the character development is kind of nil. I mean, you get Alice, really. That's it. You don't really know much about the others. And I'm not shitting on it. I love the film. I'm just saying that it's a very, very basic, you know,
I agree with that. I think the setup to the characters is minimal here, but I think each character is likable enough that you're not rooting against them.
Oh yeah, they're likable. I'm just saying that they're not like the characters we get in future installments. It's
I've heard you say this before, Dave, and I know where you're coming from. But the mindless banter between them, I still feel works in this. And I say, for 96% of this movie, maybe even 98% of this movie, it's go, go, go. The only two downfall times are when Bill's lighting those damn lanterns, and we're like watching him in real time lighting them, and then after he leaves, Alice waking up from the dream and making the coffee, whatever. We're talking two very minimal sequences here that maybe equate to less than 5 minutes of running time of the film that could have been tightened up, especially in retrospect, thinking of where they are time-wise within the film. Because at this point, if you're talking about a roller coaster ride, this is like the end. But I think what Sean Cunningham was going for was he wanted to do that one last incline. So we were slowing down and we were building. And I think he was trying to use this as a suspense build. I don't know if it actually comes across as a suspense build now, this many years later, but I think that's what the whole thought process was. One last sort of incline up a hill before it tears down for the last drop for the final chase scene. And I think It just needed to be ramped up a bit. Because when she sees Bill arrowed up against the doorway, bleeding and dead, that's where we're go from that point forward.
Oh,
I don't mind the slowdown. I think.
Well, the guitar playing and shit, just sitting around. It's just
But I liked, because at this point, Bill and Alice still don't know anyone's dead. They know something's up. Nobody's around. They're going to wait for Steve to get back. It makes sense that, okay, let's slow it down. Let's calm down. Let's relax. There's got to be a rational explanation. And then, boom, she sees Bill, who it's a great reveal, not showing his death because he's, another red herring.
No, it is great, and I'm just saying that having seen the movie so many times, would be my two major nitpicks. The one other one, because they went so visceral again. So we got the slit throat, we've got other deaths that we haven't even talked about, and I've jumped over, which we'll backtrack to. Brenda's death, just from my nitpick standpoint, the only one where they had the perfect chance. We talked about this when we did Sleepaway Camp, to pull it off, where Brenda comes right in front of the bullseye. The archery range, we should have seen an arrow go through her. And if I'm not mistaken, on the notes for the movie, they wanted to do something there. They wanted to make Brenda's death more spectacular, but they just couldn't do it or didn't have enough time or money or resources to get it done. So we have too many mystery deaths at that point, after we've had so many great buildups, that I think if we saw an arrow hit her, then hear her scream, that would have been perfect. It didn't have to be anything more than that. That would have been great. Just to keep the momentum
it's true.
going.
It's top heavy with the kills. Not including Barry and Claudette. I think Annie, Jack, and Marcy are three of the best kills in the whole franchise.
Yeah.
Marcy's, oh my God, that's so phenomenal. I love that axe to the face.
Oh.
And then there is a lot of off screen, but I think it's clever with Ned being off screen. And I'm surprised to not hear you talking shit about Ned, because Ned is fucking Shelley.
No, Ned is amazing. But
why is Ned Shelley?
Ned is goofy as hell.
But I like fun Goofy, even though he does annoy some of the characters there. I think he was a fun jokester. He was the original jokester. And then we get the pranksters that sort of play off of that become more annoying as a trope sort of becomes.
What Stu, and then Shelley?
I don't. That's weird. I don't see Ned as a jokester at all. Besides, what the hell else does he do?
Hey, he's kind of
He cracks
cornballish.
jokes all the time.
Yeah, that's all he's doing is cracking
What
jokes.
did he say?
And,
his impressions.
you're beautiful when
kinda...
you're angry, sweetheart. Like
Yeah,
he says
wasn't Ned, though.
impressions. Sometimes I just like kissing girls. It's just...
Okay, that was Ned. The first one, beautiful when you're angry, sweetheart. See, that's something I wanted to get to. Something I never noticed until this particular viewing. Check it out. Because Bill and Ned kind of look alike to me with dark hair. I just have gotten them confused in the past. Do you realize the three of them pull in, Jack and Marcy and Ned, and when they get there, the first thing they see is Steve with the stump, and then Alice comes out, and they say that
What stump?
whatever the fuck that thing is.
No,
that tree.
it's just a young Frankenstein joke. Never mind.
Oh, hump, what hump? Sorry, buddy. What hump? Okay, sorry.
pronounced Frankenstein.
Okay, wait. Who did they say was there? They said that Bill was there and that Brenda was there and Alice were the only three that were there. Okay, so about a minute later, after these kids first arrive and they help Steve out with the stump, someone says, get the other people, or something happens. Bottom line is this. When Brenda is carrying that target and she gets shot by the arrow, she never even met that guy. They carry on. I always thought that it was them because they were already chumming around because it was Bill, because I get them too confused.
No, it was Ned. You're right.
I didn't realize till this time. So immediately he went down there, somehow got a hold of an arrow and a bow, and decided to shoot at a fucking strange girl that he hasn't even met yet. And she's like, oh, you almost killed. Aren't they carrying around like they've already known each other? Right?
Did they know each other?
How could they have? No, they don't fucking know anybody. They're just all arriving there. They don't know what Annie looks like. They don't know a damn thing. It's two different groups. The first group is there, and the second group arrives. So for years, I thought that it just made sense that they knew each other because the way they're carrying on. So you thought that it was Bill and Brenda. In fact, that's how Ned introduces himself to Brenda. Isn't that some shit?
That's how that Ned introduces to Brenda. Oh, no, you know what? There is one scene. It's when Steve Christie's leaving. Steve Christie's leaving in the Jeep, and they're all together. You got Bill in that fucking getup because he's painting, so he's got the white jeans
Right,
and the
yeah.
suspenders.
Dutch
Brenda's
boy.
there holding the pail, and
Right.
Alice the broom, and Ned, and they're all there. So
Either way, they just met 5
Yeah.
minutes ago.
30 seconds is long enough
Yeah.
to get to know someone before you put their life in danger with a stupid prank.
They have not had an exchange. They're in a scene together,
Right.
And then
Yes.
Brenda is carrying the thing, the target, and Ned says it. And you know what? That's movies, though. That's movie.
Yeah.
That's enough. That's one transition scene to allow that suspension of disbelief. But you're right. I never thought of it before.
Me neither, till this time. I know. I was like, because I always get them confused. They both have dark hair. They both look a little bit alike. So, but this time I go, wait a minute. That's not Bill. Bill, that's Ned. I go, wait a second. So that came to me. And here's another one. That's something I've never realized. Maybe you've noticed it, Christian, because when you've done it with the with TGIF, because you guys are watching the film, and it's easier when you're to bust balls when you're watching. But when Alice is doing her first time we see Alice, she comes out of that building. You know, she comes out of that one cabin. She comes out. She talks, whatever, slaps her knee. She comes out. They go off, and a few minutes later, she's up there hammering the gutters, moving the ladder. Okay, now she comes out of one cabin. And then ends up going to another cabin when Steve says, go over there. And then Steve comes over there and helps her out, holds the ladder. All of a sudden, she pulls up this book of drawings, and there's that comment about fucking, do I look like that? You look like that last night. That whole thing.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would she have her sketchbook with her right there? I never thought of it till this time watching it. There's no way she brought it.
Well, yeah,
She's hammering, working outside. She has a sketchbook with her.
No, it's true, and it is right there because
Yeah.
It's just sitting beside her. So, again, if they're supposed to be fixing up the cabins and everything like that, it is kind of odd that she's just taking the time to start drawing again. Outside.
Maybe she wants to draw nature on her downtime. She's clearly a very, very talented artist. This is clearly what she does outside of camp, or what she's studying outside of camp. So
Otherwise,
maybe
we have no backstory.
Yeah, so of course, I could see an artist carrying their sketchbook around.
I know, it's just funny. I just never noticed.
It is funny.
That while she's outside doing hammering and nailing and fucking on top of, gutters and all this hard work, and she just came out of a cabin a minute ago and wasn't carrying a thing. And then they went outside and they helped him with a stump. And then he said, okay, you go over there. She's going, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to go over here and grab my sketchbook while I'm fucking hammering gutters,
I've said this on the show before, but because this is the ultimate episode, I got to say it again. Steve Christie looks like, I think my dad and him are twins. When my dad was probably like, that 25 to 35 range, that's what he looked like. Same sort of frizzy white man fro, glasses, and a mustache. Like you throw a bandana on my dad, he's Steve Christie.
Wow. No shit, huh?
Yeah, and I've told the story, but again, I guess I have to tell it again. I saw this. I was always scared of Friday the 13th because I remember seeing clips from the commercials on TV. And then it was on TV, and I was at my grandma's house, and I thought it was a Disney movie. It was them in the cabin with the snake, but I'm like, this music's scary. Right. So I don't know, but it was like that grainy look. I didn't know what was going on. I kept coming in and out, not like kind of being intrigued by it because I knew something wasn't quite right, but it wasn't like flat out scary, but there was all these POV shots and everything, and then finally Kevin Bacon gets it, and I freaked out, and I don't remember it being censored either. So it was instantly click, turned off. But there it is, absolutely terrified, but obviously there's where the fascination stemmed from. That experience, the experience I talked about before on the show with the innocents at home, and that's why I'm a horror fan today. And I think that's why Friday the 13th has been embedded in my psyche. I love it so much.
Breathe.
Right on, man.
I think I can too.
Dave, for all these things you're pointing out, the thing that bothered me most is that Steve has been fixing this place up for a year, and he couldn't splurge for some new targets. I mean, fuck, that thing is. There's no target left on it. It's just a bale of hay.
$2 of that $25,000 could have been get a new target face,
right? How about $25,000 in 1979? Yeah. Think about that, to open up some fucking camp. That's like $100,000 now to open up some chintzy fucking
at least
camps. Right? At least. Imagine that. How are you ever going to make a profit? You would not make any money. If we could, the three of us could open up a camp, and we're not going to make $100,000 over a summer. I don't give a shit how many kids come. It just ain't going to happen. You got to pay your employees. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, that's kind of a high amount. Good God. Oh, okay. Here's something else. Something else I had never noticed, or not that I've never noticed it, but I've never questioned it before. Everybody that gets killed in this movie gets taken away. They get taken away, and they make appearances at the end, either falling out of a tree or being thrown through a window, or a passenger in a car, or used as a prop to scare somebody else.
A passenger in the car.
Which makes no sense. Which is something that is ridiculous. Why was she driving around
with Annie?
Annie's driving shotgun? For what reason?
She wanted company.
Yeah, she wanted to be in the company of a fellow cook.
Right. Right. Yeah, there was a little kinship there, right? Okay. I never noticed this or questioned. I noticed it, obviously, every time I watch it, but I never questioned it before. Of course, it ends up leading to a scene with Kevin Bacon, but why the fuck did she kill Ned and then just put him in that top bunk for no reason to leave him there in a fucking room?
Like Michael Myers, she's very playful.
Right.
She wanted...
Well,
she goes through the
like
trouble of covering him up, too, so they don't see when they walk in.
Yeah, with
she
some
puts the duffel
luggage.
bag.
Yeah, like the
She
duffel
puts
bag.
the shit up there. But what did she have to gain by doing? Everybody else she takes away. Him? I think I'll just put him in this top bunk.
Very true. Again, we know it's for the reveal of while they're fucking that the camera gets to pan up and we get that shock shot, and it's still great. But you wonder, like, we've all been there. You see the bunks when they come in the cabins later, and it's literally eye level. You put a couple of duffel, you can't hide a dead body.
She probably couldn't get his body out of there because Ned saw her go in there and followed her in there. So when he was killed, like she couldn't drag him out in broad daylight. Plus, she had to save her strength in order to hang up Steve Christie at the end. And by the way, if you put a bandana on my dad, he looks like Chris Christie. Just kidding.
You're right. I mean, we could pick this apart
funny, huh?
no differently than we could pick Halloween apart with the pulling the gravestone out and lugging it into the car and bringing it upstairs and the whole 9 yards. This is the stuff you got to suspend your shit, or you're not going to have fun with the movie at all. Now, admittedly, this movie, I hate to think of it like this because I don't feel it at all. I absolutely adore it, but it's obviously dated. Because I've tried to show, like my daughter, I said we ran through the Friday the 13th series. She liked it, but I could tell she was a little bored by it, and it kind of pained me.
Yeah, I hear you. My daughter liked it too. She never said anything negative about any of the first four, or actually the first six. Now that I think about it, yeah.
Same
I didn't get any negative.
but yeah, I could just tell that it was. She was in and out of interest and whatnot. And I said, other than a couple of those scenes near the end, and it's only because I want to get to that final chase. That's the only thing. I don't fault the movie at all for it.
Well, I'll tell you what. There's something to be said for discovering a movie when you're a kid and somebody showing it to you. Nobody sat us down when we were children and said, "Here, watch this movie at the age of 12. We discovered it on cable or something, or we rented the VHS with friends. It was different. You know what I mean? It was something that you discovered and it scared you and you weren't expecting it. Now, in this day and age, of course, everything's changed and movies have changed, so that's part of it. But also, if someone says, hey, this is Friday the 13th, it's something that comes. It's a fucking household name for a title, which sells this entire thing, actually. I mean, they had the title before they even had the script written and the movie made. You know what I mean? That's one smart thing that Cunningham did here. It has a life of its own, Friday the 13th. So someone's saying, hey, here you go, watch this movie now. You know what I mean? It'll never reach those expectations. There's just something to be said for, I'm so glad we were born when we were born. We experienced these movies as we did. I really think that now we're in a golden time, and we were in there. The 80s was the golden time, and we're very fortunate, you know. So
it's funny though, because even almost 40 years later, the films that have this look and grit to it still scare me more than the modern horror.
Something about it. I know. I agree. And I was a little worried about the Blu-ray. And you know what? The Blu-ray for Friday the 13th, 1 and 2 for sure. Look great.
Yeah, 3 was awful.
And 4 was worse. in certain
No.
scenes. In certain
What?
sequences,
Okay.
the quality of the Blu-ray, I thought, we'll get to it. One scene in particular was so overly grainy that it just took me right out of the movie. I'm like, my DVD looks better. But anyway, we'll get to that. We're all over the place as usual. Welcome to Exploding Heads. This is the first episode you got us with. We don't do it traditionally. Our reviews are all over the place. We talk about experiences. We talk about everything. We've been at the beginning. We've been at the end. I'm talking about the dock scene when they're all swimming. I don't even know how I never noticed this before. How
Kevin
excited! Bacon? No, the boner. It looks like he put his keys in his Speedo. I don't know what the fuck happened there. I'm talking about Nettie. Nettie is the most. He's more excited than I am right now for being on that dock. If you watch that scene again, he's like, wow! He just is so happy, and he's doing somersaults on that dock as they're pulling him out. You figure he's having the time of his fucking life.
It's that 80s rom-com feel.
Yeah,
it really is.
And I just loved it. I just got into it this time. I was laughing my head off because I'm like, he's just into it. And it is great because you're just right. You feel like you're right there with them. You mentioned this about the girls in Haddonfield, and Haddonfield was real. I feel the same way about this film. You feel like you're at Camp Crystal Lake with these counselors.
I get it to a degree, but so I feel you. I do feel you. Alice is Alice to me. You know what I mean? There's no question.
Who else should she be?
Well, she's not Adrian. Is what I mean to say. You know what I mean? Alice is, even though I've listened.
Laurie?
Huh?
You mean? Oh, she's not. What? She's not Adrian King? What are you talking about?
I think that's what he meant. Like Alice will always be Alice and not Adrian King.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Alice is like Alice. Like Laurie was Laurie to me. It was relatable. You know what I'm saying?
Now
Same type of thing. Because that's my final girl from the first movie. And, what happens in the second movie happens. But, I mean, yes, Kevin Bacon is still going to always be Kevin Bacon to me because he's Kevin Bacon. So that's a little bit – and Harry Crosby's, Bing Crosby's kid.
Crosby. Will always be Bing Crosby's kid.
The thing is, Crazy Ralph is kind of believable. It's not on the same level because of a couple little things that take me out of it. But – it's not taking anything away from it. It's still very nostalgic for me, and it's still, part of my genetic makeup, it almost seems. This movie and the first four in particular. So I feel you, and I don't know how else I can elaborate on it, except I do feel the same way.
Why do you think Mrs. Voorhees put the axe in Brenda's bed?
Thank you. That's one of my notes. Right. Why? What is the reason for an axe?
Yeah. It
doesn't make sense.
It makes no sense. I mean, the blood.
She's being playful like Michael. Like at this point, she's like, she's crazy. I'm gonna kill you all one by one, and it's like almost like a little Easter egg for them.
You lose the upper hand though when you reveal.
Right.
Like, but I get it. I mean, look, I have it in the notes. I wanted to bring it up, but I totally get Christian just saying that because
you get that fantastic line of, "What is going on?"
Right. There's my Alice. Right. Maybe because it was the last two and she had nothing to lose, so I'll do this now just to fuck with the last two. I don't know, but I hear you. I don't know what she's doing.
I'm telling you, the reaction seeing us in the theaters back in the day when Bill is discovered arrowed up had to be like a big shock because I think people had to suspect Bill as a severe front runner for the killer.
They
they do that intentionally, but he kills the snake, but just the look he has, and there's no joking from Bill. He's very serious and very straight laced. You could suspect Steve as well, but he's sort of gone too much. And then when they kind of transition to him at the diner, and him flirting with Sandy, which grosses me out.
Just a night on the town.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean. No, he shoots her down. He wasn't flirting too hard.
Yeah. I always feel like he's flirting with himself there, like he's looking at himself in drag on the other side of the counter.
You're trying to say you think she looks like him in drag?
Yeah.
She had a better mustache though.
Can you explain? I mean, I guess I could Google it, but Brenda says the line, "What hath God wrought?" when they put the generator on. And I never understood why she says that. I always thought they'd be like, well, let there be light. But maybe that's just
I think it means the same thing. I don't know. That's what I thought. It was like God gave this to us or something. I don't know. That's what I always took it out. Google it. Go ahead. I don't know. How about Crazy Ralph? You're right. He drives 20 miles. He gets there. He leaves. Bikes. He leaves. Pedals away. You're all doomed. Pedals away, right? Then later on, he comes back again, gets in the fucking closet, and waits for someone to discover him.
No, that's
You
when.
think about that?
That's when he pedals away after that.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, he pedals away.
However, it's still crazy. And you think he keeps saying doomed as he's driving all the way back home? And what route did Officer Dorf come and go when he didn't see that? Oh, he came and left, and Crazy Ralph was probably in the closet at that point.
Crazy Ralph probably lives
closet.
equidistant between town and Camp Crystal Lake. So
Yeah.
he's probably, he pedals to one, pedals home, pedal to the other, pedal home.
Why the fuck did I think he left and came back? What's the matter with me? Oh my gosh, I can't get over that. I thought they were wrong. Yeah, he gets out, he gives a speech, go. Then he gets on the thing.
I'm a messenger of God.
Yeah, messenger of God. But I mean, the thing is, he sits in the fucking closet. I love that. So if nobody ever opened that closet, it would have been crazy. Imagine he would have fallen asleep and they opened the door later and there he is. They would have thought he was a victim. That's what they should have done. He should have come back and tried the same trick again. Although, next movie, forget it. But he comes out of the closet the next movie.
Well, this is it. Once you realize that Steve Christy's gone, and I don't really think, although Bill's wielding a machete, I don't really think he's much of a red herring either. You obviously think it's got to be crazy Ralph. Again, I can't put myself back in the mindset of seeing this before, of the first time I saw it. Because
I can do that. I can see that now.
I was doing it well this time.
He has a machete. I'll tell you what the best part of that is Marcy's line. Well, you know.
At least we know what's for dinner.
Dinner. I fucking love that. That's one humorous line that I enjoy in the film. Good old Marcy with her half shirt and anyway. How about her dream? That's fucking some scary shit to me. Anytime there's another movie like that came years later, it was called Donner's Pass, when this girl actually, it was a found footage film. She actually, anytime you see in a movie where somebody basically foretells their own death and they see it years earlier in like a dream, that's fucking scary. When she tells that dream about the blood and all, it was like that was like her fate. That was meant to be, and she dreamed it years ago, and that's fucking scary, man.
Yeah, that was creepy.
Don't you think? That always like rubs me. Just, I don't know, it gives me a weird feeling. Like I've only seen it.
Well, it's rubbing you. Of course it's going to give you a weird feeling.
It's a creepy story, and I always say that it starts to storm, right? Or that it starts to storm, and then she tells a story. Because she says it's going to storm. It's going to tear down that valley like a son of a gun.
Yes, exactly. Nice.
And then then she says, I'm afraid of storms. That's it. And then she goes into the whole thing. But that leads right to, so that we know Ned saw someone creepy, disappeared, got killed. We don't know what happened yet. They go to fuck. Talk about acting there, eh? That's Academy Award acting right there. That's why you wanted to become an actor. To get cast in a scene like that. Yeah. That whole sequence with the Ned reveal is really creepy. Then you get the two best deaths, like Brandon said earlier, arguably in the whole series.
What, Kevin Bacon and Jack and Marcy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little ditty by Jack and Marcy. Yeah.
that arrow.
It's great.
Through the fucking neck. Oh, it's beautiful.
Yep. Both versions, unrated and rated. It still is great.
Well, you're talking about why did she stuff Ned up there? Why did she just hang out under the bed? Like, was she going to wait till they went all to sleep? Like, was she going to wait a few hours for them to sleep? Like, I mean, if you really want to question it, we've always said this. It was just dumb. Again, shock value. Maybe she heard them coming and said, shit, Nettie, duffel bag, I got to get under the bed.
It's almost...
That was in the deleted footage.
I tell you,
I got to get under the bed.
B-roll, we've got our movie.
You know what it is? It's almost like, it's like Pamela and Crazy Ralph had their own little game going. He went in the pantry closet, and she went under the bed to see who was going to be discovered first.
They're on walkie-talkies. Okay, Ralph, come on. Got to say you're doomed. You're doomed. You're all doomed. Remember, you're a messenger of God. All right, over.
Because that'd be a fun game. I want to play that game. I want to go someplace with one other person where you're not expected to be there, and you hide somewhere, and someone else hides somewhere else, and see who gets discovered last. Oh, that'd be great. Wow.
Isn't that called hide and seek? I'm just...
Well, in a way, but I mean, if the three of us went somewhere where we didn't know anybody, and we each took a place to hide, it's a game just between the three of us, but not the people that find us. They don't know where.
Break into some random place and the three of us hide and see.
Why
don't we terrorize them a little bit too while we're at it? You know, like just keep them all really all tense and
like
we'll shatter a few windows. Yeah,
we won't kill anybody.
Wear scary masks.
We'll just walk behind them, and nobody can say we killed anyone. Yeah, sure.
Because they were home.
Yeah. Just nowhere where there's children. We can't do it at a summer camp because then we're pedophiles. So
but we call them baldies. But I always had a problem with the physics of the bed and the arrow and whatever. Yeah. But this time, I looked, and when they come into the cabins afterwards, there's a good lift off that bed.
Nice.
Enough of a lift that you could probably see Pamela was hiding under there, but they're too busy running to fuck that they're not going to notice. So
you can see her sweater sticking out. No, I agree with you. I don't have any problems with the physics of it. I don't care. That arrow was super sharp. I'm sure those stupid freaking mattresses were super thin because those camp mattresses are thin as shit. So I had no issue with that.
The scariest part is the misdirection that is perfection of the blood dripping down. And even though we're knowing that it's Ned's blood, it directs your attention up so you're not thinking of anybody being under the bed. And when that hand comes around and grabs them, it's terrifying because you don't expect it. You expect it now because we've seen it so many times. Wow. But you go back, and again, it's a misdirection. Blood splatter up, you look up. All your thought process is what's up. And then, boom, the hand comes out from underneath the bed and grabs them. It's absolutely still to this day one of my most vivid memories and probably one of the most terrifying scenes that I can recall seeing. And I still find it terrifying now. Just the hand coming up and then the arrow coming through. Just beautifully done.
Do you look under beds anytime you go someplace because of that?
I did when I was younger. I definitely did. I used to actually cut out crosses out of paper and stuff them under beds because I was afraid that would keep the evil from getting me. Especially when I went to Grandma's house. And I guarantee it came from this movie.
Wow.
Or seeing that footage.
You were seriously disturbed.
Look at my face.
I was thinking if we remade this movie, that scene with Marcy, that joke she says with the fucking the machete and the snake and that, nowadays if there was a remake, my line in that movie would be, "Snake, it's what's for dinner." Right? That would work in a modern film, Oh shit!
Speaking of remake, I mean, hey, we're coming to an hour and 15 on this. But speaking of remake, what do you guys think? This is a serious topic. We just sort of got news a little while ago that the lawsuit was settled, but that doesn't sound settled to me. It sounds like Victor Miller owns the rights to the title Friday the 13th, the Camp Crystal Lake setting, Pamela Voorhees, and maybe Boy Jason. And that I'm not even too sure, because if that at the end of the day, he's even said, "Let me be very clear. In my version of the story, Jason is dead." True. At the beginning of my story, he's dead. Yes, so I don't know if he could even have Boy Jason, but that sounds like
who owns the rights to Boy George, though?
Elton John. And so then I guess Sean Cunningham has, and the other producers, they've got the rights, and I guess he just has the rights in the States, and then they've got the international rights, but that includes adult Jason. So I guess we're gonna get more Jason.
Adult Jason,
it's
like
fucking
the porno.
Adult Jason Triple X, as we.
Right. Right, Jason. Is there a Jason Triple X? There is.
That's gotta be.
There gotta be now.
If there's not, we're making that shit.
And if not, the next film should be Jason Takes Boy Jason.
Oh man.
So I don't know. It doesn't sound like anything's solved. Is where I was going with that.
Okay.
It's
here's
messy.
what I think. No, I think it's a good move because now those eggs are in one basket. There's no more contesting. This is it. Victor Miller has this. So basically, Victor Miller and everything he has here has to get with whoever owns the right to adult Jason. They get together.
How do you get everything but adult Jason?
Because you know why? Jason was dead. He said it many times. He said, when I wrote the thing, Jason is just a boy that drowned, and that was Mrs. Voorhees' motivation to kill. Simple as that. So Jason and all the other movies and everything he does, it doesn't mean a damn thing. Matter of fact, that's it. That's all there is to it. But at least now those eggs are in that basket. All he has to do is get with the other person or persons that own that. And now two can come together to do it. And because of what's happening in the world, I think you said it recently, see, on the Halloween retro, that we're seeing the Halloween remake. We know it's going to make money. Thanks to it and Get Out last year for bringing our genre big in the box office again. Halloween and the numbers that's going on with that, it's all going to be in the right direction. So you know damn well now it's going to happen.
It just feels like if Jason even appears as a boy in the first one, that he should have the rights to the name Jason, not the mask or the sack. So he should have the right to Jason as the character.
Well, why not?
He might. But I think what we were saying, and I do think this is going to be it, with Halloween, for 2 years from now, they're going to settle this even better, and they'll probably join camps and just say, we'll make this work because we know we're going to get oodles of money, and in 2 years we'll have a Friday the 13th movie that could combine both.
Not if they can't settle the rights of who owns bitch tits, Jason.
That's still up in the air.
But the bitch tits are not. They're getting lower by the year. But yeah, they'll happen because they're old men. All these guys are elderly now. They're not. None of them are getting, and not that they're walking around with canes in their 80s. But none of these guys are spring chickens. They made this movie in 1979. So I think at this point,
they know if they come together, it's going to just be a huge smash.
It's a nice big payday for their families, is what it is.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to want to do. Most people want to leave something to their families. And if they can get one big payday and put themselves at ease, I think they'll do it. But
I agree.
Another story. Maybe we'll talk about that on another episode. But yeah, for sure. Now, something else. Why the fuck are they using money in strip monopoly?
They're using real money, or they use? They said
real money.
You don't pay. You don't pay. You pay with clothes. You're right.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So how come when they're playing the game and they draw first blood, the shoe comes off, yada yada, you're sitting there and they all have their money like they're playing a regular game of Monopoly?
Yeah, because the whole reason it's stopped is because the door blew open. It scared the shit out of them, and it blew the money away. But they shouldn't have been playing with money. You're absolutely right.
And Brenda left her window open. But the real question is, why did Alice buy Baltic?
You know why?
Nobody buys Baltic.
Baltic is the same thing as Park Place. It's just it's a piece of clothing. I mean,
yeah, that's true. She liked the color though.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, and how about our girl getting high and saying, "I'm not going to pass go without a glow"? I fucking love that. I want to play Monopoly and get every time somebody passes go, they take a fucking drag of a joint. Because I love that, man. I'm not gonna pass go without a glow. Freaking classic, man. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. Did she sleep with Steve Christie? I don't know. Possibly. We know that she's freaking getting high. So again, many people think that there's rules, and maybe not so much.
I like how they said. I forgot who it was who said it in the documentary that Alice isn't killed because she's morally superior to anyone, but because she has no one to hook up with and she's bored out of her mind, so she's more attentive, which makes sense. She's sitting around. But
it's not really, because her and Bill, there is an attraction between her and Bill. With Steve Christie gone, it's almost like they put them together, and there seems to be an attraction there. It just never gets built on.
Right.
It never does get built on. But it doesn't happen. I do like when it starts getting darker later on, how they use the red, the yellow, and the green slicks so that they sort of stand out from a color standpoint a little bit more so. I think they said that was a conscious decision because of how dark the filming would be when they're doing the night shots.
Different colored slickers, yes. So you know what? I finally figured out what Marcy was doing. When Marcy was, after she got laid and she went to the bathroom and she was doing that little talking to herself. You'll always be plain. You know what I'm talking about? You know what that's from?
That's Katharine Hepburn.
Yeah.
I said, Lizzie.
Yeah.
You know what the movie's called? The movie is called The Rainmaker, and it just started raining.
Ah.
So it was a
That's cool. I did not know that little piece of triv.
Yes, I brought something here.
Nice.
So yeah, I thought that was cool. And isn't that kind of creepy? They're always be plain.
Well, it's creepy
hand?
because she looks great in panties, and everything else. So that's creepy. But then the other thing is that whole scene with her not knowing if there's somebody there.
Yeah.
In the showers. Is that the shower stalls?
Yeah, it is.
Showers.
And that hand there.
Oh man, yeah. And that you see a little bit. The curtains are a little bit pulled over, and then it ends up. Yeah. And then later you see the hand holding the curtain. Oh, it's good stuff.
She could have made an effort though. She just kind of closes her eyes and starts crying before the axe hits her.
Again, co-host Vince. For those that don't know him, he always says she just submits to death.
She froze. She froze.
Submits. I'm a goner. Like she sees an axe. How does she know? How does she know this is it? Maybe
you know why? Her dream. She just talked about it half an hour before. This is her fate, and she knew it. As soon as she saw it, she did her little quote. She did the Rainmaker. She came. She saw it. She goes, "I knew it. I'm talking about rain. Here comes the blood."
It would have been better if the shower was running, and then she falls in there, and you see the water turning red.
Holy fuck! Damn! Why didn't we get this remake?
And I always found, I know that they said that they've tried, and there's obviously footage filmed, but it just never looked right of the impact of the axe into the face. But if you did that fast, if it was a quick impact shot with a splatter of blood, I think it would have connected well. I know that they talk about the axe coming up and hitting the light to give it a sense of weight.
Impact.
I like that. I like
the idea of it. I don't know,
especially given the fact that it's well, I mean, she's obviously a very powerful woman, but her appearance is of small stature.
Yeah,
she can hang grown men from trees, but the axe over the head is a little heavy. It's like, oh, shit.
Even a plastic axe would make that light move, though.
Yeah, true.
That's true.
Right? It could be anything. It could be a fucking balloon.
It would have been better if the light smashed and then.
Yes, the light should have smashed. I'm telling you, if someone should properly remake Part 1. They really should.
I want to do it. I'm telling you, I want to do a remake with Jason. It's about Pamela, and at this point, it's not a whodunit because we know the story. I've been saying this for years. I think there's an audience out there for it, and if it couldn't be sold because of the Jason factor, I already figured it into the final reel. But then I even thought, no, I would like to make this about Pamela again because Pamela is underrated.
Yep.
Mrs. Voorhees is underrated as a serial killer, and she is creepy as shit.
Yep. You know what? I was thinking about this. What we said with Halloween, it's kind of like it wasn't the same type of budget, and I think she made $1,000 a day. But Betsy Palmer was kind of like what Donald Pleasance was to Halloween.
Yeah.
Nobody, right? Nobody ever says that.
This was her first movie in 20 years.
Wow. And she did a lot of TV. That's why
she did a lot of TV and a lot of theater. So, but this was her first feature film since like 1959. And then they made this in 79. So that's why they talk about how, the infamous scene where she bitch slaps Alice around, she really hit her and stuff.
I like her over dramatic acting. It works.
Oh, it's fantastic.
For the film.
She's nuts.
Because it makes her look nuts.
Yeah.
And the whole story, exposition, dialogue, delivered at its finest. And again, I know I've come down on movies on this. So it's like, oh, Christian, how you come down on a movie for this? But remember, this set... We're talking about something that started a subgenre and was at the beginning versus something that's now come out, 20, 30, 40 years later. And that's the big difference. Well, not 40 years later, but you know what I mean. 38 years later, anything now. At this point, you got to be a little bit smarter. But back then, it was still new.
And I think it could still work today if you have somebody who gives a performance like Betsy Palmer does, because her facial expression, the way she delivers, and the way she's smiling and then she's serious and she's comforting and then menacing is just it is underrated.
I think it's great.
Killer, mommy.
Killer. Tell me what you guys think here, because it's almost like it's hard for me to separate myself from this because it's such a part of me. But I mean, it's like now when I watch it, it seems like every time I watch it recently, it seems to me, tell me if I'm right or wrong here and what you guys think. Do you think that she shows her hand too early, even when she first arrives there and she goes, "I'm not afraid"? Doesn't it seem Like, that's almost a giveaway? Or is that just me because I already know it so well?
Well, I think it might be just you because, again, I've showed this to my daughter, and she was just like, well, who's this? And I just walked in,
But
and she's like,
that
oh.
sounds more like that sounds more like she was. Okay. She had that reaction.
Yeah,
okay,
she had like.
It sounded like sounded like she was bored. But I was gonna say I got to imagine even for people who felt like, wait, what's going on? It was still an moment. What the fuck?
Well, it's an older lady. Like, not only do we have a killer, but it's not even what you suspect in these movies because everything's called misogynist. A slasher film typically was labeled misogynist and branded misogynist, and here we have a woman doing all the killing.
Especially these films.
Well, that's it. And yet it started with a woman doing all the killing to avenge her son's death. And again, not to get into the whole philosophy of the final girl and everything like that, we're not going to dig that deep into the final girl. I just never got it from a movie that was empowering the final girl, that a movie would be then criticized for being anti-woman.
Yeah,
I never got it. And I mean, there are misogynist films out there. I'm not saying there are not, but I never got it from like a film because Gene Siskel's reaction to this movie is laughable nowadays.
Yeah, it is.
Because he was thinking that the filmmakers were reacting to the women's movement, and trying to put women back in their place, so to speak. And I'm like, are you for fucking real? It's a cheap Halloween ripoff meant to cash in. It was meant to make money. I mean, if we want to be offended by anything, we could just say that this was made to make money, and it was just a product. But that's
fine.
What movies are. And
if it was meant to put women back in their place, they wouldn't have killed Annie. They would have gotten her back in the damn kitchen. So by getting rid of the cook right away, then the boys have to fend for themselves. Right there. It's
oh shit! And how about this? Just as many guys get killed in these movies as girls.
And the male kills, for the most part, are much more brutal.
Especially in these earlier ones.
I was just about to say that in the earlier ones, at least for the first 4.
Yeah, that's a joke. You can't even acknowledge these freaking fools.
It's so frustrating. I mean, I know it was a different time back then, but it's so funny to reflect back and see some of these critiques. This was like what heavy metal got in the 80s. Horror films and specifically slasher films suffered the same fate. Like, these were the decline of the Western civilization, so to speak, and it's just crazy.
It sure as fuck is.
I have a question about the beheading at the end. Are those the toothpicks you see sticking out that they say that they...
Yeah.
Those are. Okay.
Yeah.
But you would never know it until you hear, until Tom says he put it together with toothpicks.
Well, I always notice that, you see 2 little points because he says, he's talking about how anatomically correct it is because of him being a combat photographer in Vietnam. And it looks fantastic, but you can't help but see the little toothpicks. But
now, I never noticed it as a kid. I don't know about you.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely didn't notice it as a kid. So
yeah, I was too busy being wowed at a fucking beheading, which you never really got to see.
I think that adds more to the charm, though, especially when you're talking about great practical effects. You could go back and see a little bit of what went into it, because of course it couldn't be absolutely perfect.
No,
it looked perfect back then because the picture quality probably hit it.
True, that's a big thing. It was VHS, and you're right. Now on Blu-ray, forget about it. I mean, the blood is beautifully red.
Tasso's hands on a VHS probably weren't as hairy. That's the only thing. Why couldn't they have, put a woman's hands just right there?
Who knows? But
you're right. They should. They probably.
It is funny though to see
low budget filmmaking, not doing reshoots. That's what it is.
That's true.
They don't do reshoots unless it's absolutely necessary. Let's do our thing. We can only afford so much film and everything else, and we want to wrap this up in so many days. That's what they did.
Hey, you know what? Maybe Mrs. Voorhees was taking testosterone, and that's where she got her added strength, and she was growing hair on her knuckles as a result.
You never know. I will say that the final fight, like on the beach or whatever like that, always makes me laugh nowadays. And anybody who show nowadays, and the and then like the banging her head into the ground and the biting and everything. But it's still fun.
And she gets her in she kicks her in the nuts at one point.
Yes, she does. And how about when she's throwing twine at her earlier?
Yeah, she threw the twine at her.
And the way it's so funny because she throws these random objects at her, and Pamela swats them away like they're nothing, but with like a mean look on her face, like it's like it's actually a fucking threat. It's like swatting a fly.
I forgot about the twine.
I can never forget about the twine every time I watch it. And something else, Crazy Ralph's hat is on top of a dresser that she moves in front of that door. Remember, you know how she ties that doorknob and
Yeah.
I noticed it for the first time that there's a hat there. It looks exactly like Crazy Ralph's hat.
I noticed that too.
What the fuck? Wow.
But when he rode away, he had his hat, right?
Yeah, I don't think it really is his hat, but
yeah, maybe that was Crazy Jimmy's hat.
Oh man.
Shit. And here's a serious note. That thing, because I haven't talked about it. Jason's voice, the child's voice that Brenda hears before she goes out there and gets shot. That thing to me, I mean, it basically negates a sequel. But to me, that's another real creepy thing. It's downright scary about this film. Like I picture, dude, that's scary because you know that's not Pamela. You see Pamela doing the voice later. That's not Pamela. That is a young boy's voice. It's like every Friday the 13th, you hear echoes of a ghostly Jason, someone that was done wrong in that area. And on top of it, it lured her out to her death. That's fucking scary, man.
That's interesting. I always felt like, especially for this one, that it was Pamela.
Well, I think that's what I did too. I think that's what it's supposed to be.
I don't think it is at all.
Really?
Because we see Pamela do it later, and it sounds nothing like.
But I think
she's like a mile away at this point.
Yeah.
I always felt like it was her. I'm not opposed to thinking of it your way. It's creepy either way.
Listen to it. It's a genuine fucking young boy. That voice. There's no way someone can replicate that voice as an adult.
I don't know. I don't know if they got a boy to do that particular line. Of course they did. But I think it's meant to be Pamela.
I don't think it is. That's what makes it all the more scarier.
Well, what makes more sense? What do you think would make? No, I mean, again, not grounded in reality, just grounded in film reality. Then, I guess, what would be a better way to go about this? Having Jason have lived and continue with that, and if they were to remake it, maybe he doesn't die and he's been with her, but the thought of that loss, that initial loss, and thinking that he drowned and she went through everything and mourned his death, but only for him to return was enough to make her go crazy, or the fact that he is dead, but then when she gets beheaded, it's almost like this has been a haunted ground, and there is some sort of unearthed that we don't have to go into the explanation as to why this is, supernatural or whatever, but her beheading is what awakes Jason. And then, of course, then he gets unearthed and comes back to exact revenge on anybody who gets in his way because they killed his mom.
I like that one better because I can't justify him surviving and just living in the woods eating dogs like Michael, No,
but what if the remake changed that and he didn't live in the woods with dogs or didn't live enough crayfish, as Tom Savini said? But what if he lived with Pamela? What if he came back to Pamela? But I'm talking about like whether it be a day, 2 days, a week later, like he dragged himself out of the lake and she found him, but she already thought she lost him. She was already half crazed, and then this was what set her over the edge. And so it's like that camp was never going to open again, and she was going to make sure she protected her boy. Or is that enough? I don't know. Or does it have to have the loss?
For her performance and the way she delivered in this one, I think it has to be that he's dead.
In this movie, yes, 100%. What you were just talking about is the way I thought we would begin our part 2 conversation, because then we go into theories. But for this movie here, in my opinion, Jason has to be dead because of the scary of Jason, the ghost of Jason haunting the fucking grounds every Friday the 13th. That is fucking is as scary as it can be to me. That's the way I feel. Okay. What happens at the end is strictly a dream. She never would have even known about that if Pamela didn't put that in her head. So that's 100% a dream. As far as I'm concerned, for part 1, just for the sake of this film.
It was a dream. It was a Carrie ripoff, as they've said, and the final scare. And what a final scare.
Another great ripoff.
Yeah.
Right.
They ripped off, but they ripped off well.
And it's like they say at the end.
Cutting you off there, Dave, because...
No, it's fine. It's just, for this film here, it is a dream. He does really not come out of the water. When they say, we pulled you out of the lake, that could mean any number of things. That doesn't even mean that she was in the actual water. That could mean that she beheaded Pamela She got into the canoe and she fell asleep. The cops show up because it's an emergency, obviously. They get there. They see her asleep in a canoe because they say, we pulled you from the lake. We thought you were dead too. Yeah. So if you know there's a slaughter here and you see somebody laying in a canoe with their eyes closed, I venture to say you'd probably think that they were a victim as well.
Or the killer.
Well, they said didn't they say they thought she was dead?
They said, my men pulled you from the lake. We thought you were dead too. So it could be either A, she fell out of the canoe because she panicked and had a dream, or B, she was still in the canoe. Either way,
I think she was still in there and it was just a dream. But I don't like that they repeated it in part 3. Like I can get it once.
We'll get to it. Why not question it? Like I always make the joke. I'm like, and now, lady, we got some questions for you because everybody's dead.
Everybody's dead. Why didn't you go for help? No, I'm just gonna go take a nap in the middle of the lake. I really got pissed when Chris did it. I'm like, all right, stop repeating this.
Well, there's a reason for it. We'll get it when we get there.
But it's enough. It's like, okay, like I get it's traumatic, but you have to get help after everyone's been killed. Not go take naps in a canoe.
Yeah, well, she was through enough, that poor girl, and she was obviously fucking loony by that point. You saw the way she was acting.
You know what? Then I'll criticize it for Alice because Alice had a good head on her shoulders.
And Pamela did not.
Yeah, why? We said it was a great ripoff. I mean that is one of the best chair jumpers ever, possibly eclipsed by part 2. Possibly. This one still gets people to this day, and
I find this one more effective just because it's a little bit more simplistic than part 2.
Yeah. That particular scene, yes. As a whole, I'll take part 2 and the many scares added up.
You'll take any hole, I heard.
Yes, anus. Yeah. But the jump scare in this, the canoe, is one of the best scenes in horror history. Yeah. Where I don't necessarily feel Jason coming through the window at the end of 2 is. I still think it's great, but I think what we have here is better. Like if I'm going to show somebody a film, I would rather watch part 1 if they've never seen it, and watch their reaction to Jason coming out of the water.
Absolutely, man. Yes. Absolutely.
Now, as a whole, part 2, again with the whole. But we'll get to part 2.
Lick my muffin in.
Are
we done?
I think we should probably wrap it up for the sake of keeping this show under 3 days long.
This is true. Let me just say that it's amazing. I don't know how else you could have ended it. Would you consider the movie ending with Jason pulling her underwater and the credits rolling and we don't get the after credit scene? Do you think that would be a better ending? Without the explanation of but he's still there. Just imagine if the movie ended that way and cut that part out. Jason comes out, pulls her under, credits fucking roll.
Well, that would have been amazing, but then I think people would have been like, what the fuck? But I mean, maybe then that would lead into part 2 better. I don't know. It would have been effective. That I do know. It would have been very effective.
Yeah, it might have been more effective, but I do find after, the scene in the hospital, the flashback to the ripples in the water is a great touch. I'm not trying to piss you off, Dave, but it reminds me of the ripple in the water at the end of Nightmare 4. I like that.
Really? That's a completely different kind of ripple. There's nothing scary about the ripple at the end of 4. It's kind of like, oh, Freddy's still alive, so that's a little bit creepy. But
you don't know if Freddy's alive. You kind of get, and that's how I felt with this one. Like, is it Jason? Is it air bubbles? Like as they said in the documentary, is it air bubbles or is it just the river gently rippling?
It's just more creepy to me because it's an empty lake. Nobody's there, and it's more scary.
Yeah.
With a flip of a coin and fucking out in public, with you know what I mean. At the end of part 4, I don't get that feeling that I get.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah. I'm just saying the look of the water.
Yeah.
And if they didn't have this, if they didn't have Jason popping out there, I don't know what they would have done for part 2 because I don't think they would have had that connection, whether it makes sense or not.
It does make sense because even if it is a dream, it's just a metaphor for the birth of this, what will eventually become supernatural entity to take revenge now for his mother.
However, in the realm of the actual story, part 1 through 4 are not supernatural, other than him being unstoppable and just waking up spring fresh every.
It's kind of hard. I kind of have difficulty with that because I feel the same way with Michael Myers. Like they become boogeymen because of the stories and the fear that people have of it. The fear of everyone gives the evil strength.
Pure evil.
And that's what makes it. That's what makes him superhuman. and then obviously part 6 is when he becomes supernatural.
Or maybe part 2, depending on the way you want to take it. But we'll get there in a minute. But
Brandon, I want to know what Brandon. I know you rated this for a slasher show, for the top 50 slashers.
It was my number 5 slasher of all time, and actually up until the point when we were doing the list, I switched it. It was number 4 originally, and I switched it at the last minute with Halloween and put it at number 5 and moved Halloween up to 4. For me, it's a near perfect experience every time. I give it a 9.5 out of 10.
Nice.
I love it. I love it. I've always loved this one. Obviously it's my highest rated in the series. I'm still a purist. I love the first one.
Well, mine hasn't changed. I've watched this now, I think 3 times this year already. It's a 10 out of 10. It was, and it still is, my favorite slasher.
Nice. Fucking great. The first 2 I've seen more than any other in the franchise. I couldn't even tell you how many times I've seen them. It's a ridiculous amount. I love this film. We didn't really get into the score and how brilliant that is and how much it elevates this film. This is one of those films. Like, this is just an independent movie that may not have hit the heights it did if not for the soundtrack. It's just as important as Halloween was, and that was Carpenter doing it all. This is just hiring the right guy, having Manfredini on here, and him coming up with the signature, that thing with Killer and Mommy.
And I figure we'll be bringing him up many a times again.
Wow.
I mean, Cunningham said he feels like this movie would never have been as successful without that score out of his mouth. And it is absolutely 100% correct.
And the noise and having the mama every time fucking you see the POV of the killer, it's like they said they did that in Jaws. When you saw the POV of Jaws, there was a certain you knew that it was him. That's what they were doing with this. And what a brilliant thing to do, because I don't think they did that in any other movie anytime the killer was shown. No. So I think that's brilliant. That's one more thing. The soundtrack, again, with the slow song at the end, how you really think that it's over. The Sail Away Tiny Sparrow, the song that's heard in the thing that he composed, and how mellow it is at the end. And then when the credits hit, how fucking spooky is that? It doesn't go into anything scary. It goes into that spooky, mellow music. It doesn't go in dun, 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 like the next 3 did. You know what I mean? It has that aura, that fucking ominous, spooky thing right to the end. And it's amazing. And yeah, of course, it's 10 out of 10, and it's one of my very favorite movies. Nice. Rock and roll.
One other piece of trivia, just because we only shot out one there. In what year was Camp Crystal Lake created?
35.
He's hot to trot tonight, Dave. Dave hasn't even had a chance to hit the buzzer.
I think Dave froze.
No, because it says Camp Crystal Lake established 1930. And the fact that they came up with that sign and put it there is fucking so clever. It looks so cool.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm going to be honest. This is not a casual fan could even get a lot of these. I went through this book, and there's quite a few. It gets hard when they start wanting you to name all the dogs.
All the dogs, huh?
Yeah, we'll get there later.
All right, we can
Sunday. Oh, no, wrong franchise.
Wow.
Okay, so let's continue. It's going to be a longer show than we anticipated, possibly.
Okay, Friday the 13th Part 2, directed by Steve Miner. Mrs. Voorhees is dead and Camp Crystal Lake is shut down, but a camp next to the infamous place is stalked by an unknown assailant.
Indubitably. I love that. So where do you go after you behead your villain? And you continue it. They were thinking of going, I think, the anthology route with this. Just like Halloween 3 and the Halloween series was going to do it. That's what the Friday the 13th series was going to be.
Thank goodness they didn't. I wish they would have in Halloween, but I'm glad they didn't here. Holy shit.
Not yet, anyway.
Wow. Not for 1 through 4, especially. I mean, this is what it's all about.
People complain about getting, flashbacks. I like when movies do that.
I do too. I don't fast forward.
This one is a little long. I think it's 6 minutes of the opening running time. But again, this is back in the day before watching them back to back. Video was just slowly coming out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and people couldn't afford them either. So people, when they went to see it the next year, it's like, okay, tell us what the hell happened.
Yeah, remind me.
And how about? Yeah, dude, this is the slasher sequel, a horror sequel. When did we see that before? Like direct sequel? You saw Jaws 2 because it was a big mainstream thing. Other than that, I mean, if you want to consider Dawn of the Dead a direct sequel tonight, that's fine. I get that. But you know what I mean? This was not
Rocky.
what it is. Rocky, yeah, not a horror movie.
You're right, because sequels weren't that common, especially for a slasher film. For a horror movie, this became the start of the Mick Voorhees.
But everything came out after Friday, and as a result, this movie paid the price. They cut 48 seconds from it of gore, and it was like, and the reason being, everybody that sent shit in, every other slasher film that followed, and they tried to cut things, the MPAA, sons of bitches that they were, their retort to them would be, the filmmakers, well, you let this happen in Friday the 13th, so now they got punished because of that. When this movie came, they said, all right, you're the reason we got to deal with all these filmmakers all the time submitting shit and trying to. So you know what? Part 2, we're gonna censor you, and they sent this thing in 10 friggin' times before they finally settled, which is sad. It's an excellent movie anyway, but just imagine if they had 48 more seconds of gore, man.
Even 2 more scenes. The slit neck of him hanging upside down in that trap, and of course the double impalement. We obviously know what's happened, and our maybe if we see it, we'll be disappointed. Who knows? Like I've always said, our imaginations now have created something that I don't think could ever be topped.
Well, I'll tell you what, the double impalement, from what they said, is something to see, because they're actually like speared, and you can see Sandra underneath Jeff trying to push him off. She's underneath trying to push him off of her, and she can't do anything but. That's freaking horrific right there, man. Oh, shit, that's crazy.
Take that whole thing out and just have the thing hit the ground and some blood drip down.
And you know what? They couldn't show things with her anyway, because I guess they had full frontal with her, and it turns out she was only 16. So that'll never see.
Yeah.
Who was 16? Sandra?
Yeah, she somehow lied or bullshitted her way into it, and she was underage. Yeah. So be careful what you say about her, because she's 16.
Yowzers.
No, lots of pretty girls in this movie, though. Straight up.
Oh, my favorite in this one.
All of them are. Oh, I'm gonna guess that it's gonna have to be what's her name, Terry.
Of course, it's Terry. She's just perfection.
She is freaking. I don't really notice it until her hair comes down, but when her hair comes down, as soon as she gets in that water, and then we see her after, and oh my lord,
I'd like to lick her muffin, both of them.
Oh, I'm telling you, right out of the gate, other than the 6 minutes of, it's not quite 6 minutes, but other than the flashback,
it's 16 minutes till the credits come, or something like that.
You could tell that they pumped a larger amount of money into this. Like they doubled the budget of the production budget. You can see it. It looks great. They sped it up. I can agree with all of that. So people say, well, then if they took the blueprint again, if they took the structure of the first and kind of remade it, but this time with Jason. Really, that's what it is, and then sped up the final act. However, I love it. I still think I slightly prefer the first one, but what a damn good follow-up. And the fact that they brought Walt Gorney back, Crazy Ralph, I mean, they did the right things. They didn't just go right back to Camp Crystal Lake. They said, bad things happen there. We're going to cut this 5 years later. We have a counselor training camp. I don't know how many counselors they needed. Was there a backlog of camp counselors that they needed to have a whole training camp dedicated?
Doesn't that 5-year cut seem a little big, though? Not to interrupt. Doesn't it seem like a little bit too big of a gap?
Well, I think they wanted to separate it from the events of part one.
Even if you do it a year, 2 years, 5 years just seems a little drastic.
Maybe to explain Jason.
Well, because if you are to go, and we'll backtrack a bit. If you're to go with the fact that he came back to life supernaturally as like his mother's head hit the ground type thing, let's say, and so that the dream wasn't really a dream, but an actual envisionment of Jason sort of being reborn, then it doesn't work, because she does mention that it was 2-3 months later that she's at the thing and he's grown up and stabs her in the head with the ice pick. But the reality is that's not where they were going with the script. I can almost buy that more. Like I said, almost the supernatural element of his rebirth to avenge his mother now. But they're saying that he lived in the backwoods all this time.
Clearly he lived, because
but never went back to his mom. Or assumingly never went back to his mom. Like, well, we never get that part of the story.
Well, he was a mongoloid, so he's clearly deformed. He's special. He probably doesn't. Well, I shouldn't say that, because he's very
clobber down the road to Mom's place.
Wait a minute. I think I know why the 5-year. We can speculate. The theory, which I have grown to like more, is that he never really drowned. She gave him CPR. She saved him. He came back with her, but she was still that fucking pissed off because nobody knows. She's still pissed off because it happened.
Well, that's my theory. That's what I want to do with the remake. That we actually, and then he's there for the final reel, because that's the only way you could do it, to have Jason come back. Otherwise, it has to be totally supernatural. So you're right.
True.
Like, so
no, it doesn't. It could be what Ginny said. It could be, some boy beast running around. She thought he drowned, and he didn't, and he lived on his own in the forest and whatever, did his thing.
He's a feral animal. His best skills are hunting, although not in this one because
23 years.
Remember, he's not supposed to be intelligent.
He's not intelligent, but
he is.
He's a survivor. He's a survivor.
He is intelligent. No, this is what I'm going to say. He's easily fooled. In some ways, he's very smart. In other ways, he's not. It's just one of those things. It's almost like he's Rain Man. How about that? It's like he's intelligent.
Yeah, definitely 11 victims.
He's intelligent as fuck in this one. This is why I love this movie so much. He's stealth. He takes time to do things. He sets things up. He waits in a bed. He freaking does things. He goes to Alice's place. He does everything the right way. He does what he's supposed to do. Every little thing. He even freaking takes the teapot, the kettle off the fucking thing when the whistle blows.
Yeah, and you would think it would make more sense the other way if he wasn't so smart and he was much better at fighting. Because in this one, he's clumsy, and I can't fault him for that, given the fact that he has only one eye hole. But he's falling all over the place. He's a clumsy idiot in this one.
Smaller,
but he is
too. He's not a man beast, really.
No, he's human. He's a boy beast, like she said. This thing running around. You know what I mean?
He's smart until somebody throws on Mama's sweater, and then he swindles him in a second.
Now, here's what I'm going to tell you. He's not smart in that way, and it's not necessarily because of the sweater. It's because she knows his name. Why would he think that anyone has any knowledge of his name? The fact that she says Jason has got to throw him for a loop in so many ways. And then on top of it, the dresser, and that she says that I'm mommy. Why would anybody else in the world know about his life? That's got to throw anybody that has any iota of limited intelligence, even an IQ under 80, that would probably have to phase you to some degree.
Well, that also helps with the justification for 5 years later from her perspective, the fact that there would be more mythology behind Jason.
Well, 5 years that she died, okay? Then he built a shack because he couldn't live on his own. Let's say she saved him, right? She gave him CPR. She did whatever it was, and she kept him, and she went on a rampage because no one knew that he survived, but she's still pissed off because they let him drown. So in her mind, she's just fucking flipped.
Exactly.
Again, it's like Psycho.
No,
it's the reverse Psycho.
That's fine, but even just having 5 years pass since the massacre at Camp Crystal Lake, and knowing why Mrs. Voorhees did it, whether Jason's alive or not, then it adds more mythology and more mystery and more story to the idea that these kids grew up hearing the story of Jason Voorhees and of Pamela Voorhees and what she did, and obviously they're right there. They're in a adjacent camp, so.
What if they showed a reenactment, instead of the nightmare, what if they showed a reenactment from his point of view, watching from the forest, of Mom being beheaded that night?
That would have been cool.
Like from behind, from the trees. We're not too sure what it is yet. And then he tries to get back home. And of course, then back home becomes a police infested because they figured out what's going on. And then he has to retreat. And then that's the opening scene. Then he goes and hunts for Alice.
I like it.
Dumps her in. I mean, it's just a little bit more of a link. That would have set the believability aspect up a bit more, because it then fills in some of these kind of gaps. Did he live off the land all that time? No. I take the same thought process you do, Dave, that you mentioned there. I think what happened was she was crazed and wanted to protect her boy. Yes, of course, in the original one, he's dead. But now we're rewriting history. So how are we going to make this make sense? And he is going back. And he's been living with Pamela, his mom, for all these years, maybe helping her. We don't know. And now he can't go back home because she's dead. He's got nowhere to go. So now for 5 years, he's going to live off the land and live in seclusion.
When did he dig up the head?
There you go. He was right then, and he saw it happen. He was right there.
Well, yeah, but then they would have been stories about Mrs. Voorhees' head missing. They never found her head.
They should have said that. You're right. It never
Right?
even came up. You're
They
right.
should've-
But
they
then
should've
why
said
would
that.
they know that? Well, the thing is, if there was to happen, I don't think the police would make that known.
Public
to
knowledge, yeah.
Correct.
That's
Why
true,
would they
yeah.
say that? You know what I mean? Just like, whatever. Just like, why would they even believe? Like, when Paul gives his brilliant fucking campfire speech, which is legendary, that whole thing is
Yes.
awesome, right? It all makes perfect sense except one thing. He, at the end, just dismisses it as bullshit. Yet, he knows that a few months later, Alice disappeared. There's got to be something to that story. It just so happens to be that she disappeared, but he doesn't believe Jason did it.
Well, again, he's the
Well,
skeptic.
yeah.
He's playing the skeptic, right?
She disappeared, though. What do you think? It's some fucking a copycat killer?
It could be. No, they never. But he doesn't say she was killed. He said she disappeared. So there's no
There's blood
sign of
everywhere.
her.
There was blood everywhere.
Yeah, he just said there's blood everywhere.
Yeah.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Then that's a mistake because he shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, I guess the paper said there was. See, they let that information out in the Crystal Lake Times. That was it.
I must not have been paying attention because I
They
always
all-
just assumed they meant that
Ted-
she just disappeared and was never found.
Ted the jokester says all this, like later on in the movie, all this bullshit from because some girl falls out of a canoe.
Right.
So I think it's a good line. So there's obviously some skepticism, even though she has disappeared and she's never to be seen again. But she's in Jason's shack because we do see the corpse with the ice pick drilled through her head in the shack.
Oh, that's so great.
Yeah, there's so much good stuff here. For instance, we haven't gotten to the fact that they introduce Ginny Fields.
Oh, boy. That's her. Yeah.
You know, based off of Virginia Fields from the production
Yeah.
crew, and I think she is one of my favorite final girls in all of horror history. I just think she's feisty. I love everything about her because I just think she's got the attitude. At least I love the child psychology. They try to give her a little bit of a background there, and you don't realize it's going to play out obviously until the end. Obviously in a movie like this, you'd be like, oh well, they're going to wedge this in somehow. First few times I watched it, I was never thinking, why are they mentioning this so much? Oh yeah, because it comes into play at the end.
Yeah, but the child psychology when she was messing with Paul, was her car really broken down or was she just messing with him to shoot dust in him? And if so, then why does her car break down at the end? Just for plot convenience?
See, I don't think she was messing with him, but I think she wants to pawn it off like she was because she
Okay.
wants to have the upper hand in the
Yeah.
relationship. Because that's
Fine.
what it is. Because that's easy to happen. She is smart enough to know. She's smarter than he is. He has the upper hand on her for about 3 seconds in this film, and that's it. When she shows up late, for a few seconds he has the upper hand. Then he goes in there, and then right away she's like, I tried to call. And he goes, oh yeah, the phones aren't on yet. Oh yeah, sorry, Jenny. And that was it. I mean, there was nothing from that moment on. There was because he puts a little hissy fit on her when she first gets there. You know what I mean? What's this shit, Jenny? I'm trying to get my responsibilities, speech, and you're showing up late. What's this? What gives? So I think that happened, and she just said, I'd rather use the psychology on you just to keep his ass in line.
Yeah. Okay.
You know?
Cool.
I said it earlier. The production values on this are top notch. Like a lot more night photography. Just everything's souped up. Everything looks good. It's a great continuation in the same realm of when we talked about Hellraiser 2, Halloween 2, Friday the 13th Part 2. Probably because they use a lot of the same production team. Looks and feels like Part 1, just a little bit bigger.
The closest, yes. There's no question that parts 1 and 2 have a certain feel that nothing else in this series has.
Look and feel. They look, and they weren't filmed in the same location.
Nope.
Similar. I mean, this was, I think, Connecticut, and the other one was Jersey. I mean, we weren't down south yet, in Georgia or wherever the fuck they went. Some of the other places. I'm just saying. So they do have that feeling, and Packanack Lodge really is a nice, good location again. You do have to suspend disbelief with the plot conveniences of Jason Voorhees living.
You have to because they're making a film. And that's what I tell people that want to complain about it. What would you do? If you can write me a better idea, go for it, man.
It's not that bad. It doesn't require that much suspension of disbelief. It's no more ridiculous than any other franchise and had to pick up after having huge success with the first one, not knowing they were going to do sequels.
I just think they could have, like, in retrospect, again, everything's in retrospect, they could have brought us into it a little easier. It's almost a little bit lazy. We'll reintroduce Alice. She'll have a nightmare. She'll have a quick phone call with Mom that she improvises, saying that she's trying to rebuild her lunch. The quickest shower in the history of showers.
What's quicker? Fucking her shower in this movie or the sex in Halloween '78 with Judith Myers and her boy?
The sex in Halloween in 98 or 78, sorry. And 98.
I still don't think they had sex. I think they were starting to fool around. He's like, I got to get out of here.
Okay, well, then do you think she really took a shower or she just went in there and decided to come
like
out?
Like a body spritz.
And it's funny because she looks scared. You notice that? It looks like she legitimately got scared by the camera being in her face. When the shower curtains opens, the look on her face. Haven't you thought that?
She probably was.
I think she was.
I think you're supposed to think it's Jason because they do this creepy tracking shot all the way up, but it's nothing. It's just a camera.
Tell me this. Jason might have already been in the house because he had to put the head in the fridge and then go about his business.
And then what, crank caller, or do you think that was just...
Yeah.
Where's he calling from?
A payphone.
He's got a cell phone.
They're in suburbia.
That payphone.
We've
the same
established him walking down a fucking street in suburbs.
Well, it's
the
nighttime.
Payphone that Jeff and Sandra are using?
Yes, exactly. The payphone that Jeff and... Yes, the same one. And he had a sack on his head, and he walked through the neighborhood at night, and it worked. In blue jeans. Did he crawl through the same window that the cat crawled through? I don't know. But that cat seemed to like Jason, in case you didn't notice. Did you see that after he kills her? The cat is looking up at Jason and like meowing at him, not acting scared, like meowing. When my cats meow at me, it's affection or they're hungry. Either way, Jason and that cat are cool.
That's because it was a female Jason.
Yeah, that's true. A little one pussy to the other. You're right. Couldn't be helped. Sorry.
That's fine. I do like the tie-ins that you see her art sketchbook on the table. So she's been sketching again. So they've carried that over. The head in the fridge is a good gag.
It's great. It doesn't look like Pamela, but it's great.
And I did mention earlier about some of the other gore. I would have liked to see the gore from the ice pick kill too, of course. And when you say he's courteous enough to take the boiling kettle off, I always thought the next thing was that her head was going to get slammed down onto the burner. That's where it fades to white. And I just thought, why did they linger on that? I just thought that was going to be the end part of the kill or something. And
it was an extended scene. It was an extended scene. They cut it. Actually, he moved the kettle over gently, poured himself a cup of tea, sat in the chair, and stroked the kitty for a few minutes.
like a fucking boss.
That's right. Why not? You know, it was.
I took a quick shower.
Yeah, and he took the shower. Yeah, fuck it. I'm sure he doesn't get a real shower. He certainly doesn't have a decent toilet. You saw what he shits in. He probably went in there, took a nice dump, a shower. I bet he enjoyed himself.
When did he move in? He's living in a fucking shack in the woods. Now he's got a house.
You're right. He should have stayed at the house. Well, it's 5 years later. Maybe he stayed there for a short time. Then he got evicted, and then he went back to the woods.
So the decomposition of Mrs. Voorhees' head and the integrity of Alice's body just doesn't add up with the timeline.
What? 2 months later?
2 months. 2 months of decomposing that fast? I don't think so. And her maintaining the body for 5 years?
Wait a minute. What body?
Alice's body at the end, lying in the pile, you said.
It's a skeleton.
Yeah, it's clothed. How can you tell with the decomposition of it?
And it's a total skeleton with a fucking... you just see the ice pick through the skull.
Yeah.
I don't remember it being a skeleton. Was it?
It was a skeleton.
For the most part, I mean, it's just a shriveled fucking thing. I mean, a matter of fact, most people didn't even know that was her until Blu-ray came around. You couldn't even see back in the day. Now you can clearly see who everybody is. Terry's in there, the cop is in there, Alice is in there. You could see who they are. Back in the day on VHS, I don't think you could see what the hell that was.
Was the cat in there?
Well, that's the deal. What is with the cat? This is why Jason is cooler than Michael. Michael kills dogs. Jason's... Oh, wait a minute. I'll take that back. Okay, Jason's a cat person. That's all I'll say. He kills dogs, too. Nobody likes dogs, apparently, because Muffin got killed. You know that, and what happened with Gordon. We'll get there shortly. Yeah,
it's so ridiculous. You know, Muffin is clearly dead. It's clearly Muffin.
Muffin.
Yeah, they don't even like they're talking. Jeff and Sandra are talking about how it's too tough to tell. It's not too tough to tell. It's clearly Muffin.
Well, they said it was too tough to tell at first. I think they were just trying to convince themselves. Because they say, are we going to tell? Are you going to say anything to Terry? He's like, I'm not going to say. As far as I'm concerned, we didn't see anything. So that's basically, admitting that's Muffin.
Yeah.
That's it. Muffin's fucking muffed. What do you want from her? It's the end of it. It happens. But did he eat her, or did he just do it for fun?
He just did it for
Did
fun.
he eat Muffin?
Well,
He didn't eat Muffin.
So he just killed her to kill?
He kills dogs. This is what he does.
So he's worse than Michael. Michael kills for food. Jason just killed for fun.
Muffin's one of those foo-foo little dogs. She had it coming. She's a little flirt.
Yeah, she is. She's trouble. She's trouble. But he likes cats at least. So at least he doesn't kill all animals.
That's the one thing I don't like about the ending, and that's what you have to kind of wonder if it's a dream with the Muffin coming back. The Lick My Muffin ending, as we always call it. That obviously is a dream. So Jason popping through the window is a dream.
Yeah, you got to decide at what point it stops being reality and starts being a dream.
I'll tell you.
Especially since Paul disappears completely. They don't even find him.
Paul, well, here's the deal with that. It stops being a dream. It starts being a dream when Paul sits her down on the bed, because when he sits her down on the bed, she falls asleep.
I'm not even sure he came back into the shack. I didn't think he did, because I thought he died in the room when he came out from behind the couch, because Ginny didn't do much to help him at that point. All she says is there's someone in the room with us, and then she didn't really put up much of a fight. As much as I love Ginny as well, I do. She didn't exactly run to his defense so quickly.
What could she do? What can she do? Hit him with a fucking chair?
Do something.
Dude, it was only 5 seconds.
This is your greatest final girl of all time?
She is.
Do something.
I'm telling you.
Something.
She was shocked for 5 seconds. What do you want? She saw him. She warned him. Paul, there's someone in this room. Paul, there's someone in this fucking room. That's scary.
Paul, he's on you.
They had to get him out of it.
Paul. He's killing you, Paul.
I agree with Dave. I wish he never came back. I think she could have handled it from that point forward. But then he should have been killed.
How about this?
Well, that's the thing, that he got killed in the shack.
See it. I want to see it.
It doesn't matter with Paul. Because look at it. It doesn't matter, because let's just say that she went there and she killed Jason. When Jason was there and they do the whole showdown, this would have worked out better. It didn't happen, but it's going to still spill into what I'm going to say. It would have been better if when he was there, he noticed that mother's head was behind Ginny, and okay, I'm getting duped here, but she still somehow managed to get the machete in him, and down he goes. That would have been fucking great. Then she gets out. Then she goes, has the dream. Perfect. Now, whether or not Paul shows up doesn't matter, because if she passes out on that bed, she goes to sleep. Paul, in turn, notifies the authorities. Plus, you got the gang coming back. You got fucking Ted and the gang doing their thing. They come back to the thing.
Cool in the gang.
Yeah. Celebrate. Yeah. So they come back. They call the cops. The cops come. They take people away. Who's to say that Paul already didn't go to the hospital and now they're taking Ginny? Just because Paul isn't there, if there's an emergency situation and people are attacked, or what if Paul never came to? What if Paul got attacked by fucking Jason? There's someone in this fucking room, and when they got back there, he was just another victim, and they hauled his ass off. Why does Paul have to be right next to her when she comes out of the fucking...
But the medics, they made the comment like we never found him, like as if they knew. Like
they say no. They say no words. Where's Paul? Where's Paul? There's no comment from anybody.
And the actual visual clue was supposed to be that it was where's Paul? Where's Paul? Cut to the severed mother's head shrine, and that's when it was supposed to go up, and then she was supposed to open her eye and wink.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
Or open her eye and smile.
Just open her eye.
Sorry, not wink. So that's Freddy versus Jason. Sorry. Open her eye and smile, and that was supposed to say, "I got him," or Jason got him, or whatever. They said it didn't look. It looked hokey, and you could tell it did look hokey. I'm glad they didn't do it, but that's the reason why you don't get that scene or that connection. So it does remain a mystery that I never really cared about. I remember everybody I'd watch it with. It was like, where did Paul go? Where did Paul go? I'm like, I don't know. Went in another ambulance, just like Dave said, or he's with the cops. I never questioned it.
Right,
I never really cared.
If you want to believe that Paul got up and found her in Jason's shack, then that means Paul's okay physically. He's physical. He's okay enough to walk, call the cops, go to the hospital.
Then they would have said he's fine.
You think fucking paramedics even know who the fuck Paul is?
Yeah,
Then
absolutely.
Why would
That's a
Jason?
hundred fucking guys.
Then why would
They're just
Jason
two guys
jump-
who don't even know.
I think if there's 2 survivors, they would have known. I think Ginny's the only survivor. Paul's dead, and they never found him.
Well, who killed Paul? Because even if the ending wasn't a dream and Jason comes through the window, Ginny should be dead. He jumps and grabs her. Paul's the one that it would be fine. So it doesn't even.
I think Paul died in back in the room. I don't think he came into the shack. I think that's where the dream started.
Okay, so maybe so. So do you expect the paramedics, when she says, "Where's Paul?" Do you think the paramedics say, "Well, sorry, Miss Fields, she's dead"? It's not their job. They wouldn't say shit. They'd load her in the back of the ambulance, and they would say that for the authorities or the a
But
doctor.
the issue I have with my own theory then is then the scene where she's using the child psychology on Jason is all a dream.
Why is that a dream? That happened before Paul got there.
That's true. It did happen before.
And why didn't any of the people come back? Like all those guys. I know Ted was boozing it up left, right, and center.
Yeah,
but there's a
was
bunch of other people that were probably like, I got to get back. I want to go to bed at some point. No one ends up making it back.
You're right. The black guy, the Asian woman, they were there, and they survived. Anyone that says that they didn't survive back in the day in slashers, I'll tell you what.
There's a lot of survivors in this one.
They survived.
Yeah, there are. Kind of a missed opportunity.
Well,
I would have liked to have seen a higher body count.
I would too, but the time we spend with these characters is what it's all about. I love the characters, man. I mean, I love their characters. I love their portrayal. Like, to me, Terry's kind of a bitch. I hate to say it, but she doesn't bother with anybody. She's at a party. She sits and she reads a book. She turns down every advance. I think she has a crush on, what's her name, honestly? Vicky is what it comes down to there. They're always...
I did too. Vicky's great too.
Vicky's...
Although, why does Vicky... All right, Vicky obviously loves Mark,
Boy, does she.
Who's, I mean, it's just so uncomfortable to watch even to this day how much she's in love with him. And she decides her sexiest pair of underwear is this saggy shit brown colored underwear. It's like, are you kidding me? This is your sexiest pair of underwear you got?
Well, they were clean.
They didn't look clean.
They were probably her cleanest pair because, I'm guessing that there was a little thing going on down there because she sprayed it and then she changed her underwear. She was probably wet. She was excited all night long.
Oh, man. Now you're getting me high. Keep talking.
Yeah.
I liked Vicky, man. I really, I did not want Vicky to die. I'll tell you what. This is dyslexic Jason, who uses all his machetes backwards.
Yeah.
He's even holding the knife
upside
down. He's even holding the knife upside down.
I'm going to dispel one of those things that you said. The knife upside down, that is a fact. He does hold that knife upside down and in his left hand, and that's why that is Warrington Gillette. And every other time you see Jason with a weapon, he's holding it as a righty. Therefore, that's Steve Dash. But
I agree with that because Vicky is the actress in the commentary who says Warrington Gillette is my Jason, meaning Warrington Gillette is the Jason who killed her.
Right. So that is the one scene he did beside the jump through a window at the end, which was definitely, which was what
I'm sure he probably shot more stuff, but that was probably the only ones that were used.
Well, I'll tell you what. Ever since part 2, when they show anything in part 3 or they show it in part 4 and in the credits, it always says Steve Dash. So all the future Jason credits all go to him. So there's got to be a reason for it, But as far as the machete goes, everybody says that it's the wrong end, and they're wrong. It's the correct end. It's the same end. He uses that machete twice. One time he kills Mark with it, and when you see the curve is going in that direction towards his head, and the other time he kills Todd.
Yeah. Todd,
okay.
He's
hanging upside down. He kills Todd with it. Okay, using the same end. That machete is the way it's shaped. It has that curve at the top. That is the end you're supposed to use. For whatever reason, people have this misconception that that's backwards, and it's absolutely not.
I've never seen. Then it's almost not a machete. It's almost like a sickle. Then
it's a machete. It's just because it has that little thing at the end. It still is there. People take it and they cut weeds with it and shit. It's not the same machete that cut Jason's mother's head off, and it's not the same machete that Ginny put into Jason later, which, by the way, is the same machete that cut his mother's head off, which I think is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it came off the shrine.
Yeah, it did. I mean, I didn't mind it anyway, because at this point, Jason's a grown man. He's super strong. Using a dull end of a blade either way, I didn't have problems with it. We were talking about it while watching the film. To me, it just always looked like the wrong end, but I don't care. It added to the charm of it, whether or not it was or not it wasn't.
It is. People thought that it was, but it's not, in fact.
So Jason has remained inconspicuous for all these years. The second the cop decides to drive down the avenue, he decides to hop across the road. And so the cop chases him, tracks him down at his little shack that he made.
Which is only about an eighth of a mile into the woods.
Which, I will tell you, in my young mind, way back when, I used to think was the old Camp Crystal Lake. Those were the abandoned cabins in Camp Crystal Lake. I don't know why I thought that. It doesn't make any sense that that's what it would have been, but that's what I thought. Anyway, he finds him. Of course, we get the old hammer to the back of the head, just like we talked about with the security guard in part 2 of Halloween, and I think this is done better. I actually think...
The other side of the hammer, too, the claw part.
Oh, it's just... And it just sticks in there, and
where you think
you
think you'd get the other side. No, he's using it backwards.
So then, anyway, where I'm going with it though is, I guess Jason could drive too, because that cop car is nowhere to be found. He left it in the middle of the road there. He left it on the one way that seems to be able to get in and out of Packawak Lodge. All these guys leave to go to the bar later, and that car is blocking that road, and they're not. Obviously, they never ran into it. So either Jason could drive just like Michael can.
Wow.
Or he got rid of it. No one ever thinks of these things, but that police car.
I thought you're a fan. Now you're trying to ruin the film.
No, it's just a reality of the situation.
That's a big faux pas.
Wow, man, you're right. What happened to the car? Holy shit.
Maybe he ate the car. He eats cars and dogs.
Maybe Pamela taught him how to drive.
He was doing very well last night. Maybe he used the car to help build his shack. It's made of all this random metal and scrap and shit. Maybe that's how he builds the shack.
He could have stripped the car real fast.
Maybe he wanted a better door for his toilet. Because as you can see when he's in the shack, for some strange fucking reason, Jason has a curtain in front of his toilet. So when he takes a shit, he doesn't want anyone looking at him.
Oh, man, I never even thought of that.
He actually has shame. He lives by himself, but he still says, well, taking a shit's taking a shit. I gotta close the curtain.
He's a wild, feral child who grew up eating dogs and eating cop cars.
There's no plumbing there. Why does he even have a toilet?
There's no plumbing in any of these films.
Why can't he just shit in a hole in the ground?
Yeah, well, he wants to do right. He was raised the right way by Pamela. She told him, use the toilet and close the door. And that stuck with him all these years. Although, what is in that fucking toilet? Yeah. What is that white fucking creamy substance that's in that toilet? I don't get it. Right, that's exactly what it looks like. A toilet full of jizz. I don't understand why it's all white inside that toilet bowl. It's always bothered me.
But not the car left in the middle of the road.
He was probably passing Muffin.
But I never thought of it. I never thought of the cop car on the road. The cop car always looked like a Matchbox car to me because the top of it, the sirens are so big. You ever notice how big that siren strip is on top of that car? It's huge. Huge.
I love when the cop finds Sandra and Jeff in the forest where they find dead Muffin. And he grabs him for the scare that you think it's Jason, and they turn around, and he's going, what are you kids doing? And the cop car is right behind him, like, weren't they in the middle of nowhere? And then this cop car is just like, beep, beep. And he's like right there, right in the middle of the forest with them. There's that whole
amazing.
It's. I always thought that was weird.
Well, how about this?
I never thought about that logistically, because they're not in the middle of nowhere. They're just crossing over.
Well, they're talking about how it was a long walk. Or like that.
But I think they were staying along the perimeter, so I would assume it's close to the road.
Hey, if they could jog around twice around the lake in part 4, it can't be that big.
Oh shit! Well, how about the fact that you see them walking over the barbed wire thing, and it says no trespassing.
Yeah.
They are the ones.
They're in the trespassing zone.
Yes, thank you. They're in the trespassing zone.
They're walking over into the.
Yes.
The zone that you are okay in.
Yes. They fuck it up. They put it in there backwards. Yes. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? And why would they not allow anything for 5 years? What could possibly happen? Because 5 years ago, there was a murder spree there, but the killer, for all intents and purposes, was beheaded, and they know this. They're the authorities. There was a murder spree 5 years ago. So simply because 6 people were murdered there one night.
Because they never found the head.
So because they never found the head,
they don't want anyone that somebody's still out there, somebody who took the head.
So nobody go in those woods ever again.
They could have wedged so much dialogue. Again, maybe it's stupid, but when the cop drops them off before they deliver that beautiful joke of no seconds for dessert for Jeff and Sandra. Fucking, I love that line. That line is brilliant comedy, in my opinion. But They could have said, like, you know what, people want to forget, you know, that happened 5 years ago, but we've, you know, there's this been missing. They could have, I guess, built on it a little bit, but maybe that would have been too forced. Who knows? But they didn't. They kept it simple, and this is what we've got. I will say that they amped the nudity up because Terry is nude, like full. Just Zadaboosh.
Nice little pizza slice going.
And then she goes there. But who pulls the trap? Jason? Like, those traps just don't set themselves, right? So when Paul or Todd, what's his name?
Todd.
Scott, actually.
Scott.
I knew it.
His last name is Todd. Russell Todd.
Yeah, Russell
Is
Todd.
Scott.
Russell
Yeah.
Todd. Son of a bitch.
So
That's why.
and that slit neck, I'm going to tell you, that slit neck looks damn good.
Agreed.
You just cuts away too quick.
Yep.
I've always wondered. So Jason's just there going, hee. Watch this. He's going to step in the trap. Whoop. And he pulls it. Because like I said, they don't launch themselves. Especially not the one he stepped in.
Maybe he had it rigged somehow where, like, if you put pressure down in the one spot, it would catapult them.
That's what they always do in cartoons and in other movies, and I've seen it. It's true. What about when Lori did it to Michael and Resurrect him? Did she pull a string or did it just happen?
Oh, who cares? I forgot already.
Come on, that's a great 16 minutes.
That fucking movie. But the thing is, when that does happen to Scott, why does he say, damn that Paul and his wilderness bullshit?
Yeah.
So is he thinking that Paul's on the other end pulling it?
I think
No,
he
he's
just
thinking.
sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say he's thinking that Paul's setting traps. You know, he's talking about the bears keeping stuff, you know, up in the trees. You know,
I get that. But
keep clean during your menstrual cycles.
why would you
it
say
does
that?
have to be pulled.
What woman doesn't keep clean during her menstrual cycle?
I don't know.
That's when they keep the cleanest. What other choice do you have? Unless you're going to fucking... whatever.
Thanks for the reminder.
Vicky didn't. That's why she had to change into her shit-stained underwear.
Oh, man.
Mark's like, Vicky, shut it down. My legs are tingling from that smell.
Hey, he's just happy. He's just happy to be getting his ass some. Are you kidding me? He's like, woo, let's do this shit. Man, because she's all over him from jump. Everything that comes out of her mouth from the first time you see her is her trying to get in his fucking pants. Everything.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Everything.
Tofu?
How does Scott think?
Tofu.
How does Scott think that shooting a slingshot at what Terry's going to win her over? Like that's how you're talking about the archery.
That's for
in part
us.
1.
That's for us.
Yeah, just
I'm stealing her clothes.
Slap off her ass.
I just want to see a pebble bounce off her tush.
Right? And then he steals her clothes when she's swimming.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even do that in a
He
movie.
deserved it.
Yeah, but the thing is, when she gets shot in the ass and she turns around, she kind of has like a smirk on her face, like she actually does think he's kind of.
She's definitely into him, without a
Yeah,
doubt.
and why does she shoot him down the whole movie? And then when she's trying to dance with her at the fucking thing,
She's
blows.
playing hard to get. It's all a game. I totally felt like it was all a game. I felt like if she had lived a little longer, she would have gotten with Russell Scott Todd or whatever the hell his name is.
Well, what I think is like he gets his neck slit. She comes back to get a knife to cut him down. There would be a puddle of fucking blood. The guy would still be fucking draining out. By the time she comes back, nothing. There's nothing.
Yeah.
It's like it's clean as a whistle down below. There's no blood anywhere. He turns. I don't even know if he's covered with blood at that point when he gets turned over.
I don't think he is. I don't think he is.
She would have slipped like Jimmy did in Halloween too.
Oh God, that's ridiculous to Jimmy.
But the he's hanging upside down, gets his neck slit. He's gonna drain out. There's got to be he should have walked up and been like, Scott, I'm gonna cut you down, Scott. Like there should have been a lot more. That could have been a whole suspense build. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on here? Turn him around, and then the reveal of him being totally bloody.
Got cut. It got cut though.
Yeah, I know it got cut, but she walks right up to him and turns him around, and she goes, and then death by electric guitar.
Yeah, I love it.
Before party.
I love it. That's what's great about this film, though. They had those cutaways.
The transitions. Yeah.
Yeah, like the one time when after Mark gets killed, they cut to fucking Jeff and Sandra orgasming. That's fucking great. When I die, I hope somebody orgasms right at the same time.
Oh, it's gonna happen. It'll be me.
You can yeah.
Nice.
Bastard! I can call
Stole
him
my
bastard.
line. Son of a bitch, stole my line.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to come when I die. That's okay. I'm glad. I'm glad I can bring joy in my death. That's okay. I'm satisfied now.
It's got to be that. It must be one of the best because we see it. So Mark's death in this is probably the stand-out kill because it's so fucking brutal. The guy's in a goddamn wheelchair.
He
Something
can't
else.
feel his legs, and now he can't feel his face.
And how about the noise it makes? For no reason, it echoes. He gets the machete to the head and he goes, "Hoo, hoo."
Yeah. I've always wondered. I always wondered that too.
Why did he do that?
Would have been better if he wore glasses and he said, "Just broke my glasses." While he's sliding down.
That would have been great if he would, and then the glasses just slipped down the. Funny and great. You just broke my glasses.
I'll tell you what. I wouldn't want to be the stuntman who did.
Was
Steve
that a dummy or was that an actual stuntman that went down?
It was
the
a
stairs?
dummy named Warrington Gillette.
It was a stuntman who did that. I don't know if it was Dash though.
I don't know who it was. Might have been the Prowler, for all I know. I'm not sure who it was because there's a guy credited in this movie called the Prowler. By the way,
That's Steve Dashowitz.
No, it doesn't say Steve Dash. No, look at the credits. No, it's some other person. And guess who it is? It's the person that actually shows up in the beginning and kills Alice. That is who is credited as the Prowler. So let's cast more doubt. Maybe it was a copycat killer and it wasn't Jason at all doing that. He just happened to be dressed just like Jason. But it's credited as the Prowler. Because the first time we see Jason, the legs are played by a female.
So where did he borrowed Mom's head from Jason?
Jerry Wallace is the Prowler.
Jerry Wallace
Steve
is the Prowler.
Dashowitz is Jason's stunt double.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, so maybe he did the chair scene. I just don't understand how the Prowler would borrow the head of
That's
Mrs.
true.
Voorhees and
Well,
then return
it didn't look like Mrs. Voorhees' head. Like I was saying, maybe it's a random head.
Yeah, I said it looked too decomposed
There
for
you
only
go.
2 months later.
I love
You
Random Head.
Random head.
Do you believe that Sean Cunningham never saw Bay of Blood?
No. He talks about being influenced by Mario Bava films, yet he didn't see Bay of Blood?
I think not, because he didn't even call it Bay of Blood. He
He
said
called it Twitch of the Death Nerve.
yes.
And they kept
So-
saying it like it's an unheard of title, like Twitch
Right.
of the Death Nerve.
You know what? I believe that the people that did part one, obviously, Cunningham included, I honestly believe that they did not have knowledge of these films because it isn't like nowadays. This is 1979. There were no video stores yet. They weren't out renting giallos. I honestly think that they were not aware. You got to remember, this is 1979. If they didn't go to a Cineplex and fucking see it on 35 millimeter, they didn't see the movie. So it isn't like now. where we
You
have-
are right. It's not like they had video access. Like we do
Somebody
now.
on that crew, though, had
No,
to have known.
the guys from Boston, because they were the ones feeding the ideas for the kills.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
they were the ones that were
producers
telling
were-
Ron,
Yeah.
you got to put this in, you got to put this in, you got to put this in. So obviously, and they had a theater chain, so they probably had.
the Scolari brothers.
Yeah.
Tried him for murder! Gave him the chair!
Why? So I hear you, Dave. You're right, but I still, it's got to be the Boston connection for sure.
The Boston Brent.
Why does Vicky look for Mark upstairs? I know she doesn't really
doesn't.
look for Mark. I know, but she's like, Mark. Sandra?
She doesn't say Mark. When she
Sandra?
gets,
No, she says Sandra. But it was such a bad transition.
I know. But
Look, Mark
she asked for
could have gotten out of his chair and just handstand his way up. He's very strong.
Yeah, he's like Andy from fucking the final chapter. The thing is, I think she was looking for Mark downstairs.
You mean part three.
Huh?
I mean, part 3.
Pardon me, part 3. And then up the stairs she went, and then she started asking for Sandra. So she didn't have the presence. I mean, she had the presence of mind not to ask for Mark upstairs.
Maybe there was an elevator in the house.
Maybe it was a dumbwaiter, and you fucking like,
Dumb waiter.
like in the
Yeah,
Halloween.
Warrington Gillette.
How about Warrington Gillette? He tried to get the part.
Yeah.
I honestly believe this is what happened. He went in because he said that he went in and he tried to get the part for Paul, and didn't happen. So then they offered him Jason. Now the working title of this movie was Jason, and his agent said, "Yeah, check us out." I honestly think that he took the role because he thought he was going to be the lead because the movie was going to be called Jason, and he was going to play Jason. That's why I thought he got in the movie. And then when he got in there and found out all this other shit that they wanted him to do, and he wasn't going to be seen by his face except with makeup on it, that's why I think he started freaking sandbagging and got himself out of a job.
But do you think anything had to do with him not being able to do these stunts well enough? Because
Yes.
he was young at the time, so...
It had a lot to do with it. But I
Yeah.
mean, But then I just think he was like, come on, you wouldn't learn to fucking do the stunts. He went to the stunt. I guess he took classes. He did something.
Yeah, but he clearly wasn't as well seasoned as somebody as Steve Dash at the time.
Yeah, I don't know.
I want to know why. I swear I remember him talking about that he got hit with the machete. I know I've told this before. I can't find the reference. It's going to be like a paper plate, steel plate reference.
I feel like that was on the wasn't that on the documentary?
Steve Dash got hit with the machete.
Steve Dash did, but I swear I remember reading or seeing something with Warrington Gillette talking about him getting hit with it, and like because there is that scene where Sandra is getting stalked by like the killer, and the knife is in the foreground, and the thumb is all bruised up. But that's not Steve Dashowitz, right? Because
yeah, I think it is.
Okay, well there you go. Because he said it was his middle finger.
It was his middle finger.
That was Steve Dash's middle finger. He got 13 stitches in his middle finger. But Gillette, I believe, I want to say he's left-handed because he's holding the knife in his left hand.
And he got a bruised thumb because he's a terrible stuntman.
Or something happened. But I swear he was the one that said the machete hit him.
He probably got his thumb stuck in the spoke of Mark's wheelchair when he was sliding down backwards.
All I know is that I can't find the source. I've tried looking for it to kind of back my
Hey, I was quick to jump
on
board with you because I feel like I've heard that before, but I might have heard you say that you think you've heard that before.
I did. I have said it in the past. But I know that he did get a lot of heat because he was saying, like, I'm Jason, I'm Jason, I'm Jason. And then Steve Dash was starting to show up. And it's on you can find it if you Google it and just search for a little bit more than like 5 minutes. You'll find the whole transcript of some back and forth arguments with him and Friday's site or fan site, saying that you're pretty much a phony and you've been saying all these years it's been you, it was you, and really you just did like 2 scenes in the movie.
You just got 2 scenes in the movie.
Who
knows how many scenes he did?
I don't know. They even asked him on a panel once. They had Jason listen. They said, "What's your favorite kill of the franchise?" And you know what his answer was? He goes, "Jason crashing through the glass and killing Ginny." Yeah. He didn't even kill her, so he has no knowledge of any other kill in the series. So that just goes to show you.
He was doing something. I don't know if it was on his name as Jason. There seemed to be some momentum. He was trying to use his newfound fame from the cult status of Friday the 13th to try to get something new going. He was trying to take advantage of the situation and get some funding for a new slasher film starring Warrington Gillette. You know,
it would have been better if it starred Warrington Gillette and Penn Gillette.
Yeah, didn't Penn Gillette just make a horror movie?
He did just make a horror movie.
Warrington Gillette and Remington Steele.
Nice. Oh, at least she's not as bad as fucking Ari Lehman, first Jason himself. Oh, they talk about fucking making a lifetime out of freaking 6 seconds in a film when he did nothing.
Yeah, he was in one of Cunningham's earlier movies.
Oh, yeah, he was.
He doesn't go around calling himself First Orphan.
Right. First Manny.
Yeah,
first Manny.
Manny's Orphans. And yeah, that doesn't never get brought up. First Jason.
Hey, you know what? If it was me, if it was any one of us, we would be cashing in on it. But
absolutely. I'm cashing in on it. I haven't even been part of it. That's like Noel Cunningham. It's like my mom is the reason I'm not first Jason.
Oh, he fucking hates her.
I would have been pissed. I'm like, my dad's the fucking director. What are you, Mom? What the fuck? I would be pissed. I'm pissed now. It's not even me.
Right?
Vicky screams beautifully. Her pulling the sheets back and Jason popping up is a fantastic reveal because that's where I know we've seen him, run through the woods and and whatever else, but this was like boom, you saw him in full focus.
So scary.
Done.
Dude,
his pillowcase seems to change in between shots there.
Yeah,
the eye hole keeps switching.
It's like a young Frankenstein.
At one point, it's a Cyclops. It's in the middle, and he can't see it all.
How about they take the time to show the fucking stalking scene, and they put the sack on his head, and it's just his shadow. That amazing scene after they have that, when they all roll up the flag and they go inside and they're getting ready just to be like everyone else is going out in the town. See you later. That whole thing. Then they come in and they roll up the flag and Mark goes in last, Scooter, because they kept calling him Scooter, which is
Crazy Ralph is dead at this point, right? So we know it's not Crazy Ralph.
Yeah, Crazy Ralph was killed early.
Yeah,
And they go in, and as soon as that happens, you get that creepy moment. You see the shadow of Jason walking, and you can tell that there's a fucking sack on his head.
You can also tell it's a different actor because it just seems so slow. I don't know. I've always made a joke about this. I know what you're saying, Dave, and I do like the scene, but it just feels like there's like inconsistencies because he's always running and he's always
but the difference is this. He's fucking getting ready to go inside. He can't be running around fucking the campsite where they are. He's got to be stealth, and he's being stealth. He's got to be stealth,
but I think it was the body position. I think he should have been like more. I don't know. There's something just about his. Because he's very straight. And again, it's just inconsistency of using different people being the killer. They weren't putting much emphasis on it. That's all I'm getting at. But I do like it because again, here we are talking about a slasher film, but they're still using shadows. They're still trying to be a little artsy with the way they do things, even after having a fully nude woman in the movie.
But they're doing things. They have daytime POV. They have him stalking. There's so much going on here. And then people want to talk about jump scares like they're a bad thing. Anytime someone says something to me about jump scares, I'll tell them that there's like 8 jump scares in the fucking from the hour and 5 minute on till fucking the last like 20-25 minutes of this film. There's 8 jump scares and all of them work. And maybe they don't make you jump, but some of them will and some of them won't, but they're all earned. They're not cheap and they're done right. And I love that about this film, that they have these jump scares. And I'll tell you what, I don't think any other film in this franchise even does that. This movie to me is set apart. That's why I have it on to me, it's the benchmark of the series. They do things in here. They make Jason scary and stealth and they make him do things that we never see again. And the jump scares are great.
He is scary, no question.
Yes,
he's scary, and I love this film as well.
It's that
There's
sack.
Some great set pieces. There's no downtime. They ramped it up, and Ginny is my final girl, so it's kind of weird. Although my ratings are very similar, that I still put Friday the 13th a little higher and more on a pedestal than this. Although they're both on a pedestal, my first and second slasher film.
I find this Jason just to be a little bit too goofy when it comes to his fighting skills.
Yeah, but he's human. That's what's good about it. It's
no, I know, but it's I don't know. It just comes off a little goofy, and especially the scene where he's attacking Ginny at the car, and she kicks open the door.
And he falls.
Do you see how he? It's almost like, you know how like a swimmer jumps off the blocks when they're in the pool when they kick off. It's almost like he kicked off the. It's almost like he kicked off the car and went flying. It was absolutely hilarious.
I think he did though. I think that she has high ground, and that's a ditch. That's what I think. He falls into something because it looks that way.
It's such a good scene too, like the whole with the pitchfork in and him putting his hand down. I always get freaked out by that. It's scary. And then they went up it like, or I think that before that scene, it's like her with the door and then trying to get to the window, and
that's the greatest.
Smashes through the window. He smashes through the window, and then the doorknob starts to turn, and there's just so much good shit in this final chase scene. Not to mention the whole scene where she hides under the bed and Jason tries to outwit her by standing on the chair. Because you're right, he doesn't do that in other movies.
No.
Yeah, but then the chair crumbles and he falls like an idiot. Like, don't have that.
Why don't have it?
Because he's so stealthy and so smart, and then all of a sudden he's goofy and he's like, it's the sack getting in the way.
Yeah, but that could happen to anybody. You stand on top of the thing, and then it's a good thing for her to get a leg up somehow. I mean, they just showed him do something really smart by turning around, and I guess he either smelled the pee or he heard the pee, or I don't know what the fuck he did. But see, that was cool because he thought that she was safe. He
saw the rat. The rat came out from under the bed and then took a shit. He's like, I just took a massive piss under there, and now I'm coming out here to take a dump.
Here's the answer: Ginny peed, but the rat shit. Okay.
You know what? I still can't decide if it's Ginny or the rat, or
it's definitely Ginny. It's definitely Ginny.
Ginny peed.
It even says in the fucking what do you call it? The report, the script dailies, that it says Jason's. It's a Jason POV, Ginny urine.
Yeah, but you guess what? This book, The Making Friday the 13th, The Legend of Camp Blood, again, David Grove. I brought this out on TJF 13.
You dating this guy?
I'm dating him. David Grove, love you, man. No, but when I brought this up because we had this argument about people arguing whether it was the rat or whether it was Ginny. The reality is, in this book, I think Steve Miner says it was a misdirection and he meant for the rat to pee.
I think so too.
But it's just too much piss.
I think they overshot the amount of piss. I think it was meant to be the rat, but it overshot it.
It makes way more sense that it's her, though. She gets freaked out from a rat being right in front of her fucking face. She pisses her pants.
But she doesn't get freaked out from a serial killer killing all of her friends.
Well, that's why she's pissing her pants.
Well, that's everything all combined, and that just added to it even more.
It's fine either way. I'm just suggesting here.
And check it out. She probably got afraid that the rat was going to lead Jason to her. You know what I mean? Like, if he came in and went towards her, the Jason was going to see, what's
Jason, she's down here. You dirty rat.
It was just the rat just might draw more attention to her. Because if you're hiding someplace and then you see something coming towards you, the first thing you think is, you know what I mean? Well, if this one sees me, then someone else is going to see me. I don't know. That's how I look at it. But it says in the fucking script, POV Jason of Ginny urine. That's what it says. How can you dispute that? They came right from the fucking set of the film.
Maybe the rat's name is Ginny. Ginny the rat or Ginny the camp counselor?
Ginny the rat. Ginny and Muffin.
Oh, man.
Well, I'll
gotta
tell you what.
find that thing now.
Everything that happens in Ginny's bedroom or Ginny's cabin, it's like going into a different fucking realm. Everything's so weird in that room. Just like Beware of Bears. Even that whole situation. She comes in there, or he comes in there and scares her.
I found it. I'm sorry. Ginny ended up hiding under a bunk in a cabin where a mysterious puddle of fluid would magically appear on the floor. What exactly was that? Did Ginny get so scared that she lost control of her bodily functions and literally relieved herself right on the floor? Actually, it turns out that it was a rat lurking in the cabin that provided the waterworks. Not Steele's character Ginny. Quote, "No, she didn't pee her pants," recalls Miner with a laugh. "That scene got people confused. We just wanted to show that Jason knew where she was, and so the piss on the floor from the rat kind of gave her away."
You disgusting fucking
Right
rat.
from making Friday the 13th, The Legend of Camp Blood. That is the quote from this book, but I know what they showed in that movie too. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's crazy, but that's the director. So
somebody get this rat on the phone.
So there you go. Sorry for cutting you off, but I found the paragraph. I knew I had read it before, and I just wanted to reiterate it there because, guys, look, I wholeheartedly agree. Steve Miner's wrong. He has to be. It just, even if he says it, I don't care. It's the rat scares her, she pees, that gives her away. That's what makes the scene great. The rat pissing makes the scene not great.
True. Yeah, I don't.
Maybe the rat was scared that Ginny was in his spot. Like, that's my spot. Oh, you scared me. I'm gonna piss myself.
Oh, it's so stupid anyway.
I don't mind it either way. It's just one of those things that's always just. It's probably more of a topic of discussion than the whole "what's a dream, what isn't."
I don't get it. You've got one source material that is supposedly a quote telling you one thing, and then you've got another source saying it's the other. I mean, so there's even confusion within the sources that they're using. But you're right. Wherever they got the daily takes, we're saying point of view of P or whatever.
Yeah.
Ginny P or whatever.
Yeah, Ginny's urine. That's fucked up. I don't know. Hi, here's a question for you. How come at the end of the campfire speech, when Ted comes out and scares everybody away, why the fuck does Mark start wheeling away in his wheelchair? Does he actually think he's gonna fucking outrace somebody?
I never even I don't know. Yeah, because no one helps him. That's the other thing. They're all running for the fucking hills.
Yeah, not even Vicky. She wants his dick. Well, okay.
Oh, that's why Vicky had to change her underwear. She pissed herself then.
And so I guess Jason didn't fancy that mask, eh? Shelley brings him a hockey mask. I'll take it. This guy brings another mask. Nope, not good enough. I'm sticking with the pillow sack.
It's probably too small for his head. That's all I can say.
It was.
The sack is better, and the sack is scarier.
The sack
and
is
I'll
scary.
Say it. Dude, yes, because you know something fucked up. If someone's walking around wearing a sack, you know there's some fucked up thing beneath that sack. It's a fucking scary disfigurement. Any asshole can wear a hockey mask. especially in 1982, right?
Any asshole can wear a sack for that, man.
Yeah.
Who are
It's
you
just
serious?
a pillowcase.
If you see somebody walking around with a sack on, if you go to the grocery store and someone's walking around with a sack on their head, you're gonna think the worst. You could see any asshole with a hockey mask and not think too much of it.
I think I'd be scared either way if I was.
Yeah,
in the grocery store.
I'd be shitting myself. I'd be pissing myself like the rat either way.
Yeah, but hockey, it's a fucking sport. So what's the difference between a hockey mask and a football helmet? Nothing.
It would have been better if he was wearing a football helmet underneath the sack.
Or on top of the sack. You know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Who wears a sack on their head? That's fucking scary. If you see it, oh god, that's fucking horrible.
I do love it for the scene where he's hiding behind the couch. That's a terrifying scene.
The couch? You mean when he sits up in the bed?
No, when Ginny says there's someone in the room and he's like lurking in the corner behind the couch or wherever it is over there. I don't know. That's terrifying because it seems so claustrophobic. But
can you see that? That's Alice.
It's a skeleton.
Yeah, I was trying to show you the picture of Alice with the.
Okay. I was wrong then. I just you know what? I don't think I ever noticed.
Well, I mean, she doesn't want it noticed because she wants to come back for another movie. She says that's a dream sequence too. Everything's a fucking dream sequence in these films.
Yeah,
well, they are.
Within a dream.
And you know the thing with the sack, I'll tell you what's fucking scary as fuck. When she gets to Jason's shack and she first gets in there, and you see in the distance, and it keeps getting more clearer with each media. VHS was one, then DVD, and now on Blu-ray. You can see him coming further back and further back with the clarity now. It's the scariest fucking thing because she's not aware of it, but we are. You know,
it's running up, and then she does hear him and she screams.
Right,
that's what you like. It's a great sequence.
Fucking gets me every time. So scary. It's like when Michael sits up in Halloween '78 and turns his head because Laurie's not aware of it happening. It's the same type of thing, and we are as the audience. Oh, that's fucking so scary.
And
just imagine
Palmer coming back. I mean,
brilliant.
Yeah,
no, that's
a tie-in.
If she doesn't come back for that final scene with Ginny, which Ginny sets herself up this entire film like Laurie does in Halloween '78, because she keeps looking around and seeing things and hearing things and talking about Jason and talking about him when they go out, you know, at the bar, that whole speech. And then earlier, I think she gets mad when Paul does the campfire tale because of the thing at the end, because they're making light of Jason. I think she has like a sentimental thing for him. You know, to her, he's an innocent victim of something terrible that's happened, and everyone's making light of it. And then she has that, and then she has the speech at the bar when she talks about, you know, him crying for her resurrection, and that's all he ever knew was her, and all he ever did was love his mother, and vice versa. You know what he's going through, and then at the end, having that confrontation. I mean, holy shit.
Yeah, I would have said to Ginny, you know, just lighten up. Take another fucking shot or something.
She's a good soul, man. She fell for him.
I mean, they tried to give us a bigger finish.
That's why she let him kill Paul. She was in love with Jason. Her, Jason, and the rat went away together after that.
And then she gets tormented by the poor bastard, and she knows who it is. That's what the fuck. Could you imagine how scary that would be when she's in that shack trying to do her thing, and just in that 20 seconds when she puts on the sweater and does it? Well, this is my only chance. I got to do this. That's fucking very scary to me. Everything with that, like I said, as soon as he sits up in the bed and kills what's her name and kills Vicky, everything from then on is like epic. Just and that final chase and how many jumps we are and. You know, just the subtlety of it when the raindrop hits that leaf, and then then it goes on the pan, and then they're running, and they go to the moon, and then they come back to show the passage of time.
Do you think? I love the fact that the machete's rusty. Like I think you brought it up, Dave, or whatever, because we're assuming that's the machete that chopped off Mom's head.
Right,
it's all rusty now there.
Yeah.
Do you think they already knew that they were going to do another one? Because why wouldn't they have had her chop his head off? Right. I guess they wanted to do that scare because really, I know she digs it right down into his like shoulder and right down pretty much into his chest and heart, but it seems kind of weird. Like, why wouldn't they have done a decapitation or have it go into his head or whatever? I've always wondered that. I always wondered if they already figured, let's see how this does because we'll just keep cranking these out. If they were already,
I think they definitely knew another one's coming.
And they had to do a dream sequence because the first one was famous because of a dream sequence. Yeah. So they had to try to replicate, to do that again with this one and do another great, Jason jumping through the window, which was possibly a dream sequence. They just had to do something again, an exclamation point at the end of it. And so that's why I think they had no choice, but they probably assumed it was going to be successful.
And I know you're saying that there's a passage of time from them running, they're showing the moon and everything like that. But when the Paul carries her out, it literally looks like they go do around the little puddle on the ground. But they're back at camp. Like it literally looks like it's 200 feet away. The secret shack. Of
I know
Jason's.
it does. I know, but we know it's not because we saw how long it took them to go to before. When the cop was chasing and how far away it is from Ginny's. But I mean, what can they do? We don't want to watch them carry her for 5 minutes, do we? It was just one of those. But they had nowhere else to cut to. So what could they do? There was nothing else going on in the film at that time.
Maybe when they.
But how about Betsy? That scene does not work. Even though everything with Ginny, how great she is, that scene doesn't work anywhere near as good without Betsy Palmer coming back. Thank goodness she came back to do that, because that's poetic. That sums up that entire fucking scene with her doing it and Jason seeing it as Pamela saying it to him, and that fucking scary music, that spacey type music, that that shit they do. I can't do it, but man,
well, it's almost perfect.
They kept adding, they just kept adding to the soundtrack each film. That's like you can listen to excerpts of the soundtrack, little pieces. Granted, a lot of it does not sound the same, but you can isolate certain parts and play them and know by the part which film it comes from. And they do a lot of that in this film. Oh man,
true,
so good, so good.
I like that Lick the Muffin ending. I still do think, yes, it's a tease with Muffin coming back. But that's the trick. Instead of the calm, nice music, you get Muffin, and then cue the nice music to throw you off. I think maybe they like Muffin. Oh, come Muffin. I think they just hold on it a little too long if they just shorten it a little bit. And I'm looking at it from a retrospective point of view, because I jumped out of my fucking pants. And every time I show this to somebody, they fly out of their seat too. It's still a great scare. I don't know. Like I said, I kind of put it on par with Jason popping out of the lake. I still prefer Jason pop out of the lake more.
I prefer Muffin popping out of the lake.
Well, it has to be a dream sequence, because how else could Muffin have opened the outside door?
Well, Paul opens the door.
Yeah.
No. First, they're both inside the house. They're both inside her cabin, right? And they hear a noise. And they're sitting back. Now, there's two doors. There's the outer door, like a storm door, and then there's the second door. You know what I'm talking about? There's a screen door, and then after you pull the screen door out, there's a more solid, like, wooden door.
Yeah.
So Muffin is inside the screen door.
Those screen doors are flimsy. It probably flew open.
That's proof right there to me that that's a dream sequence.
Well, it's definitely a dream, because we see Muffin dead very early on in the film, and it's clearly Muffin all mangled. It's a mangled Muffin.
What do you think of Jason's face in this?
It's great. The most realistic. It's what you would expect somebody wearing a sack to look like.
I don't know why I find it so funny that you just assume everybody that wears a sack is so horribly disfigured.
Why else would you wear a sack?
I don't know. But
what do you mean? For fun?
Yeah, for shits and
giggles.
You
have to be a mongoloid ginger in order to wear a sack.
Well, yeah, especially with one eyeball.
I do like his look. I do like his look in this. And one side of his face looks all like hard-boiled eggy, and then the other half looks really cool. Does it look like when the ambulance is taken off and the door is sort of half swinging, that someone is just off camera pushing the door in so that the guy can grab it and shut the door? I don't know. I've always thought that too. Right when Ginny's being loaded in, and they're driving off before he even has a chance to shut the door.
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like they're driving off, and the door's not even shut, so it looks like someone, like a PA just off camera, went, and trying to get the door. So the guy kind of grabs it on one of the swing-ins and shuts it. I don't know why they couldn't shut it first.
Yeah, you're right. That is kind of weird. They were a little bit careless.
But I am so glad they didn't do the open eye smile at the end.
Ooh, yeah, nobody wants to see that. Ugh. Yeah, whoever made the decision to not, because they even had an actress there. They paid her. So there was an actress there inside a mask of her own in the head. They had her ready to go. Thank goodness. Oh man,
it looked bad.
That would have been just dreadful. Just dreadful. I want to get you know how Ginny's sitting there with the top of a pitchfork, just the top, it's broken off.
Yeah.
I want that as a weapon. I want to buy a pitchfork and break that and just put that thing in my trunk. And somebody fucks with me, pick it out real quick. Right? What a great weapon that no one.
Is this the one where Paul just uses the handle of a shovel?
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul has the handle.
Another great weapon.
True. Yeah, there you go. You can break. That is a great weapon because of the handle. Think about think about what the velocity of your swing to have that in your hand and that big piece of wood there. You just go.
I think there's a reason Paul was never heard from again, because he had the handle of a shotgun, of a shovel.
It was the pitchfork. The pitchfork broke. I'm gonna buy a pitchfork. I'm gonna break it in half and have both one in each vehicle. Yeah, man.
I just want to add one other thing. Again, Harry Manfredini's music, almost the same cues as part one. Expands on a little bit, like you said, with that little music for the whole psychology scene with Ginny and Jason in the shack. All good stuff. The acting, I think, is better in this than the first one.
Oh.
And possibly the best in the whole series.
Possibly.
That's it. That's all I wanted to add. 10 out of 10. Hasn't changed.
Boom. Absolutely 10 out of 10. I fucking love this movie. There's really nothing negative I could say about it. I love the characters. Something about it, man. I could just put it on anytime, and it's a comfort film, more so than almost any other film for me. It's a real special movie to me. 10 out of 10. I love it.
9 out of 10 for me.
Not bad.
We got two Hall of Famers. Did we even mention that?
Yeah.
No, we have not.
Wow.
No, we do.
Yeah. As expected.
Excuse you. I love it. I'm glad it's in the Hall of Fame as well. I couldn't remember Brandon's review. I didn't go back to the 50s show. I wanted to kind of be surprised again. And we always say we base it on our last view.
I think I came up from it. I think I might have been at an 8.5 when I did it. Maybe even an 8.
Wow. Well, what a great part 2. That's all I could say. They could have fallen on their ass here, and fucking that could have been the end of the series. And no, not at all. Now, what's going to happen with part 3 is the question.
One last little bit of information. I actually grew to like this one. This was actually one of my lesser of the series when I was growing up. I liked 1, 4, 6, 5, then kind of 2. And then 2 just started growing on me. And I'm like, what was I think it was because of the gore being cut.
Yeah.
And I think I was such a gore hound that I was searching for that. However, that machete to the head is still just mwah. That's enough of an aside, because we're going to be talking forever here.
Indeed. Well, will there be another Hall of Famer? I don't know. Let's continue on.
All right. Let's do Friday the 13th Part 3, also directed by Steve Miner. Having revived from his wounds, Jason Voorhees takes refuge at a cabin near Crystal Lake. As a group of co-eds arrive for their vacation, Jason continues his killing spree.
Okay, so this movie is a little bit different than 1 and 2. I'll say this, though. There's a lot of things that happen in 1 that they do in here. I think that Part 3 takes a lot of stuff from Part 1, and I actually think that Part 4 takes a lot of stuff from Part 2. And we'll get more to that when we get to final chapter. But I think they do a lot of stuff here because they did plan on making this the last one.
Yeah.
And
right? The big finale, right?
Right. So they tried to do a lot like Part 1. I mean, they changed it. Obviously, it's not Crystal Lake anymore. It's not very green. They filmed it in California. But I still think they did a pretty good job, even with that small pond. That's
a very small pond, very shallow pond.
Oh, yeah, that too.
It doesn't really hurt it for me because they're not hanging out by it. Like in Part 1 and 2, they do hang out by the lake a little bit. I mean, you see what's her name? You see Terry swimming it in Part 2, and you see them hanging out when Ted's telling his jokes in the minute or two by the beach. But I mean,
it seems so much more massive in Part 2.
Yes, of course it did. But again, this is not supposed to be Crystal Lake. Part 2 was not supposed to be Crystal Lake, and neither is this.
This is.
Well, yeah, no, I always took it as it is. It's just Higgins Haven, which is a cottage on Crystal Lake. And if that's not the case, that's how I always took it. And it's the worst Crystal Lake out of the series. Part 7 is a close second. It is a man-made pond. Higgins Haven itself is great, but the water.
Maybe it's adjacent. Maybe it's another little lake nearby.
Yeah, it is adjacent. You're right.
Adjacent or adjacent?
It's adjacent to adjacent. Yeah.
This opening credit sequence with the music is a little jarring to me. This disco Jason.
Yeah, but it fits the motif of 3D. It's fun.
It fits the motif of 3D, but I felt like they were going to start singing Weird Science with that music playing. It felt very Weird Science, you know.
Brandon, I hated this disco soundtrack for all my youth. I only started liking it maybe like within the last 10 years, more so. I used to make fun of it a lot more. I actually dig it now. And I've said it before. I do have that. I've never seen it in the theater in 3D. But I do have a version now that was close to Blu-ray as you can get. I say it's in between DVD and Blu-ray quality that some fan made, and it looks great. And it does up the enjoyment level for sure. I heard recently Jerry Herring from another show, Kill the Cast, talk about they're doing their little
the verses
Coliseum,
the Coliseum.
Friday 3 versus Nightmare 3, and they were talking about how boring this is and how he saw it in 3D and he didn't think it was all that great. And it's a gimmick movie, and it's a shitload of fun, and the 3D adds a lot, because when you watch the 3D and 2D, that's where you're just like, what the fuck's going on here? So
I can even appreciate it in 2D, watching it in 2D. I see it, and it's like, oh, that's goofy, but I'm like, that would be awesome in 3D. Even the way, just from the opening, like, why the hell is that kid holding the baseball bat the way he is? Like, it's probably supposed to be popping out. He looks like, I don't know, he looks like special ed holding it like that. It's like, who all they teach how to hold a baseball bat?
Well, it already doesn't look like the other two movies because of the change of location. So right away, you could tell something's a bit different, but another group of likable kids.
Yeah.
The acting's a little
like
bit...
this group.
Yeah.
I like this group.
I like the girls.
The acting's a little sketchy, too.
Yeah, it's okay. It doesn't bother me. I never go into the Friday films worried about the acting, but, definitely not the strongest acting, but I don't know, a very likable group of characters for me.
I'm fine. I just don't like Shelley, and I don't like Rick very much.
I don't like Rick very much. Shelley, you know what? I don't hate Shelley. I like Shelley. It makes sense for the character. They're clearly, he's Andy's roommate, so he doesn't really fit in with this group, but they kind of like take him under their wing, and they do like him and they do care about him, but he's just so self-conscious about himself that he does these stunts just to kind of poke fun at himself. It's kind of childish, but they're supposed to be children.
I don't think it makes sense. I think it's poor writing of a character. People that put themselves down all the time like he doesn't have to do. It's usually one or the other. Like someone that is trying to overcompensate for their insecurities doesn't really let their insecurities be known. If they're trying to be like a class clown or a joker or put pranks on people, those people tend not to also share their insecurities. He does both, and it's too contradictory. If you think about people in your lifetime that you've known that have been that way, it's one or the other, but not both. It doesn't fit in that he would always put himself down. I don't like it. He tries too hard, and the character doesn't work for me because of that. And I don't want to get into 10 minutes of fucking discussing Shelley.
Yeah, no, I think that's the whole point of the character. I buy into it. I could see both.
It's way too fake for me. It is. It's too fake of a character. People aren't like that. It's one or the other, but it's not both. You don't consistently put yourself down. Yeah, sorry. You don't do that. People that are trying to get attention from girls don't put themselves down. They may have an awkward way to make themselves be noticed because they pull pranks and because they do shit, but they don't do both. It just... I'm telling you.
Well, I feel like he's bringing it up especially just to justify why he does it, because they get mad at him. He's like, well, I do it because, I'm not attractive or whatever. And it's just, I buy it. I
buy later on when he's being challenged. But when they go to Vera's house the first time and they go, where's my date? He holds up he goes, it's me, sorry. And he's fucking mopey. He wouldn't do that. If he's trying to charm somebody, he would try to charm her, and then if she rejects him later, he would say, I do it because...
See, I would say the exact same thing, but without the mask. If I went up there and it was Vera, I'd be like, yeah, I'm your date. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you would have said it, I think you would have done it with a comedic...
Oh, definitely. But I would have
He's doing it like, woe is me.
Yeah, like a sourpuss.
And I take it back. They're actually not very likable characters. Like 3 characters that are okay in this, and the rest are not likable. And that's the problem with this one, because you get Harold and Edna.
Yep.
And she is, right out of the gate, you want her dead.
I gotta be honest, I was watching this with a buddy of mine, Edna's kind of attractive. Don't you feel like she would
Yes.
clean up really well, right? Like she's
Dude.
like
Yes.
Harold's punching way above his weight, especially considering the guy doesn't even wipe his own ass after he takes a shit.
No one does. It's a Friday the 13th movie.
Oh,
You'll learn
it's
here,
disgusting.
nobody ever wipes their ass.
And I'm never
He's
shopping
right.
at his convenience store, drinking the orange juice that's not even refrigerated. He's eating. I love that scene. I actually like Harold and
This-
Edna.
The whole sequence works way better in 3D because they do try to set up a mood here. And I always thought it was like so dreadfully long. And I'm not saying it doesn't work in 2D, but when you get the depth of the sheets floating in the
Yeah.
wind and
Yeah.
everything else, it really does add a lot. I gotta tell you, it is still a slow build. And I still always scratch my head. I guess the guys in Boston must have said, hey, Steve, we need Jason to be bigger. Because overnight, he's steroid Jason and bald. And now he doesn't have any shame, so he's not wearing the sack.
What happened was he wore the sack, it suffocated his follicles, and his remaining red hair fell out.
Overnight. They should have at least carried the motif of the sack, if not throughout the movie, for that dumb flashback, just to give it some connection to part 2, or the fact that he was wearing a sack the day before.
It makes no sense.
There's a lot of continuity errors in this one, obviously.
Yes, that's the issue. The issue, and why change his clothes? That's what you want to address. Well, we want to put him in new clothes, so let's explain how he got the new clothes. Let's not explain why he fucking got so big and bald. Let's explain why he's gonna wear new clothes. Well, let's show him go to fucking Edna. I mean, what the fuck's his name?
Harold.
Let's show him go to Harold and Edna's place to show how he got fucking Harold's clothes off the clothes.
And Harold's not that big, so there's no. And Richard Brooker was what, like 6'3", 6'4"?
Well, I'll tell you this. Harold is not that big, but the clothes don't fit him very well either. The sleeves don't go all the way down. They actually pay a little attention to the attire.
Okay.
I'll give them that. Yeah. Look at the sleeves. There is one thing they do, but why make a presentation of explaining his clothes, but nothing else? He should have kept the sack. And why would he change his clothes? Well, this one got dirty because of blood from a machete. Don't mind me. Why would he care? You know what I mean? Why would he change his clothes? It's just, I don't know. It's unfortunate.
Does it bother you more because you don't enjoy the look of him in this one, or does it bother you more just because of the lack of continuity from part 2?
Just because of the lack of continuity. I do enjoy his look. I mean, if they're going to change him, fine, make him be big and then, bald and then put on the hockey mask later.
Especially his scene towards the end, not to jump, I am going to jump all the way there, but just him looking out the window. The dream sequence is...
Well, that's one of the scariest scenes in the movie.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's one of the scariest scenes probably in the franchise, because that's a terrifying looking Jason with the blood, and he's just, I don't know, he looks goofy and terrifying at the same time.
Absolutely.
That was my introduction.
100% agree. That is terrifying Jason. Probably one of the scariest he is in the series. You're right. I've never understood the continuity because of it being the same director. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like they just must have gotten some heat saying, we need him to be a beast. We need him to be a beast in this. And I know his makeup changes because it's a different special effects person, and they have their own vision. But why throw continuity completely out of the window? Why he just gets up spring fresh, like I always say. He's left for dead at the end of 2. Obviously, he's not dead. But we see him just drop the machete to the side here and crawl out of scene. So he didn't dive through the window because he dove through the window with the machete implanted in him. So obviously they were saying that was a dream. So he walks up, just walks away. His body disappears. At least there's some newscasts saying that there's shit going on. I don't know why they haven't locked down the Crystal Lake area and they're allowing more tourists to come in so that they can get to Higgins Haven. But of course we need another movie. So they're allowing it.
Especially considering they passed right by a crime scene.
Yeah.
But it makes sense why they never mentioned Jason in this one. They never even use his name in this one.
No, not at all. Except for the previews.
Yeah, but not in the actual movie because they have no knowledge of him.
Dave and Brandon, but just the reason I was saying this to Dave is because he loved the stalking scene so much in Halloween out in the day. Do you like it here with Jason at the park? I find it a little silly. I always find it that he's like kind of like going, I'm just admiring the drama here. Arms crossed, looking out at the barn. I don't know if I buy it as much.
Wow, I love it. It's the only one they do it in, and I think that's like one of the saving graces of the film is that that we have stalking. Daytime or nighttime doesn't matter to me. I just like the fact that he's lurking and he's stalking, and we don't see that. So that kind of makes up for some of the stuff, some of the faux pas with continuity and some other things. I actually like that. Wow.
You don't like the whole barn stalking sequence?
I like all the stuff.
I love the barn. I hate when they're just showing him cross-armed, like looking out the window, looking out the door, like at everybody there. I guess the cool part of that is he's being meticulous and waiting for his attack.
Yeah.
So that part's kind of cool, I guess.
You know what though? I guess I never thought about it, but crossing arms it is a little bit. It takes it a little too far. I think. You're right.
His arms are literally crossed, and he's just sort of looking at what's happening out there, and like I think it's when Shelley's running to get the car. All that stuff, like it just, there's some part of it. Don't get me wrong, I like him being in the barn and in the distance. That stuff's cool.
I think you're right, and I know you're gonna blow the 3D because I listened to the last TGIF 13, not the last one, but the recent one where you watched it and you talked about the 3D and how it added to everything. So I'll respect that, and I guess if we could watch it in true 3D or see it that way, maybe I would appreciate it more because maybe you wouldn't see the spring and the eye and the snake and all the other thing, and it would work and it would add to your experience. But I truly believe that in 2018, the fact that this movie was made in 3D actually hurts it because all that great stuff we don't get to see hurt the presentation of the film as a whole. It took so long to film that they skimped out on other things, and everything was done as a one-take fucker, and no character development the way you would want it to be. Just what you had in 1, 2, and 4, you don't have in this film to the same level, and it's because so much time was put into the 3D.
Yeah, but that's it. They said it took up all the time, the budget, everything. So the characters weren't given any motivation. Steve, they were just worrying about lighting the foreground, middle ground, and background, and making sure the 3D worked. They really didn't care about anything else.
It's too bad because it shows now, and I like the movie. I think it's a great movie. I'll go that far to say that. And if this movie was not a sequel and just a movie, because you could take this movie and it could be the story of Chris, who survived an attack at one point at this place in her parents' summer home, and she's returning to it, and you leave Jason out of the equation. This movie came out in 1983. You know what I mean? It just came out, 82, whatever. And it just came out. I think people would fucking be blowing it. I bet everybody would be rating this movie a 9 out of 10. But because it's a Friday the 13th and because it's something else, people consider it weaker, and it'll be like in the 7 range. And some people really shit on this film. But I truly think this still stands head and shoulders above most 80s slashers.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Too. But yeah, you're right that the focus on 3D definitely hurts the other aspects of the film. And the as much as I like the characters, it's their connection. I don't see this group really connected as one.
I hear that a lot. I know where you're gonna go, but
it just, I mean, Chuck and Chili. I mean, that just.
See, makes perfect sense to me. And people always say that, but I'll tell you this. Before you say what you're going to say, Chuck and Chili do not look any older than the rest of them. Matter of fact, they are the same age. Chuck was going to college at the time this movie was made. He was a college-age kid, just like the rest of them. And Chili was right around the same age, too. The oldest person in this film, the oldest 2 people in this film, were Harold, and it shows, and then Rick. Rick to me looks older than all of them. Now,
Rick definitely looked older.
Rick the rapist?
Everyone says that Chuck and Chili, number 1, look too old to be with this gang.
I didn't think they looked too old. It just looks like
they don't fit in.
It looks like 4 different cliques of people hanging out together.
I get what you're saying, but
Andy seems like the jock with the beautiful girlfriend.
But
Chris doesn't seem to be connected with anyone.
Chris is best friends with what's her name. That's all this is about.
With Debbie, but yes. I don't even buy it. You know, Shelley being with Andy and Debbie makes more sense. Vera, where the hell did Vera come from?
Vera is friends with Chris. That's what I think. I think that Vera and Chris and Debbie are just all friends, and everybody else is just kind of there. Chuck and Chili, maybe they just go to the same school, or maybe, they just fucking hang out with them because they smoke weed.
We don't get enough of them all together kind of bonding
I agree.
that we do
Right.
in the others. We
It's
need
the van
that.
scene. That's it.
Yeah, and it just, I don't know.
But I don't think that Chuck and Chili are the outcasts that I've heard people complain about them as being just because
I don't think they're too old, because I used to think
Yeah.
that. I paid attention this time to really,
Good.
especially Chuck, because Chili, she looks like the other girls.
Right, just like Edna. Edna's the same age as them too. They just put rollers in her hair and tried to make her look old.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But Chuck, I even looked. I said, I was looking at his beard and stuff. I'm like, oh, yeah, he could be a college student too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're all the same age. It's just that because the hair and the beard and whatever, and
Debbie was probably
her hairstyle.
Debbie was probably the youngest one there, and it didn't look like she was much younger than the others.
Yeah, man.
And she was like, I think, barely 18.
Maybe they just have Chuck and Chili there because they like to smoke weed with them, and it's free weed.
Yeah. I just felt like they had them there to add to the body count, and then they went and, kind of had 2 weak kills for them.
Well, yeah, his kill was the weakest. That's for sure.
Yeah. But the biker gang was a nice touch.
Biker gang is great, man.
Fantastic.
Not sure why they decided to bring Ali back for a heroic moment at the end, only to kill him instantly.
Yeah, that's
so
a-
bizarre to
yeah.
me.
That's a mistake, especially given the fact that he doesn't even put up a fight at the end. So it's not even like, I mean, yes, he technically does save Chris because he distracts him enough for her to at least move from the corner that she's standing in. But I mean,
Right.
he gets bashed in the head like 3 or 4 times, and then Jason just leaves him. Like,
If
Twice.
to use Dave's argument on Halloween continuity, Jason would never let this guy live. Like, he
exactly.
bludgeons him
Right.
to death. How did he even come back? Like, it just doesn't even make sense.
No, he spends more time with him than anybody else in the film.
Yeah.
Yet the guy survives not once. It takes a second time to fucking kill him. And then the second time he kills him, he does the same thing again. He's sitting there hacking on him again. Why would he just sit there and hack on him or just beat him when he could just easily pick up his head and fucking squash it?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was he using? I don't know what he was using the first time, but he was just sort of
pipe.
like, oh, okay, he was like piping him a few times, and then the second time he's cutting him up.
Yep.
So the saving grace in this film is the barn location. The barn is fantastic. I do like the Higgins Haven cabin, but again, you really don't see much of it or get much of it.
It
without
seems
that
very
3D.
small. It seems very small.
Yeah, because that
you know.
spiral staircase looks great in 3D. And of course, I love the van. And the reason I love the van is because of that gas thing where they play with the convention. Already they're playing with a bit of a convention if you think it's out of gas, because it makes sense because the bike guy siphoned the gas out of it. So at least we
Yes.
see the reason why it would be out of gas. But then
Yeah.
they one up it, and there's like, she's got the
A
second tank. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
like
I
that.
thought that was all cool, but then she gets stuck on the bridge. So there's really cool stuff here, and the final chase is
Amazing.
epic, no question. There's some good
It's-
kills here. Most of them were, of course, done for the 3D effect. I still feel like a missed opportunity is Jason getting his mask.
What do you mean? What's missed about it?
There's no real him getting his mask. He just walks out with it. And
Yeah,
I actually think they should have showed him killing Shelley and taking the mask.
well, I think, looking back on it in hindsight, you got to realize that they think this is the last film, and they probably just think, oh, this is just a goofy thing. He's just going to wear this for this film, and then he's going to get killed at the end, and we're done. Not that this was going to be the birth of one of the biggest, iconic horror masks in the history of horror cinema. So
Right.
I agree, but I agree with Christian that I do wish there was, we got to see Shelley's kill and him take it. Why did Shelley have a real spear gun when he's scaring Vera?
Yeah, and how
I
did that
don't
fit into
know.
his box? Did he must have gotten that from the, like he has a wetsuit, a hockey mask, a hatchet with a hairpiece. Oh,
I'm
what's in
assuming
that
he had
box?
another bag. I'm assuming he had another bag somewhere. But even if you're gonna swim underneath the water and grab her leg and scare her, why are you holding a real deadly spear gun?
You're right. Well, how did he get into the water? That's impossible. There's no way. There's no way for her to go out that house, sit down on the fucking thing, and him to find any feasible way to get into the water without her noticing. And then he pops up.
I liked Vera. I think Vera was gonna give Shelley a legitimate try.
No, she wasn't.
Chance. I really think she was. She saw the picture of him with his mother, and she's like, you know what? This is a good guy. I'm gonna give him a chance. Looks aren't everything.
Boy, she was hot.
Yeah,
Vera.
she
Wow.
was.
You know who Shelley's mother was? Fucking Jerry Seinfeld's mother. You see that picture?
Was it? I couldn't. I saw the picture real quick. I didn't really like pause it. Or was it Seinfeld's mother?
Looked just like her to me. It
Right.
looked like her or possibly Henrietta from Evil Dead 2. But that's what it looked like to me.
So we really have no idea who it was.
Well, I always thought that Henrietta looked like Jerry Seinfeld's mother. So that's just me. They always look the same.
I get Rick. Rick, not my favorite character, but he does have a good point of not being too thrilled with this group, especially when Shelley and Vera return with the car and just seem very unapologetic about it.
Right, and he's so cool about it. I can't believe he's that calm about it.
He should have crushed Shelley's head right then.
He should beat him to a fat bloody pulp.
Yes.
The guy trashes his car. He's like, a few minor repairs, he'll be good as new. I'd be like, you fat motherfucker.
Right.
That's how it would be today. That's how the dialogue would be written in 2018.
No, you can't fat shame him. Not in 2018.
That's
like
exactly what we would do.
That's what we would do. That's true.
Are you fat and stupid? What's that line from Night of the Demons?
Right? Exactly. But he didn't care. He was there to get laid. That was his only reason to be there. He had Chris there for 3 days, and he even said an hour in the morning and a couple hours at night. He just wanted to get this girl that he hasn't seen in 2 years and freaking hook up with her and bang the hell out of her for the long weekend and then say goodbye.
And for as bad as Shelley is scaring everyone, the first time Rick scares Chris, the minute they get to the house.
He does.
Scares the shit out of her.
Did I do something wrong? Boy, somebody got a whole cold in here.
He's such a dick.
He's a douche.
Such a fucking dick. What did
But he
you
can
notice?
bail hay.
Dave, what did you notice that he's wearing Mrs. Voorhees' sweater?
He is.
I couldn't believe it. I think it was only like a couple years ago that I'm like, he's wearing Mrs. Voorhees' sweater.
And hey,
when he's talking to Chris.
Yeah, it ties into part 3. It ties into part 1 and 3. And that's why Mrs. V had that freaking sweater on at the end of the movie. Took it off of Rick. That's why she dreamed it. Because she has no knowledge of freaking Jason and his mother. So it was a combination of something in the air because they're on cursed land and seeing Rick wearing Mrs. Voorhees' sweater and encountering Jason all at once. That's why it happened.
God, that dream sequence, like I say, you go from one of the scariest scenes of Jason clawing at the window, like we said, busting through that door, to end it with that stupid lady in the lake.
I like when she starts paddling, though, when she sees Jason in the window. She starts paddling, and you could so tell they're in like 12 inches of water.
Right, it's almost as bad as Mark in the wheelchair trying to fucking run away.
Yeah, she paddles, and she hits like a twig right behind her.
Well, I'm not going to blaspheme on this because...
No, I'm not either.
Thank you to this final chase. Thank you to the last 20 minutes of this film to the utmost, because that's the reason I'm here right now. I've told the story before, and I'll say it once more to people that haven't heard, and I'll make it quick. Early 1984, my parents were gone one night, and my older brother, who's my half-brother, and his girlfriend were at the house. They're usually not there because he didn't live with us. They were there.
His half girlfriend or his full girlfriend?
Sorry.
She's half Asian.
And she was mixed. So yeah, she was doubly half. So so they were there watching me, and ordinarily I go to bed. I go upstairs in my bedroom and go to bed. But because they were downstairs in the family room watching TV, I was down there. I had a sleeping bag and a pillow, and I was down there and I fell asleep, on that floor. And I woke up at like 3 a.m, some crazy hour, and they were both asleep on the couch, and the movie was on, and it was the last 20 minutes of Friday the 13th, Part 3. And all I saw was this final chase scene, and it just fucking blew me away, and it kept one-upping itself. And even at the end, with the woman jumping out of the lake, I had no idea what it was, but first I thought it was over. He got hung. Who survives a hanging? That happens. Then the dream sequence when he's freaking at the window all bloody and everything. It was just one thing after another. So even by the time we got to that, to me, this 12-year-old kid watching this film scared the shit out of me and blew me away, and I was hooked. And the next day I got the TV guide, and I said, what was that movie called? And it was Friday the 13th, Part 3. Went out, consequently rented parts 1 and 2, and about 3 or 4 months later, the final chapter came out, and it was the first time I went to the movies to see any movie like this. So
I heard you went trick-or-treating as Shelley that year.
Lucky for me, I wasn't even aware of Shelley yet because I only saw the final chase. But back to that thing about what C was saying. I think it's cool because we get that good kill with Shelley, with the freaking boy who cried wolf, and why he's there cut and they think it's another joke. So that's why I think that we don't see Shelley getting killed. I think it works anyway.
Maybe it would have. Okay. Maybe it would have worked. I was gonna say maybe it would have worked better if somehow he was confronting Trish. It seemed like a throwaway with Chili. Trish.
Chris.
Who the hell's Trish?
Trish is part 4.
Next movie.
Chris.
He's confronting Trish with Gordon. Yes.
Yeah, if Shelley had slit his throat and then slit Gordon's throat.
And Gordon them both outside a window. That would have been great.
Oh, we forgot to make our count for the window crashes. I'll tell you what, there's window crashes in here. There's even a car window crash.
Well, he Rick rolls. Doesn't Rick get tossed through the window like after his head gets squashed? And admittedly, that head squash scene works way better in 3D.
Good.
It does. It does. I'm not saying you don't see any wire, but it's so quick. It's good. And the dark spear gun to the eye works way better too.
I love the spear gun. I have no issue with the spear gun to the eye. That entire sequence, the first time we see Jason, hey, you know what I mean? Who are you? Now cut that out. That whole fucking thing. It's great. And then when she gets shot, and then his fucking walk, which some people hate, but I love it how he just throws the fucking spear down and walks away.
It's like half funny because it's gangster, and then it's like, don't be do.
I guess.
And then he looks up at the window, and he's like, must be people fucking up there.
That's great, though. And they play their music.
I'm stealing from my own shit because I know I've said this before.
You got it.
But it's because this is the ultimate show. I mean, it always makes me laugh. Like, my keen sense of smell tells me that there must be fucking happening up there. And meanwhile, they're trying to fuck in a hammock. Like, I've got to try that one day because it doesn't look like it would be comfortable at all.
Oh,
I've masturbated in a hammock.
Well, so am I.
But the thing is, fucking with it is great because you put one leg on one side of the hammock and one leg on the other side of the hammock, and you as the man stand up. So your feet are touching the ground, you know what I'm saying? And then you put her up and you kind of put her in the buck, you know what I mean? And you do it that way. It's great.
And then you chop your own head off and you fall backwards like a puppet master.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you could do that too. That'd be a good way to go. And then somebody can come when I die. Absolutely. Hopefully me. You know? Oh, shit.
What about the flashback?
No. What about the flashback? What do you think? It's fucked up because he's wearing the wrong clothes, which is unfortunate. But...
Wearing the wrong clothes. Should have worn... Just throw a sack on his head. I would have been fine. I just think he attacked her. I think he was just trying to kill her. She's out in the woods. He's trying to kill her. Done. I don't know how she gets away.
Yeah, how'd she end up back in bed? Why would the parents deny that anything happened? Like
that, I understand. That's why that whole thing there is why I was saying for the last few years that I don't think he did sexually assault her.
Oh, I 100% don't think he did.
I used to think he did, and then I thought, you know what? Me being a parent now, I figured out that. Even if that did happen and there was no... I used to think that because she was assaulted, that's why her parents never said anything. Sexually assaulted. That's why the parents never brought it up. But now I'm thinking that even if it was a regular assault and had nothing to do with, sex at all, that's still something I could see a certain kind of parent never bringing up to their kid again.
You know what the problem is? She was a little too old for me to buy that. She was still like 16 years old when that happened.
So why can't a 16-year-old be attacked? I don't get it.
I can't imagine a 16-year-old can be attacked, but I can't imagine the parents kind of denying and covering up and trying to like pretend like nothing ever happened and make her feel like nothing ever happened. It wasn't like she was a child and it was a trauma. I mean, yeah, she was a child at 16, but she wasn't like a child of like 8.
That's true.
And I think it would have been better if she was a little kid and just being attacked. Then it takes away all the doubt. There was no sexual attack here. Jason's not a sexual being. And
right. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Well, and there was supposedly something written where she escapes but passes out or runs into Crazy Ralph and passes out, and Crazy Ralph brings her home. And I'm being dead serious.
I know. I've heard that.
That's fine with me. I like that.
That'd be ridiculous. Crazy Ralph brings her home.
You had a death dream.
But, dude, I mean, this is why it's believable she was sexually assaulted, because that would make sense as to why she lived. If he just raped her, then I could see him leaving her. But why in the holy hell, or how in the holy hell could anyone escape from Jason? That's the only reason why I don't shut down the camp of believers who say she was sexually assaulted. If Jason sexually assaulted her, he did his thing and then left her there because she served that purpose to him and he's going to go on his way, and he didn't kill her. Because why else would he not kill her? That's what I'm saying.
I still think he would have killed her.
I hear you. I'm just playing devil's advocate as to why
I know.
she survived. You know what I mean? Because what else would work? I used to say, well, maybe the father was looking for her because she ran away and she fell asleep, and you know what I'm saying?
I could buy that.
The father came upon them and Jason ran away. But why the fuck would Jason run away from her father? He doesn't give a fuck.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. So somehow she got away, ended up waking up at home. All of us are overthinking this. I think it was just a way to say that they had an interaction so that she could go, "It's you!" at the end. And there is some backstory connection to them. I really think that that's it.
They could have kept it a little bit more simplistic then. Like, oh man, I had this encounter once in the woods where I swear I saw this mongoloid
She said
looking
it only
man.
happened 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was like 2 years ago.
But he has to remember her, so they had to get up close and personal enough that he would be able, you know what I'm saying? Because he intentionally lifts up his mask just to show her that it's me. Mm-hmm. So it can't just be that she turned around and saw him in the woods and then ran away.
And that's
you know
why
what I
he
mean?
should have had the sack on his head, and the encounter could have been her pulling off the sack or something like that, and just made it a little bit more or whatever. And maybe that freaked him out. Maybe he ran off because the sack got pulled off or something.
You never want to pull on a guy's sack.
Hey, if he's shamed for taking a shit, maybe he doesn't want a sack pulled off, and he runs away.
Yep, you don't want to sack off.
Hey, no one would be questioning it if that's what happened. He went, shit, and he ran off.
Oh, fuck. Now, how come Rick was bugging out? He was trying to calm her down the whole time. She was saying this, and the quiet can fool you. And then they're at one point of the film, they're walking, and you hear like a twig snap, and Rick starts bugging. He goes, what was that noise? Why the fuck would he do that? That's the last person you want to do that to. What the fuck?
I think she got in his head. She made him all paranoid. Now he's freaking out. Of course, his car battery had to break down, so it took them a while to get back.
He's just trying to get laid, and oh boy, everything. This guy has to jump through hoops. Oh shit!
What's with Volkswagen Beetles in these movies?
And they always break down.
I'm telling you. Oh no, that was part 2. Yeah, part 2 and part 3. I was gonna say that they try to do everything like part 1, but in this case, I don't know. They're paying tribute because they thought it was the last film in the series, so they're taking parts from 1 and they're taking parts from 2.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I enjoy this film. It's just not on par with the first 2.
No. What is your favorite kill, do you think?
What's her name? The Kevin Bacon kill, fucking reinstated.
Yeah, Debbie.
Oh, because she's pregnant? It's just so extra grisly?
Oh, that adds to it for sure. But it's just
weird. It's weird that they threw that in.
It is so weird because it goes nowhere.
It does go nowhere.
Is that 2 kills then?
Yeah.
They did it to increase the body count.
Yeah.
Yep. Just to pad
I think
the
Steve
stats.
Miner said she was pregnant with octuplets, so the body count's on like 8.
I gotta tell you, I mean, I love Rick's kill. I love the Vera's kill. I agree, though.
Andy's kill is good. I like Andy's kill.
Yep, Andy's kill's good as fuck.
Andy's kill's
Split
great.
down the middle. It's great the way it's set up. You see the shot from the bottom.
I also like the reveal of Fox.
Oh, dude.
Yes.
Dude.
Yeah.
Wow. That whole sequence is actually pretty good with the reveal of Fox. Cigarette in his mouth, pitchfork in the stomach, and the way he sees her. My daughter, Frankie, noticed something. She watched this with me. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen this before, but do you know that when Fox is swinging in and out, and then you turn around and she's gone, that you can see legs up there moving? Like Jason's legs?
No.
Oh, I never
Can you
noticed
fucking
that.
believe this girl? I don't know how she does it. I've seen this movie a million times. I've never noticed that. And she goes, you see those legs there? I had to rewind it, and sure enough, the rope is swinging, and if you look to the right, the little space, you know how when you open a door, there's like in the door frame, there's just enough room. There's like a little space there, like a fucking 1 foot space.
Yeah.
You could see fucking 2 legs moving.
You know what? You know what
Jason's
I
leg.
would have deduced from that? The only thing I could have deduced from that after Frankie told me she saw legs moving is that it wasn't Mark.
Oh, wow.
Wow, too soon.
Oh, that's for sure. But yeah, watch it. Next time you watch it, look at that scene. It's crazy because you got to think about it. She's swinging in and out, and he grabs her. You know what I mean?
That's a great scene. Even without seeing that, if I see the legs now, it's gonna make it even better.
Cool, man. It's cool. Yep. Two things Frankie said. She goes, number one, she goes, I always thought she looked like Michael Jackson. That was the first thing she said about Fox. And then she goes, did you see those legs there? And I said, what legs? And I sat down Rwanda. I'm like, wow. She goes, you going to say that on the show? I said, yeah. She goes, you going to say it came from me? I said, of course. So,
I'm editing it out.
Michael Jackson. She looked like Michael J. Fox.
You know what they cut? You know what they what?
And her name was Fox.
Fox, Michael J. Fox.
You know what the one line they cut out? I can't believe it would have been perfect if they kept it in.
I'm chilly, bitch.
No, but when initially you saw her get spiked up and held in, and then it cuts to her face and she goes, "This doesn't feel good." There's a big build up for a poor payoff.
This feels good.
She's having way too much fun when she's exploring that barn at the beginning too, by the way. She's just like going, ooh, look at this hanging over here. Oh, yeah. Look at the saddle. Oh, yeah. And then
it would have been funnier if she just impaled herself when she fell on the near the pitchfork.
Yeah. That would have been cool, no? Except I want to see Jason push her. You know what I mean? Jason pushed her down or something. I think she was excited because she was going to burn it down.
Well, and then they're like, hey, don't worry, Fox. We ain't going to hurt nobody. Yeah, we're just going to burn this fucking barn down.
We're just going to set everyone on fire.
I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, shit.
Some unintentional comedy here. But the funniest scene for me, I don't know why I laugh every time, is Chuck making the popcorn.
How ridiculous he trying to catch it.
It's hilarious. I don't know why. It makes me laugh every time.
It makes me smile. It is a classic scene, you know? It's good shit. How about when he goes in the basement and he gets scared and he sees that skunk?
Yeah.
Is that a fake skunk or a real skunk?
I always thought it was like a stuffed, like a taxidermy skunk.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Another homage to Psycho.
A skunk, huh? You fucking skunk.
Yeah, you're a skunk.
So we get an homage.
What about when Loco is bringing the gas to the barn?
Oh.
And he's like, he's walking around like he's like going, like he's like a super sleuth. He's like, next time you watch it, look how much he's like, swinging around like he can't. I hope no one's seeing me. He's carrying a big can of gasoline and zooming up to a barn.
Is he smoking at this point, or is he just smoking when they're siphoning the gas?
He's smoking in his mouth the whole time.
Yep. And if they're trying to be so stealth, why is she swinging in and out of it going, this feels good? You're really not doing too good for us, honey. Why are there bloody clothes in the tub?
Odd.
Yeah,
like
odd is right.
Jason's trying to get some washing done?
Yes. Whose clothes are they? They're not... I don't understand whose clothes are supposed to be, because Andy was shirtless when he got killed, and... The other girl, and Debbie, she's still in her bathrobe when we find her later when Chris pulls the knife from her.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird that would happen? It's a mistake. Speaking of things like that, how come Ginny in part 2, when she walks upstairs and sees all that mess and this and that, she keeps saying, they wouldn't do this. They wouldn't leave this place like this. How the fuck does she know? She just met him that day.
That's it.
How is he so sure about their characters?
I think she's just rationalizing to herself, kind of talking this to herself, trying to be like, something's wrong. They wouldn't do this. They wouldn't leave it. Nobody would.
Nobody who would dare. Okay.
Who would dare destroy this place?
Well, in all these movies, blood vanishes without any cleanup. Like, I mean, they dragged Vicky down the stairs. There's going to be blood that trickles down the stairs, but yet there's nothing when they go up the stairs.
Vicky's disgusting brown underwear sopped it all up.
So we're jumping back movies now, but this is it's a common thread there. Like I said, we could make fun of it left, right, and center. What the reality is, in this movie, Jason barely uses a machete. I think he uses a machete to cut Andy in half and to stick it up Debbie.
Stick it up your ass.
Yep.
Kills Debbie and Andy. 2, he uses a pitchfork more. He gets Fox with the pitchfork. He gets Loco with the pitchfork. Maybe that's it. But there's a lot of pitchfork action in 2 and 3.
He might use the machete on Ali at the end.
Oh, to
Yeah.
chop his hand off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He uses
Oh,
the
that's a
hot
great-
the hot poker for chili.
Oh yeah, how about Chili? Her reaction.
Shelly's dead.
Yes. Chili's dead.
I have to bring it up because Vince loves that freaking line.
I know.
But
I know.
it is funny. It's fucking funny.
Oh my God.
Doesn't she shake the out? A lot of people like shaking outhouses in Friday the 13th movies too. This is the first one where the outhouse gets gives it a little shake, and it's what's
Chuck.
his face
Heavy
doing Chuck,
shit.
and he doesn't
Yep.
wipe his ass either.
No, he doesn't. But I don't think he started to go. Harold clearly was pinching a low fall.
Oh yeah, you hear plops and drops. Yeah, man. That was some shit for
I
sure.
could forgive Chuck because I don't think he started to go. I think he sat down, and then all of a sudden, the toilets were shaking.
And how about that? He literally got the shit scared out of him. That snake jumped out, and his first reaction was to run to the bathroom and take a shit. That's great. I've never had the shit scared out of me like that. You know?
Shit's multiple shit.
Right, a real honest to goodness shit. Oh man, I'll tell you that thing when Rick. Speaking of Rick's kill, that I love that scene when Chris comes outside and it pans over, and that's like one of the best shots of the whole film. And you see her looking, and you can tell how scared she is, and fucking he's there crushing his head before, and then she goes in the house, and then he finishes the job. Oh man!
And it looks like he's almost about to reach around and.
Reach around. Hey now.
He gave Jason the old reach around. That's why Jason let him live.
Right? See? Well, he figured it worked when Chris jerked them off a few years earlier. So that's how Chris got away.
Chris gave him the story. He knew what to do.
That's why the parents never said anything. They came and they saw fucking his dick in her hand, and they said, "Oh, let's not discuss this." You know.
Well, it's also this is the first one of the only ones I think that doesn't have a rainstorm at the end. It has a windstorm, but there's actually no rain or anything else. And I don't know if that was because they didn't want to have that on top of worrying about the 3D or not, but there's no actual stormy night.
You're right.
Just lots
The wind's
of rain.
The wind's effective though.
It is
very
effective.
effective.
This final chase has really won me over the last couple of views. And Jason, what I love is you just see Jason from kind of like what you were talking about in part 2, where you see him running from the distance up to the cabin. There's a lot of following Jason. You see him in the far distance.
Yeah, when she trips, when she's running down and
beautiful.
she trips, and and
he comes out at her, and he's coming towards her, and then she's in the foreground, and he's coming down from the van after she gets out of the van, and he's chasing her down. There's a lot of that, and it's
how does
great
the head
stuff.
how's the head through the glass look? For the car.
Not everything is successful in 3D, and it could be the version of this, or it just could be the movie. That part wasn't all that great.
Yeah,
just when Ali's breaking through the window with his none of that really works. It doesn't really add anything to the film.
How about the juggling?
The juggling is a little weird. Again, it depends on the shot that it's in, because it actually looks like their hands are hanging out of the TV, but when they're throwing the fruit, it's not. It doesn't look like it was adjusted properly. And again, this could be because it was a fan-made version.
Maybe they used the wrong fruit. You would have been more excited if they were throwing bananas.
Yeah, frozen ones.
Frozen bananas.
How about that thing? Go ahead, B. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna agree with Christian about the final chase. I mean, I don't think I ever disliked it or anything. I just realized what a terrific job they did using all the locations and making the scope of it feel so massive.
It's fantastic, and it's really cool when he comes in the barn and he has the presence of mind to lock the barn.
Yeah.
Just thinking again. He fucking locks her in and says, "Okay, nobody's getting out. Fucking that's it." And then he gets in there and he loses his temper and fucking throws everything around. That's good shit, man.
Yeah, he was told, Richard Brooker was told that when done with the barn, you could destroy it. And I don't know what people feel of his performance as Jason, but I liked it a lot.
Well, he's a full-fledged temper tantrum in there. It's great.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where people rank him in the echelon of Jasons, but
it depends. Everybody's got their. Some people have him as number 1.
Yeah, some do.
Admittedly, I don't. I find that Ted White is a little bit more menacing in part 4. There are a lot of great sequences here, and yes, the whole last act is probably one of the best in all of the series.
Absolutely.
I will stick to that.
That's what I was gonna say. They also took a scene from part 2 and they used it here. It's very, very familiar. Remember when they're having the arm wrestling match? Sandra says to Jeff, if you want to do something with your hands, come with me. And then they go upstairs and, then they
and Debbie with Andy?
Yes.
Yeah.
The same thing.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm telling you, they take a lot of stuff from the first 2 in this film and they freaking, I honestly think they do it on purpose.
Absolutely.
Or maybe they're just lazy because they're too busy about 3D. And says, we did this in this movie. But either way, I can appreciate it no matter what the reason was. Cause
you know what, though? But there's a reason why the earlier entries are people's favorites because they stuck with similar formulas.
Yeah.
The 3D hurt it this time because the focus was taken away from some other elements of the story where it might have been better served. But the 3D is what ultimately made it super successful, though.
Tell you what, though, I don't think it matters a damn bit in the best scene. I don't know, C would know better than anybody, but the 3D, I don't recall that much happening in the final chase. And the final chase is the coup de grace of this film. And
it's all depth.
Of course,
that's what adds to it. It's just the beautiful depth involved there, and the scene where she's in the closet and she sees Debbie. Yeah, thank you. I always do find, it doesn't matter if it's 2D or 3D or whatever, the knife that she pulls out of Debbie's back does not seem to be the same. It seems to be a shorter knife. So
a much shorter knife.
Yeah, so the thing that...
It's like a butter knife.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be the machete that Jason used. And then she stabs it into his hand, but then I love when she goes full hog, like she comes out of that closet, swinging that knife at Jason, like she's just ready to attack. And that's what makes her...
Fear.
Well, so did Jason in 2 from Ginny when she got the chainsaw. And he's like, oh.
Yeah, but that was more goofy because he was just fucking he was like a Three Stooge in that one. In this one, he's backing up, and you can tell the 3D effect probably looks really cool with him with his hands up while she's slashing him, and that knife in the leg.
See, the thing about he's small. He has a sack on, only one eye.
I'm not picking on him. I still
That's why he's clumsy. Maybe he's got club feet and shit like that. You're picking on him.
No, I still like Mongoloid. He's still Mongoloid Jason in this one. He decided to stop using the Rogaine and shaved his head.
Yeah, and he started taking fucking steroids apparently.
Hell yeah, he did.
Something. Holy shit.
He was massive.
But I like that he shows fear in here and in part 2, and then that all starts. You know what I mean? We get the first 4 films, and that's the end of it. You know what I mean?
And pain. He shows pain in the first 4 films too.
Makes noise too. Makes noise when he gets hurt.
Yeah. Grunts.
Yeah.
In part 2, you can hear him stalking in that one scene after they're jogging, and you can actually hear him on the POV scenes breathing and making noises. It's fucking creepy, man.
No, there is still some good stuff here. Again, naysayers will say this is a slower moving one, but again, that final chase really makes up for it. Admittedly, that opening scene, I will say, is long. And I say that's definitely elevated with 3D because you'll just be marveling at it.
As far as I'm concerned, right? Don't you think that they highlight 3D through all of it? The baseball bat, him in the fucking pole, the rabbit and the snake, and all that shit happening. I think they just do it just to show off 3D. Like, okay, what can we do? Well, let's stick these 2 people here, and we'll do 3D because they're here. I don't know.
Well, the reality was 3D was a gimmicky thing, and it was bringing it back, and so they wanted to give it the gimmicks as well. I thought they did a good job because that's what you kind of want to see in 3D. 3D nowadays is I almost want to see what's the point.
Right, I'm with you.
Because that's what it was fun when it was again, you run out of roller coaster, we're adding another element, and it obviously was successful because it made a lot of money, and they said, nope, this is not quite the end.
Chris was never one of my favorite final girls. I think I like her more after this viewing because I don't think it's her fault why I didn't like her in the past. I think it was because of the disconnect between all the characters that I felt like she was bitchy when she really wasn't. There just wasn't any connection with all these characters as much as there was in the first 2. And I think she puts up a great fight with Jason and really takes a lot of abuse and shines just as much as Alice or Jenny as far as I'm concerned.
For sure, and I think that the difference is that you're right. The first half of this, I could give a shit. And then the final chase, she's awesome, and she fights back with a vengeance. But I think Ginny, I actually care about right from the get-go, and that's what the difference is.
Yeah.
But you're right. The last couple of views of this one, I'm like, oh, this chase is the best. She puts up a great fight. She is a great final girl. She's a final girl. She doesn't get any help from anybody. However, it's just that the first half, I'm just not I'm not that into her. So
Ginny's the strongest personality from the get-go.
Yeah.
So you can't help but connect with her and like her.
And the showdown with Jason and Ginny, she's speaking to him. You know what I mean?
She becomes his mother. That's something that nobody else utilizes.
And there's a better build-up. There's a good build-up here because she has history with him. And that's one thing about Harold and Edna, which I'm glad that it happens, because it adds to her paranoia. Remember, they're driving up, and she looks outside the van, and then Debbie says, don't let your imagination run away with you, kiddo. You know what I mean? So that's one reason why that had to happen, and it was cool. But I think that the lead-up with Ginny, like, you know, right off the bat, and, you know, leading to the showdown with Jason is just better. But this is good. Like I said, this birthed me into freaking horror movies. You know what I mean?
I want to see that.
Yeah, like there I was that night, man. See those last 20 minutes, and it's like freaking something was awoken in me, in my soul. You know what I mean? Fuck, I was like, oh, wow, what is this stuff? This just scared me, but I think I love it. And that was it. And then it was like an overnight thing, and here I am today, and a horror fan since fucking seeing this movie. So that final chase is always going to be special to me, and I'm not going to be like a lot of other people that say the first one they saw, they always rate it the highest and everything else. That's not really my thing. I can still look at it and see, it gave me a special feeling, that final chase, and it was a great final chase.
It can't be the first one you rate the highest. Otherwise, Jason Takes Manhattan's has to be a 10 out of 10 for me.
And me. Well, no, that was the theater. That was me in the theater. Sorry, it wasn't the first one I saw. But you're right. And you know what, though? She goes full crazy at the end, and I always bring it up because I think it's absolutely hilarious, because she's, like, totally insane after they come and get her from the house, and she's like, ooh, ooh. And we've always made fun of it. And again, if it's the ultimate version of a Friday the 13th retro, I gotta say it. They can't believe life. And I don't know what it is, why I find that so funny, but she goes so fucking insane at the end.
Not only that, why would she be screaming, he can't be alive? It's not like she fought back and killed him back then. She was attacked. She
hung him because it was after the hanging. Which was
you think she's talking about the hang?
Incredible, by the way. Yeah. That's why, because that's when he reached up, and God, I'll never forget the first time I saw that. That's what really kicked it in. I'm like, oh my God, okay, she hung him. Certainly, this fucking guy's dead. And then she opens the thing, and there he is. It's just scary that he's even there, even though he's hanging and dead, supposedly.
Oh, okay. I thought it was in reference to, the fact that she was attacked by him years ago.
No, and then he reaches up and grabs the rope.
And pulls
himself. That's when she says, he can't be alive. And then he shows his face. I'm like, holy fuck. Woo. Yeah. Man, that's scary.
Yeah, I would snap after seeing a face like that.
Fuck yeah, dude. And she's looking out the back door of the fucking car. She's still looking out the back window.
She's so happy at that point. She just giggles in insanity.
And the cop in the front seat is like turned around, like trying to like calm her down.
It's kind of like a Marilyn Burns at the end of Texas Chainsaw that they're trying to do, I think.
Yeah.
They're looking back and laughing. And I think they also did a tribute. They had a dead rabbit on the ground at one point, and then the van pulls up. First they focus on the dead rabbit, and then they move the camera up, and their van pulled into Higgins Haven. I thought that might have been like a tribute to, like, TCM with the fucking armadillo, and then their van comes into the picture. Could be wrong. Could be just a coincidence, but whatever. It's just something.
It's a nice parallel.
Yeah. It's cool.
The end, though, of just seeing Jason lying there with the axe.
Oh, man.
That is great.
So creepy. And that music. Yeah. Oh, man. See, that's it. People talk about that disco theme. That is a play on the Friday the 13th theme. It isn't just some random disco song. They're taking little excerpts fucking from Manfredini's other scores for these films, and they're putting the disco spin on it. Because that's what that is.
It's true. No, I got you.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's like Halloween party fucking theme, 100%. I want to play it all night long at a Halloween party.
It's growing on me, and it definitely, like I said, the credits are fantastic in 3D.
It would have fit more in part 4. Crispin Glover dancing to that music.
That's Sir, I Give You. Yes. And it's funny that they were playing it in that fucking play when they go to the store, and they get the fucking, why do they even go to the store? I forgot. Well, either way, they go to the store and they meet the biker gang, and We don't take no food stamps.
Isn't that just totally racist?
I know. Before she even took the money out,
Yeah.
they said that. And the funny thing is, though,
She was going to use food stamps.
she was going to use the food stamps because then she asked Shelly for money. That's fucking just because she had like a Latino look to her. The black girl tells the fucking Latino girl, "We don't take no food stamps." That's so fucking funny. Oh gosh,
And why
I
is
love
Shelley
it.
reading Club? Like, does he really think that's gonna help her or Chud or whatever the fuck? Not Chud.
Chud. What, the Chud? Shelly the Chud.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
The porn bag that he's looking at.
Oh, okay.
I think it
Yeah.
is Club. I don't think it is Chud.
It could be Chubb.
Gosh, that's good.
What, the
That's
Chud?
real nice. Fucking fine. Why did they go to the store anyway? What did they go for? Just to get out? She wanted to leave because they were
Yeah.
the drama of fucking. You never mean to. You know, just because of
Yeah,
that.
I think she was going to just pick up some stuff.
You never
Okay.
meant to.
Good thing Shelly went with her. Otherwise, she would have came back empty-handed.
Hey, that was
That's
a
true.
20.
Right? That's great.
And why did they go too far this time?
Oh,
They've
yeah,
gone
that's
too
right.
far this time.
This
You know
time.
what? You know what?
They're
Good for
going too far
good for
this time.
Good for Shelly.
I do like Shelly. He redeemed himself for those 2 minutes and then went right back to fucking being a jerk. Oh, we just banged up your car a bit.
Yeah.
I'll admit I hate that, but Vera was just as condescending to Rick there too.
The whole thing. I hear you. Vera was a bitch about it. And how about Rick says, leave him alone. He doesn't know any better. He just fucking met him. How do you know he doesn't know any better?
He can
said
tell.
that
You can
TJF.
tell Shelly just doesn't know any
He
better.
met him like 2 hours ago. He doesn't know any better.
Yeah, he knows
Come
his
on,
whole
you can
character.
just tell watching it. You can tell this character he doesn't know any better. He's a goofball. He's an insecure goofball.
I'll tell you what, though, last final chase. You get a great final chase in 1, and then 2, and then 3, and there's no more final girl. From this moment forward, it's final pairs. And I'd be amiss to say I don't miss it the rest of the series.
I don't mind if it's the final pair as long as it's not a final pair of Vicky's underwear.
Oh my god.
You're obsessed with those underwear.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, I had to bring it back to that.
So
we
let
didn't
me tell
talk
you
about
this.
it, but that slash on Vicky's leg, oh, that's awesome.
That's good stuff.
That's
Yeah,
a great effect.
yeah. That whole scene is good, man. The lightning
No,
flashes, he
No,
gets
the,
out
whole,
of bed.
yeah, the whole scene's great, because the kill is kind of, it's not like a overwhelming kill in terms of gore, but you get that slice on the leg, which is awesome.
And you get him rising up, which is fucking, the scare alone is freaking amazing. And you guys know that you see Sandra in the bed there? He's lying in the bed with fucking Sandra, and Jeff is hung up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking sick shit.
Would have been better if he hung Sandra up and was lying with Jeff.
That would be creepy. That'd be funny. Oh, shit.
That would be 2018 version of the movie. I want to hear what the boys from Friday the 13th think of that.
That would be cool. Why not have Jason gay? No, you don't want to have gay because then they complain. Oh, you can't have a gay serial killer. You know?
Why is it at the end when they bring her out and she's all crazy and they bring her out of Higgins Haven house? Why does one cop have his shotgun out? Like, he's waiting at the door waiting for him. He's just holding his shotgun like, yeah, there's nothing happening. Like,
He's just like Shelley, who brought a spear gun to a prank.
he's
Like,
on
let
the
me scare
shotgun.
Vera with a real deadly weapon.
Assault with a deadly weapon. Yes. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't believe that Jason's going to stay dead. He knows the history.
He seems to think that. That last shot though, of her leaving in the cop car and the camera kind of cranes up and then comes over and then it focuses on Jason there. It's a great ending shot. You
It is.
obviously think he's going to move, and I love the fact that they don't make him move.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. And it's right after his mother
Yeah.
pops up. Do you guys hate that?
I do.
That Mrs. Voorhees pops up?
Yep. I honestly
it's
think at that
awful.
point they
Yeah.
could have had Jason do it, because at that point she's in that dream. He's disappeared. He was already freaky. What if it cut back to her in the boat and then Jason pops out of the lake and pulls her into the water? If they're going to copy
I
part one
agree.
already, that would have been fine.
True.
Without the mask, with the mask, it doesn't matter at this point because it's a dream. That
Boy
she wakes
Jason,
up.
even. Or a pissing rat. Giant pissing rat comes It just drowns her right in the canoe.
Just have him stop talking right now.
And Muffin to jump out and fucking bite her.
We didn't do enough trivia. Next time.
Oh yeah,
Next reviews.
we got trivia, and we have our awards to give.
Yeah, we got a lot still to do.
Yeah, man, it's
This
an
is already
epic.
this is gonna be epic anyway, so we might as well get some more trivia in there. I love those trivias.
Yeah, they're great.
I'll
For
try to give you
sure.
one last one.
Oh, here we go, and then we can rate.
Christian's performance, 6 out of 10.
At 6'5" tall, who was the tallest actor to have played Jason?
Derek Mears. It's Derek Mears. Has to be.
It is Ken Kersinger.
Oh. I forgot about damn Ken Kersinger. Son of a bitch.
Anyway,
I
ratings.
was gonna say Warrington Gillette.
A best a man can get.
That's it. So Jason in part 3 used Warrington Gillette to shave off the rest of his hair.
Awesome.
Oh, nice.
All right, I guess we should rate.
Oh, beautiful.
Go ahead, sir.
You know what? I'm actually gonna come up a little bit on this because I still have fun with it. But I'm gonna go 7.75 out of 10.
I'm going to just say 8 out of 10. And I'm just going to say that the 3D definitely elevates the enjoyment level of the film.
Nice. Well, I'm coming in the highest. I'm going to say 8.5 out of 10. I have gone down. I was 9 out of 10 on the Slasher show. So I've gone down just a little bit on my last viewing. And it's probably because watching them all in a row that way, you notice more. You notice more of what certain things lack.
What were you, a 9, you said?
Yep. 8.5.
I think I was 7.5 on the Slasher show. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I hope my ratings change every day, but
Nothing wrong with that. Like I always say, a movie's only as good as your last time you saw it. You know, it's just the way it is. You know, different.
And I think I was an 8, and I said that if once I saw it in 3D, I think that would elevate it a whole point. But you know what? 8, maybe 8.5 tops. But it's in that realm. It's still fun. It's still scary in places. And again, I think the 3D, because it was a gimmick, works as a gimmick for the most part.
Yep, indeed. Yep. One more question. If Pamela would have been headless when she jumped out of the water, would that have heightened your experience?
If she had a giant toothpick sticking out of the wound.
As dumb as that would be, yes, I think so.
Okay.
Or if
Because
just why would she have head, or if just a giant Pamela head came out.
Well, there's like a perfect worm placement. They had like 3 random worms on her.
Yeah.
It's just fucking stupid.
They looked like gummy worms too. They were so clean. Like she was so dirty, her face, but the worms were like clean as fuck.
Yeah, they were
odd.
Yeah.
Odd decision.
Yeah, I would have gone with something else.
Yeah, I hear you. But I think they just wanted to pay tribute and wrap it up and come full circle. And Pamela started this all, so let's end it with Pamela. And there you go. But whatever, they thought it was going to be the last one. But it's not, because next is the final chapter. So.
Is it, though?
From bad worm placement to is it, though? JP's on the show. Nice. Did you guys know what they wanted to do at one point for part 3 involving part 2?
Yeah. Amy Steele in an insane asylum. Or,
yes.
Or a mental ward or a hospital, and they brought it back for 5.
Could you imagine?
That would have been great. That would have been the Friday resurrection of the franchise.
Amy Steele was the one that said no at the time because of the thought at that time it wasn't that great to be in a Friday movie. People frowned down upon it.
Yeah.
People thought, "Oh my God, I'm going to get typecast." Now she said, "Oh, I wish I would have done it."
Yeah, she thought she was going to go on to much bigger and better. Everyone didn't want to get typecast, like you said, but yeah, she regretted it.
Man, just imagine it would have been like Halloween 2.
Yeah, it would have been awesome.
Wow, I agree. It would have been awesome. As much as I love part 3, I think they're having Ginny back and having that type of setting. Wow.
I'll tell you what. You know what? If they revive the franchise, though, isn't that a good place to go?
It's so funny because this is a great segue into part 4 in a sense, too, because I read in the Making Friday the 13th that it almost felt like there was talks about bringing Alice back. And I'm like, Alice? But she got the thing stuck in her head, and people are like, well, yeah, but it was always kind of done in a mysterious sort of way. And I'm like, but you see the skeleton down in, like dead in the shack. It's not just in publicity stills. You actually see her, a skeleton with, like, the ice pick drilled through her head. Yeah. So, but I guess they're going to ignore it and have her possibly come back in some form for the final chapter, but it was kind of talked about and I guess just dismissed. And I think, I'm glad they did. And 3 was supposed to be kind of the end. But they said, you know what,
Right.
Let's see how it does money-wise. And when it raked in a ton of money, they greenlit 4 right away.
That they did. And do you know that we have connections, you and I, Christian, to part 3? Because Frank Mancuso was from Buffalo. Yes, senior, and then, of course, junior. And now this guy, Sadoff, who was the guy, the 3D guy for Martin Sadoff, I believe his name is, he was neighbors in Buffalo. And the Mancusos moved to Toronto. So Frank Mancuso Jr. and Sr. lived in Buffalo, and then they moved to Toronto. Sadoff and Mancuso were neighbors in Buffalo when they were kids. They said if we ever do something, I forgot what the deal is, but somehow when the Mancusos made it big, this guy got a phone call, and
Wow.
yeah.
And they made a movie about a killer in Jersey, so it connects to me. We're all connected.
Yeah.
See?
Look at that. Sorry, I just felt left out.
Yeah.
No, not anymore, you won't.
You two were having a very nice moment.
Well,
Well,
I mean,
Jersey is everything else. The fuck?
Jersey.
You know?
The armpit.
the final chapter is the iconic Jason in all its glory. I know we point our fingers to 3, but he gets the mask for the final act, uses it nonchalantly, but this is full icon. This is the Jason we all kind of know and love. I understand, both Dave and I have a fucking massive hard-on for Sackhead Jason, but from the hockey mask Jason, this is it. Before he's totally undead. Because you got to admit there's some supernatural kind of stuff going on without it being supernatural. This is what I like about Supernatural. Is he dead? Oh, he just wakes up spring fresh. He starts killing people again. Movie after movie after movie. Before a lightning bolt, before it's totally supernatural. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying they don't dwell upon it. It's just, we need to make more money, so he just wakes up and he's going to kill again. Done.
That's fine. I have absolutely no issue with that. The stories of Jason keep him alive and fuel his power.
Oh boy, now he's Freddy.
Now,
Okay.
are we giving this movie an official opening like we've
Of
done the
course.
others?
When have we not done an official
This is like
opening?
this is like the clip showing at the beginning of the movie before the titles come on.
I love that, even though Paul is narrating and they're showing clips of kills in the group and showing kills in the next movie in part 3. I still love the way that whole scene is edited. All right, let me read the intro.
It's awesome.
All right, after being mortally wounded and taken to the morgue, murderer Jason Voorhees spontaneously revives and embarks on a killing spree as he makes his way back to his home at Camp Crystal Lake. This one's directed by Joseph Zito, and of course, we're talking about Friday the 13th, the final chapter from 1984.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Fucking epic slasher. Epic movie in the series, I think, as well.
Yes.
It is. But is it Camp Crystal Lake?
What was it, Crystal Point?
Crystal Point. It was filmed in California, but at least they do a way better job than Part 3 did. A way better job. Like, this at least looks like 1 and 2 more so than 3 does.
Yeah, the lake's bigger. It might
Yeah.
move. It might float all of a sudden, right next to the house. But at least it's a lake.
Yeah. That's what my biggest argument is. That Crystal Point there, or is that just another lake? Because it takes him something like Sam goes back for the car,
Yes,
and then to go to the lake, and then suddenly they're walking to it 2 minutes later to get killed.
And Tina and Terry were riding their bikes one way, and they just happened to meet at that exact intersection where it breaks off to go down to the lake. Like, we were going there too. Let's make a right at this point.
Well,
Not Sam. I screwed up the character's name. Sam's the girl that gets topless all the time.
Sarah, you meant.
Sarah.
Sarah.
Sarah, like mascara. I gotta say, this is blowing my mind. Blowing my frickin' mind. I watched this movie so many frickin' times. As everybody knows, as you guys know, I kind of alluded to this right before we started recording, but I didn't spill the beans. I have a Dana Carvey moment that from Halloween 2. I never knew this. Dave, you probably knew this, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway.
Give me a hint.
This
Let
movie
me try to guess
opens.
it.
This movie opens, and there's a known actor in the opening sequence.
There is a known actor in the opening sequence of this movie.
Yes.
Is it?
Is it
It's
Axel?
It's not. Slow
Before
down.
Axel was at
I'm
least in
talking about
Police
the
Academy
I'm
and
talking about the open. No, I know Axel was in Police Academy. This is the opening with the cops and everything else. A beautiful opening, I might add.
I have no idea.
I don't either.
Tom Everett is the flashlight guy that leads the ambulance in and talks to the people. Tom Everett has been in over 100 movies. He best from a horror standpoint, he was Alfredo in Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Is it soup yet? He's one of the family members there. If you saw his picture, you know exactly who he is. I can't believe I've never known that before today.
I would never have known that if you held a gun to my head, and I'm looking him up right now.
When you see him, you'll be like, oh my God, yeah, that guy. I think you would. He's a pretty well-known actor, as a secondary kind of actor. Anyway, I thought it was, maybe I was more blown away by that
Yeah,
than you were.
now that I'm looking, I'm like, okay, yeah, I've seen this guy, and he has, like you said, 114 credits on the B. But yeah, no, I wouldn't have recognized him.
No.
Flashlight guy.
He's the guy that opens up and they say they're all dead. All dead. He's not the one that says, he's not the guy driving, but he's the one that, yeah, they're all dead.
Some emergency.
Yeah, some emergency. How about the ambulance driver who pulls in before him? He pulls in 5 minutes before, and he's just driving around, and he's like trying to parallel park. He doesn't even do anything.
Well, there's a ton of people not doing anything here. The whole point of this opening is to make it look busy. I've made this joke on TGIF 13 before. There is one guy streamlining it. He's all in the ring here. He's just
right to the barn.
He's running full force towards the barn, going nowhere.
Yeah, and I always wondered, why did they have a search copter out there with a huge spotlight? Jason's right there in the barn.
It adds budget, and it adds an epic opening. The flashing lights, the fact that they filmed it right where part 3 was done. So you get that direct continuity. And in fact, Joseph Zito didn't even want to do the clip opening, which I think is a great lead in, because this was supposed to be the final one. Take it for what it is. And it was a greatest clip, greatest hits at the beginning, and then it leads right into it. He didn't want that. He wanted to cut right into the movie and have it just a direct continuation.
I like this, especially thinking of it from the standpoint of seeing these every year. This wasn't like right now where we could just throw them all on and watch them before we go see the new one in theater.
Well, yeah, and this one didn't do a 10-minute lead up. This did a clip show. What we get now that YouTube's been around for what fans have cut in YouTube, left, right, and center.
Yeah, and it worked well with Paul's speech, even cutting into the kills from part 2 and part 3.
It's great though.
It is.
Man, it's the best intro.
I agree.
It is.
Best,
they tried to do it again in part 7, and we'll get there, but that one's a mess. This
one's also, to me, the most unsettling, unnerving opening theme.
Well, you know what? Speaking of the theme, and I'm taking this from the Making Friday the 13th book, again, Harry Manfredini had very little to do with this, funny enough. Joseph Zito wanted him to score the whole damn movie. Paramount wanted to recycle all of the music from the other 3 films. So when people say, oh, this sounds like pretty much a rehash, it's because it is. So when Joseph Zito got Harry Manfredini on board, they did a little bit at the beginning and a little bit at the final reel. That whole dreamy music where Jason's looking up at young Tommy and don't you remember, and all that dreamy, trippy music in the background. I think that stuff was new. There's some new stuff here, but very little.
But the opening, the title sequence and that music, that's just parts of 1, 2, and 3 combined together? Because to me, it's very unnerving. It's like the song doesn't know where it wants to go. It's it's up, then it's even higher, then it's higher. It's very jarring.
They didn't specify, but that might have been the opening credits. Might have been the other thing that he was able to do as well.
It's great. Wow. I love it. But it makes me nervous. But it makes me nervous in a good way.
Here's what's strange. You guys know that all these guys were together in a house in Malibu, and because Joseph Zito made tons of demands and didn't think he was going to get them, but got him to his delight. And one of the things he wanted to do was, because Mancuso said, you have to get this thing, we want to have this thing out in April. They ended up shooting, Halloween was the first day they shot, October 31st. They wanted to have it out in April. They said, at the time they were talking, they said it's 6 weeks away. So they put the pressure on him. He says, you got to tell me whether you can get the film ready by that date or not. There can't be mistakes, yada, yada, yada. And, he was hemming and hawing. He goes, well, I think I can hit it. This is what Zito said. And then Mancuso says, no, you have to tell me that you can get this thing done. So he said, because I had an editorial service on the Prowler, he told Mancuso, if you let me bring my editors, I can construct something, with teams of editors, and they can meet that date. And Frank Mancuso said, listen, here's what we're going to do. I don't care where you live. We're going to rent a house in Malibu for you, and you're going to move into that house. And my son, Frank Jr., will be in that house with you, and all your editors and their assistants and all the apprentices, and you're all going to move into this house. We'll provide you with food, etc. You guys will not leave until this film is ready to be screened. They were all there, and one of the people that was there was Manfredini. So he was there from start to finish. And this is exactly what he said, and this is in Crystal Lake Memories book. He said this: the final chapter was the most fun I've ever had making a movie. It was just a riot, craziness. There were 4 or 5 guys editing, and we were trying to cut music in this house in Malibu. All the music was newly recorded. There were elements that were similar, but nothing that was lifted and put in. It got to the point where the editors and I would be working with Frank Jr. behind us, looking over our shoulders. It was also a panic because they were up against the MPAA, who would only screen 1 reel at a time. It was insane. So you guys are saying all this, and meanwhile, Manfredini was with them for 6 fucking straight weeks working on it.
I just want to say it was Christian who said it, and I'll put it out there to the listeners. Which fanboy is wrong here?
Well, I'm taking it from the other Friday the 13th book. So we've got, it's more like David Grove's book versus Peter Brack's book. And it's funny because I'll take we'll continue talking, and I'll take a page out of this from exactly where I got this information from.
Did you say David Grohl?
Yeah, I'm thinking Foo Fighters.
David Grove.
Right.
Oh.
I immediately started thinking Foo Fighters.
That's what I was thinking. Okay. Oh.
Originally, Jason was going to use a monkey wrench in this one.
Well, back to Zito. Let me throw this in again about the budget. That was his decision to do that thing in the beginning. He wanted people to see, hey, we're not fucking around. This is the different. Yes, it's picking up where 3 left off, but we're going to show you guys right away by having a helicopter and a swooping shot that this is a serious movie. Get involved, get excited. And he demanded and got so many things, and he was surprised. It wasn't like he was an asshole saying, well, like he was a big shot. Like, I'm demanding this and you have to give it to me. But he asked for all these things and got them. And the things he asked for was a night. He wanted almost all night shots. And there's more night shots in this than anything. And he wanted a lot of rain for the second half of the movie, and he got that. He wanted a kid. Thanks. That's one motherfucking thing. Because Joseph Zito wanted a kid. Every fucking slasher that followed, and all these franchises had kids. So that's whatever. He wanted twins, and he wanted a dog.
A dog.
These were things, and got them.
4 of the best things in the movie.
They definitely make it stand apart.
And now, not to derail, but I got to go back. Here's the paragraph. For his part, composer Harry Manfredini, in common with Part 3, was very much an innocent bystander when it came to working on the final chapter, as most of the film's music was recycled music from earlier films. Quote, most of the music in the final chapter was recycled stuff, and I haven't even seen the whole film, says Manfredini. I did some stuff on the first and last reels, but that was it.
Weird.
And
so
then,
was he in the house or not?
According to Zito, Paramount didn't even want to pay for original musical score. I wanted Harry, but Paramount wanted to save money by recycling the music. I finally was able to get Harry to do some stuff, and he did a great job, but the rest was done with the help of music editor named Jack Tiller. So maybe the Jack Tiller editing part while he was composing the new stuff is the shit that happened in the thing. But the paragraph you read made it sound like he created all the music, and here we're being told he was able to create the beginning and the end, and it was a music editor that took Manfredini's earlier stuff to create the rest of the movie.
This is why you shouldn't read, kids. I heard it was Joseph Zito's brother who did the music. Tux?
Tux Zito. Wow.
Tux Zito, you said?
Yeah, I said his brother.
That's like the lowest common denominator joke.
Come on, that's a great joke.
That's great.
Oh shit!
That's a
So,
brand.
but he said he was in the house. So what was he doing for 6 weeks? If they didn't, they were paying him to be there. And
They had him locked in the basement. With
What's in the house? Yeah.
he's freaking blowing coke. He definitely did the thing at the end, and he talks about that in the Crystal Lake Memories. The whole thing with because you could tell there's a difference in the music.
Yeah.
When Jason, in the final confrontation, when he comes face to face with Tommy, whatever, and they're doing their thing, and then they're playing the music that.
Yeah, that's the stuff I was talking about. Yeah, that's the new stuff for sure.
Yeah, that little gory Corey.
Well, the things that were interesting is that Tom Savini wasn't on from the get-go. Even though Joseph Zito wanted him, he wasn't the original makeup effects guy. He came like a couple weeks into shooting.
And he's always been upfront and totally truthful about that. That they had already started the designs and of everything, and he just sort of jumped on board.
Here's what's funny.
Yeah.
The only thing that guy did, who is fucking famous, his name is Greg Canham.
Yeah.
And he's won Academy Awards. He's done all kinds of big time.
He's
okay.
huge, yeah.
Yeah. The only thing he's done in this film was the design of Jason. They already had the mask of Jason's face, and everyone said that's so funny because people are under the impression that they wanted it to look like Jason in Part 1, so they wanted it to resemble Part 1 more. But that was not Canham's idea. It just ended up having to look that way. So it's like they just got lucky. And Savini came in. He goes, well, they already had the mold done for Ted White's mask. And he goes, everything else was me. But he did the mold for the mask. So people think, Savini wanted it to look as close to his original Jason as possible so he could kill him. Which theoretically, he did. But it's like it was a perfect storm. The guy just happened to make something that looked like that without even trying. Because
was he told to and just was against it, or he just had no idea and just happened to make it that
he wanted to do his own thing, his own design of Jason. He came in there with, I don't know if it was an ego or what it was, but from what I can gather, he was just going to do his own incarnation of Jason.
His own incarnation seemed to be a perfect grown-up Jason from Part 1.
No, that was Tom's look, though. Tom designed the one we see in the movie.
I don't think so. I think that he said he already had the mold.
Yeah, so he used that mold.
Yeah.
Maybe he added to it, but that was the mold.
Yeah, but everything else was Tom. But the only thing that Canham got away with was the mold that they had already fitted for Ted White, which is strange.
Now going back in a little bit, because we always go all over the place. That's what we do, like I always say.
Yep.
When they cut to the hospital after it gets all quiet, I love when the cops are all gone and it's just quiet in the forest. It's dark and quiet. And then suddenly Jason gets blown through the doors and they're in the morgue in the hospital and whatnot. And it passes by a doorway and you see a mother consoling a daughter. I always assumed that was Chris. And it was funny because Vince on TJF 13 says he never thought that. He just never even knew why they did it. Well, why would they focus on that? Well, reading in the books and whatever, they didn't specify it was Chris, but the intention was that it was a grieving family member about the travesty that happened.
Yes.
But I think it's such a great idea. I think it makes sense that would be Chris. Like she would have been taken to the hospital. You figure,
but she wouldn't be in that like waiting area. Right. To me, that was like family consoling. It could have been family of a victim. It could have been Chris's family, but I was not under the impression that Chris was in that room with them.
No, she'd be in a hospital bed.
Yeah.
She wouldn't be that fucking, and that's a waiting room for someone that, you know what I mean? That's when you're lucky enough to get on the floor, and then as soon as you get a chance, you can go and visit the people that are on that floor.
But it makes sense for any family to be there because they'd either be there if it was Chris, because she was checked in, or they'd be there to identify their loved one.
Will you be there?
Is this Rick? I can't tell with that one eye out. This movie contains my favorite line in the whole series. Lines. Jesus Christmas. Holy Jesus goddamn. Holy Jesus jumping Christmas shit. I fucking love that line.
I had that written down too.
It's a great one.
Was that line written, or do you think Fackler
must have ad-libbed it?
Yeah, Fackler had to ad-lib that. Nobody could have written a line like that.
I say Jesus Christmas to this day. I'd say Jesus Christmas, and I do it as if it's just something I say, and it comes from this movie.
I like jumping Christmas shit.
Yeah.
Number one, that reminds me of when Clark Griswold goes crazy in Christmas Vacation. Right? That was written. So maybe it wasn't written. I don't know. Number two, Jesus Christmas. This is a funny story. I'm going to segue. I'm going to sidetrack us for just a second. I used to deal in Vegas at a local place called the Orleans. And when I was there, I was dealing Pai Gow poker a few days a week. And there was this guy. What's that?
I loved Pai Gow. I used to play that all the time.
It's the fucking greatest. But anyway, this guy was in there, and he was always complaining. He was a local, he was a regular, and he was always bitching. And it was really bugging me because his voice sounded exactly like somebody. And every time he spoke, I kept thinking, who the fuck does he sound like? And then one day he said, Jesus Christmas. and guess who he just happened to sound like? And I figured it out when he said that. Fucking Frosty the Snowman.
Frosty the Snowman?
What's that guy? Who's that guy's voice?
Sound like Axel.
No, he sounded exactly like Frosty the Snowman. Like, it was bugging me. Like, who did he sound?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I'm telling you. And it's so funny because Frosty is kind of a happy sounding voice, and this guy was always cursing and miserable. So that added to it, you know. And then when he said Jesus Christmas, hearing him say the word Christmas, it struck me. I was like, oh, now I know who it is. He's fucking Frosty. Anyway.
Did you tell him to chill out?
Chill out, Frosty.
He's on a roll tonight, folks.
Chill out, Frosty.
At least on this part.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
What about the Pamela Gravestone? Love the addition of the Pamela Gravestone. Absolutely fucking hate 1979.
Well, 1979 makes sense.
Why does it make sense? It's 1980.
No. Because the film was filmed in 1979. I don't care about release date.
But it said present day, and there's a Friday the 13th in 1980, so it only made sense that it was present day 1980.
But it was, but it was filmed in present day. So the day that film hit that freaking street, they were saying present day, but that present day happened to be 1979.
It's supposed to be June 1980. That's how I took it. So it always drives me nuts. I must be the only one, and they obviously did it for a reason because they think the same way. I think no, I don't care when you're filming it. You're filming it knowing it's coming out, so you're doing June present day. June 13th, present day. And on Friday the 13th in 1980, there was a June Friday the 13th. 1979, there wasn't.
But it doesn't say June.
It does.
Friday, June 13th. Okay, anyway.
Well, no, not on her gravestone, but we know it's June because they're getting ready for the kids.
This is true. Listen, I used to be just like you until someone pointed that out to me, and I go, okay, I think that makes sense. I think it was supposed to be 79. Was there a Friday the 13th in 1979?
No, I checked way long ago, and there isn't, but there is one in 1980.
Maybe in this fictional world they created there was. And we're overanalyzing.
Hey.
Says the guy who overanalyzes everything.
That's what
Mr.
we do.
fucking jack-o'-lanterns. How many jack-o'-lanterns are there? I hate this movie.
Please, you've been getting a lot of good comedy out of it. So don't get mad at me for saying it when you've been using it and getting the skeleton crew to laugh at your jokes.
I can't help it though. That fucking pumpkin.
And Dave, yeah. Every movie with a pumpkin in it now, he makes a post.
Doesn't even have to be a pumpkin in it. It's just perfect. I don't like it. Why? Too many pumpkins.
Did Pumpkinhead have too many heads?
Oh, I heard somebody motherfucking that on another podcast the other day. I heard some people are complaining about pumpkin, too many jack-o'-lanterns being on the lawn.
That was Skeleton Crew. It was the review.
You listened to it?
Yeah, I listened to it. It's hilarious.
I actually listened to it also, and they did a great job.
I didn't want to say. I didn't want to start a war between you and Dan Chase.
No, I liked it. I liked them all. I liked the Skeleton Crew. They did a great job. They talked about the film. They made me want to like the film even more. I don't.
What are they going to do? Get back to us in a year?
That's true.
Hey, yeah, last year you guys made fun of us, and now we're doing our Halloween special. We got a couple of things to say.
Yeah, they'll get back to us on It Chapter 2.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. You know what? Back to that intro. Let me steer it back to what you were saying about it being part 3. I didn't realize that they filmed at the same spot. I thought they recreated the same thing as part 3. But see, now it makes sense because I was like, the authenticity about it is amazing because they even had that deer. Do you guys know that there's a random plastic deer?
Yeah.
On the fucking isn't that weird?
I noticed that more. I mean, I'm sure I always noticed it, but never paid attention to it. But Vince pointed it out, and now I can never not see it every time I watch the movie.
Yeah.
He ruined it for you because you see that deer.
Deer.
Fucking
deer
fawn.
and the guy running around in the clear coat.
A faux fawn.
I don't know, but dude, that moment, that eerie moment when everybody's gone and they pull away and before they go into the hospital, right? Oh,
bellissimo.
Oh, absolutely. So something else Joe Zito said, which I liked, and this was his Cohen, I think was the script writer. I could be wrong, but I wrote this down because I read it and I liked it. He says, "Don't try to think of any new ways to kill kids because people have seen everything. Just make them real, like your after-school special kids, and whatever we do to them will be horrific." I like that. I
like it too. And then in the as it was a Barry Cohen, he went on to say afterwards,
Barney,
I think you're right. He went on to say afterwards that nothing seemed to come through in the movie, that they just ended up being disposable characters and none of the character development. They didn't. He only praised Crispin Glover for adding any dimension because he thought he was humorous and funny, which he is. But I think that him and Lawrence Monason play well. They're all likable. They're all good and even
very likable. In fact, to me, this has the most likable couple in the whole franchise. Doug and Sarah.
You're right.
They're tender. Tangerine.
I mean, look, it gets a little cheesy, you know. I think I'm in love. I think I'm in heaven.
I think I'm in heaven. I think I'm in love. What? And he's like, "What's that?" Because he's probably like going, "How the fuck do I get out of this?"
Exactly. But you know what? They were like the nicest, sweetest couple. I was genuinely upset when they got killed. And such brutal kill. And such a brutal kill for Doug.
Underrated. One of the film's
kill.
Highlights. I love it.
Yeah. The crunching.
Oh, it's awesome. You're right though. They are a good couple, and that especially that one scene when Sam gets mad and she goes, "Things are getting a little close in here," and she walks out, and fucking Sarah wants to go and console her.
Yeah.
And, and he's like,
Let's mind our own business.
Yeah, I like that. That speaks to almost like a married couple. That's something that they would say. She's like, "I don't want to dance." Well, okay, well, let's mind our own business then.
I'll talk to Paul.
But it's good though, because in Paul, you're like, "Oh no, he's being a dick and he's thinking of it." But then he's like, "I can't go through with this," and he goes out to find his girl after. Obviously, it's too late at that point, but I like that.
It sweetly is.
Yeah, and every time I see him, I think of Adam fucking Sandler. I don't know why he looks like Billy Madison in this or something.
He does. He does.
Wow, I never thought about that.
They talk about in the documentaries. I'm sure they talk about in the books about Samantha having to be in that raft and getting hypothermia and getting really sick from that. But you can tell from when Paul is going in the water to go meet her how cold that water is. You see how he is tiptoeing in that thing.
Yeah.
So the way he walks before he slashes down, you could tell he is absolutely freezing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
fucking December.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's December when they're doing this stuff. They're fucking dying. These poor. Matter of fact, they were so cold that the guy that played Rob, he brought a real knife, dumbass, for his own. Didn't have to, but decided to. They kept showing him going.
He's a method actor.
Yeah, kept going into his boot and getting that knife. His hands were shaking so bad, and he brought a real knife. And one time, because his hands were shaking so bad, because he was outside being wet and being cold and everything, and he freaking went to put the knife back into his boot, he fucking sliced himself. Had to get 9 stitches. Didn't tell anybody either. Yeah. Didn't want to fuck up the shoot. So he finished the shot, and then he went to the hospital.
Fucking crazy.
I think I noticed that when he's being killed, he's yelling, "Be careful, Jason. You're killing me, but watch my 9 stitches."
Oh, for God's sakes!
I thought he's a super nice guy because he actually cared if Trisha's parents got back together.
I like Rob. I like Rob a lot. He was very nice to Tommy.
Yeah.
It's a very nice scene when Tommy brings him up to his room
Hey, now.
No, they got.
No, I'm serious.
This is before. I know. Tommy, who's your friend?
It sounds horrible, but I'm talking genuine because
I know.
Tommy's living with two women. His father, they're separated.
The father figure.
He wants him. He needs a male figure. He sees Rob. Rob's this tough guy. He's the one who comes along and helps fix the car, which for some reason Trish is just yelling at Tommy to get the car fixed. Like, why don't you step out of the car, bitch, and take a look?
Yeah, someone's got to turn it over. What I noticed in that whole scene, this is what I took out of the scene, is that the Jarvis staircase is not up to code. The hand railing's on the wrong side. You'd fall right off that fucking stairwell into the living room.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Holy fuck.
I just found that out this time too. It's been a very important watch. All these times I've watched it, the hand railing's against the wall. Well, I mean, that makes sense, but when the other side of it's totally open to the downstairs.
I think I might have to take a half a point off for the hand.
Yeah, that's it. This is the jack-o'-lantern part of the show.
Yeah. Not too many jack-o'-lanterns, not enough handrails.
All I know is, here's what I noticed this time, is that I want to be in that Jarvis sandwich. Because I'll tell you.
Oh my God, I said the same thing. I said I wouldn't mind a Jarvis sandwich.
Dude, I'll tell you what, Mrs. Jarvis has the best ass in the movie.
Oh, she's fantastic.
Yeah, I just noticed it this time. I was like,
Jarvis sandwich is better than an Oreo cookie, that's for sure.
Let me ask you something. What's the time frame between the hospital massacre, Jason leaving, and the scene where Mrs. Jarvis is reading the newspaper that has missing body as the front page?
There you go. Because we've all done it. I've said it myself too. Oh, it's part 2, then a day later part 3, then a day later part 4. There is some time here. We typically get a couple of days between, and I would say that we could even say that this could have been a week later. Still, maybe not enough time for Rob to conduct a hunt for his sister Sandra.
He missed the funeral.
Yeah, well, there we go. But I know that's an ongoing thing. But where I'm going with it is, you're right. She is reading about the missing corpses or the missing people, and that he's gone. So obviously, it couldn't have been the morning after, because they wouldn't have even broke the news yet to get it into print. So it had to be at least one day later. At least one day later. And then Jason's en route, which is, yes, I mean, the later installments get way worse for this, but the hitchhiker is probably the good version of just a total add-on kill. But at least it makes sense here, because they introduce her, she's in contact with the kids that we know, and it shows that Jason's on foot, en route, back to Crystal Lake.
I mean, Savini's on foot.
Right.
I love those grunts.
And Pamela. That's the first time we see that her name is Pamela. It took them 4 movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first time she's officially been called Pamela, because she was just known as Mrs. Voorhees in part 1 when she introduced herself, and it's never been brought up since. So they gave her the Pamela name in this film.
That must have been a cool thing back in '84. If you were a fan of this franchise and you go see it, and then they pull up and you see Pamela Voorhees, like, oh yeah, that's her name, cool.
Yeah,
watching it now, it's like all this stuff before you even watch the films.
Yeah, but you can't take it for granted. And that's just it. I saw this thing opening night as a kid, and it was fucking the atmosphere was unmatchable. I tell you, wow. I don't remember that
lucked
part.
out, man, getting to see this one opening night.
Yeah, my parents would have. Well, R would never have gone. My dad would have never gone to see these. He did think these were trash, quite frankly, actually, but I didn't care.
Father Roger Ebert?
No. I have a question for you guys. So when the guy gets speared, so after Paul sees his dead girlfriend in the boat, swims back to the shore, gets spear gunned into his balls, and then Jason fires it off, and then he screams. Rob gets out of his yellow tent and goes a-hunting. Yeah. Then he hears a crack, turns around and notices a figure, which is Jason, leaving. And he's like, oh shit, he goes back and sees a broken gun. Now, is that supposed to be the spear gun? Or is that supposed to be Jason breaking Rob's gun? Because I always thought it was a spear gun, but it doesn't look like a spear gun then.
No,
because it has a scope.
He a spear gun.
Well,
no.
They just showed him with a spear gun, but it has a scope.
It's Rob's rifle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Rob's weapons that he brought. That's why he broke them, so he couldn't use them, I guess. I mean,
yeah,
so
that's why he had to carry that
thought
tiny
Rob's
little
a threat?
knife around.
He's got his machete still.
No, he gives it to Trish, and then he carries that little pocket knife, that little butter knife around.
It's just weird because, yes, I know it doesn't look like a spear gun because I'm watching it right now, and it is a gun. But I just assumed we just saw him stick something into Paul's balls that it was that gun. Because why would he?
Paul's balls. It's a fucking AC/DC song.
Paul's balls.
That's what Jimmy
They're dead in your face.
with
Paul's balls. Why would he do it? Obviously, he thinks Rob's a threat.
How could he be a threat? He fucking is the biggest pussy of them all. He freaking the whole. Rob Dyer has become a verb. A Rob Dyer is somebody that freaking sets himself up to be, to come up there and get the ultimate revenge. Then they get there and they completely puss out. His whole meaning to be there was to pursue Jason. And then he gets there and completely pusses out in a fucking second. He starts yelling, "He's killing me," before he's even struck.
Yeah, it's true. Trish, I think he's killing me here.
I think
he's killing me.
You know what? The story behind that, is actually quite unsettling. And I get hearing that kind of story. He thought this might play better, but it just doesn't. The kill itself would have played better. You take those lines out because the fact that you don't see anything, those lines, the fact that you don't see anything, I think is creepy, and it's extremely dark, and he's screaming, and
I've laughed at it, and I also admit it's one of the most disturbing kills in my opinion too, because of that.
Minus that he's killing me.
But Dave, you're absolutely right. He's a dead fuck.
He is. He is a dead fuck. He's a Rob Dyer. Anybody that sets out and you think that they're the main freaking, they're gonna fight the big bad. They're gonna take him down. They get there and they freaking get destroyed like a bitch in a minute.
His rifle got destroyed. He didn't have anything else.
And then he just freaking rolls over and dies and freaking announces it, which is the worst thing of all. He's killing me. It's funny. Do you really know the story? What's your interpretation of the story?
Well, then Joseph Zio said he heard a story of a guy who was being killed like on the street somewhere in New York, and the guy was yelling for help, saying, "This guy's killing me." Yeah, and nobody came, and he was actually killed.
Yeah, this is what it is. I have it right here because I've heard different podcasts mention different things, but so I didn't know exactly who knew. But this is what it is. I read it in the newspaper. A horrible story about a guy being stabbed repeatedly in a street in New York City. The guy was screaming, "Please stop hurting me. Please stop killing me." And people could hear the attack, yet no one called the police. The story was about how tragic that was, and it is. But I focused on a different aspect. So that's why you wanted to throw that in, and it ends up being a joke now.
Honestly, I think that something like that would get ignored today if somebody yelled out, "Please stop killing me" at the top of their lungs. It doesn't sound right, but it's absolutely haunting that really happened.
Of course it is.
Who would yell it out? I can understand, "Please stop hurting me," and you hear that and be like, all right, something's wrong. But when somebody says, "Please stop killing me," it doesn't sound like something. It sounds so
pretty please
thought out and rational and calm to say, "Oh, excuse me, please stop killing me."
I shouldn't laugh about it.
No, but that's how it comes off when I hear it in my head.
I don't know. I think if somebody was ever doing that to me, I don't think I would say, "Please stop killing me."
I might now. I might yell, "He's killing me," even if he's not even attacking me, just because that seems ingrained in my head.
Just for fun, you might do it, though?
Just for fun, I might.
Do it, man. Next time you're out somewhere in like a crowded place, fall to the ground.
Please stop killing me. What about when Mrs. Jarvis comes back to the house and she's looking around and she's like calling everybody's name and she's like going, "Gordon, where's Tommy?" Oh, Gordon? Like, how would Gordon know? And why would Gordon answer?
Between the number of Gordons and Axels thrown out in this film, that's half the script right there.
What does she say? What does she say? I know I'm jumping right back. Axel, you're the symbol of self-abuse?
You're the Super Bowl of self-abuse. Which makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Makes no sense.
I think it makes great sense. I was going to use it on you at one point during the show.
Self-abuse, wouldn't it be, if he's tormenting her, wouldn't it be abuse? Wouldn't it be you're the Super Bowl of abuse?
No, but
you're the Super Bowl. I've never got what she said.
Yeah, ever. Super Bowl. You didn't realize that she says you're the Super Bowl of self-abuse?
No, because I find she delivers her lines really weird.
Super Bowl. I get you.
Then shut my mouth.
Yeah, that all of a sudden got her hot and bothered. Yeah. Then shut my mouth.
That's great. Hey, man.
Get him in. Get him in the icebox.
She wants something in it. Yo, dude, the Super Bowl is self-abuse because, oh, you know what? Okay, I was going to say she's calling herself the Super Bowl of self-abuse. No, wait, let me think about this. You are the Super Bowl of self-abuse. So I'm hanging around you, and the things you do are making me feel like I'm abusing myself for hanging out with you. So you're responsible for it. So you're the Super Bowl of self-abuse.
We're fucking dissecting this like it's Shakespeare.
I am more confused about that line right now than I am about Gordon.
Okay, Gordon.
Is this a dagger I see before me?
How did he crawl out of the icebox so quietly?
Well, first of all, the Gordon count is 22, by the way.
Gordons?
22 Gordons, 4 on the first fucking second that we meet him from Corey. 4. There's 22. I believe that 7 of them come later on from when Mama Jarvis is walking around looking for Gordon, and then all of a sudden she goes, come to think of it, where the hell are you?
Yeah.
You know, that whole scene.
That line, that's another weird line.
I don't like that Sam calls him a mutt. Gordon looks like a purebred golden.
Sam calls Gordon a mutt?
Yeah. So that's a handsome-looking mutt. And she's petting him. Like, he ain't a mutt. He looks like a purebred.
Wow, he's definitely not a mutt. You know, that's the first time Corey Feldman saw bare tits. It was with Sam, and it was that scene. It was not the scene with the window dressing. It was not the scene when he went there and they were skinny dipping, because
he wasn't there. Yeah, he wasn't actually there when they were skinny dipping.
Initially, she was going to come out and be naked and say, what are you looking at, to him? That was in the script, and then they decided to cut, thought it was too racy, so they didn't do it. But he says, he goes, when Gordon runs out and when they first meet the kids from next door, Sam had a short dress on and a short cut skirt. She was bending over saying hello to Gordon. And then he happened to see, because of the way she exposed herself, that she had no bra on, and they were just hanging out there for him to see.
Oh,
so you see Corey. Yeah. That's his first glimpse of freaking...
Let me introduce you to my friend Ben. Ben who? Ben over! It always comes back to the Toxic Avenger.
Yes, everything.
Same year.
10 out of 10.
Yep, 22 Gordons, ladies and gentlemen. So
22. I would have figured more. And you know what? I've got this amazing book. It's a really cute book my wife got me called Death Count, and it's all cartoons from the series of everybody getting killed, and it's really well made, and Gordon's not in it, meaning they don't think Gordon was killed by Jason. Brandon, I don't either.
And they don't think Gordon was killed at all.
Well, a lot of people don't think. They think he just jumped out and ran off into the woods.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I don't think we should get into it now. We could save it for later. But when we do get into the Gordon talk, my whole thoughts and everything, I don't want to say they've completely changed, but I'm not so concerned about what happened to Gordon, more so than I am about where Jason is at each moment.
Well, Jason's all over.
That's the real issue. Well, that's the real issue, because there are those who say no, he's in the basement. I think there's a secret way into the basement that he's getting in that.
They're really no. I mean, as much as you're laughing, Jay, he sets the bodies up. There's so much continuity. So it's either one horrible continuity error at the end, or I know we're in slasher logic here, but to make it work, then there's one of those doorways that Michael's probably going to escape from in Halloween 2020.
That's a major continuity issue, because they clearly go through the door that Sarah got killed through the axe, because the hole is in there. And then, of course, when she's escaping the house later on, she doesn't go through that door because she doesn't want to step over Tina's body who's there. And then all of a sudden, Jimmy's body's hanging by the other door. So I think that the power was cut from the outside. Jason set up the bodies. Maybe he was upstairs originally. Maybe he did scare and try to attack Gordon, because I do hear that whimpering makes me feel like Gordon was being threatened and attacked.
But Gordon whimpers and runs upstairs. He doesn't.
No, Gordon whimpers and runs upstairs like he's going to investigate something, but then you hear like a crunching and even more whimpering, like he encountered something, like Jason, and got away from him, jumps out the window for self-preservation. Then Jason somehow climbs back down, maybe like he did with Tina, climbs back down, sneaks back into the basement, and attacks Rob a few minutes later.
Well, look, this is not high art, and I have to meet you halfway, because Otherwise, it's a horrible continuity error. Because I always said, I feel like the editing of the kills are even kind of mixed up there, where he just killed Jimmy with the corkscrew and the meat cleaver to the fucking face.
Fucking great.
And then doesn't go to kill Lawrence Monason right away, goes up to throw Tina out the window, only to go right back down, grab the knife right from beside Jimmy's body, to then go kill Lawrence Monason.
It kind of makes sense because he's standing by the door to the kitchen, which is the door. He'd sneak right out the door, climb up the side of the roof, pull Tina out the window.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Which is an awesome kill, too. I love the way the windows explode.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they add, like, you're not just getting tossed out the window in slow-mo, but she hits that car and everything just explodes. It's great. And that's why it's such a disappointment in part
when Robin
7.
Gets it.
Yeah.
When Robin gets
it.
I totally agree with that, because she just hits the dirt. Like, she should definitely be alive.
Well, Trish does the same thing. In fact, even worse, dives through a window, through a deck, and lands on the ground, and then wakes up and takes off.
Get a nice panty shot, though.
Yeah, which she hated. She hated that because she said the way they had to match it. So when the stunt lady did it, landed, of course, her panties were showing. So they had to match it because, you know, it's all for art and film. God forbid that everything else doesn't match in this, but they had to have her panties showing.
You know what? I actually, it's not that I dislike it or like it, but I can see her not liking it. It's kind of stupid the way she lands. She lands like so perfectly, like an angel laying there.
I like that.
I do like when the one sister, though, looks out to see that her twin
the bike
left.
Is still there.
The two bikes are still there. That's right before she gets tossed out of the window. I thought that was great. And when the twin does get killed, the first one, they do it all artsy with that flash of lightning and the shadow.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's super cool because they never really...
And then slam her against the house.
Yeah, which no one reacts to. Because they're watching the porn or the stag movie right inside that window there.
Yeah.
Well, they're high.
Can you tell the difference between the twins?
Dave, you know I love the movie. I just like that. It's kind of like this point. You just pull it.
Do you agree with Jimmy that Tina is the hotter of the two?
Yes.
You get the hotter of the two. Well, she's definitely the more sexual.
Yep.
You think that's it? You think it's just a sexual energy? I mean, because it's hard to tell them apart.
I think it's both. I could tell them apart. I think the one is more sexual and more attractive. Just so happens to be.
I still don't understand why Teddy Bear didn't take a shot. I mean, I know he takes a little shot at Terry, but why he gives up so quickly and just decides to move on to vintage porn. She didn't totally reject him. She just wasn't going to kiss him right away. I mean, he was just trying to bang her sister. It's like, at least talk to her for a little bit. She was actually sitting there next to him for a long time while he's watching that stupid movie.
Well, he stared her down, and she got up off the chair and went over and sat beside him.
Yeah. And then he immediately makes the move. She kind of pushed him off, and he's done. Then he's just like, I'm going to watch vintage porn and get high.
Yeah. Well, enough was enough. He had already had 3 or 4 bad things happen to him involving them both now. So he's that's it. He's done. He's like, fucking A, again the teddy bear thing doesn't work? Yeah. He's mad now.
He needs new lines because I want to give teddy bear a kiss ain't working.
Right, exactly. And he's pissed off because Jimmy went upstairs with the girl. All that time he was raising dead fuck, and he ended up being the freaking guy who didn't even get to, have an opportunity to prove what kind of fuck he is because he's not fucking.
I love the way Crispin Glover delivers his lines.
What? A dead fuck? That?
A lousy lay, a dead pecker. Oh, I hear you.
Give it to me straight, Doc.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was funny. That made me think of Back to the Future when he said, give it to me straight, Doc. I'm like, oh, Doc, Back to the Future. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Too bad they never met, but yeah.
No, I know, but the whole Doc thing, I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Oh, that would have been cool if they did meet just because of that. A lot of that was improv.
Give it to me straight, Doc. Where's Marty? Give it to me straight, Doc.
Right. I can take it. Oh, shit.
A
lot of that was improv.
Yeah.
To a degree. Yeah.
It was great. It was well done.
So, something I noticed this time that you guys are going to laugh at me. Oh, by the fucking way. Listen to this.
Tom Everett?
The night before we saw Halloween 2018, we watched Halloween on 4K. Me, my wife, and my daughter. And guess what? Neither of them saw Michael standing behind the car when Lori was in the classroom. I'm not the only one. Because after that scene ended, someone said something. One of the two, I forgot what they said. And I go, so did you see what just happened in that scene? And my wife said, yeah, the car was outside. And that's what Francesca said too. Right, we're round it back, and she said, so wait a minute. So I'm not the only one. A lot of people don't know.
What the fuck are they doing in Buffalo?
It's a Zendana thing.
Yeah.
It's a Dave Z thing.
I don't know, buddy.
So many
Sorry.
people didn't see it that they decided to copy it in the new one and just have Lori standing outside instead.
There you go.
I didn't see
put the
Lori
car
there.
They might not see Lori. Right.
Actually, I rewatched it the other day and I didn't see the car. I just saw Michael standing there.
Oh shit.
Teddy's
So-
death is really well edited.
Yeah.
It's a
Teddy's
really
death? Oh.
yeah, it's a really good shot with you see the knife stabbing into the silhouette of his head through the screen, and then his reaction, and then there's a dummy head that's really well made that sort of falls back, and then you just see him. I love how the knife slides and cuts the screen. It's great.
Yeah, no, it is a cool scene. The scariest dummy head in the film, though, is the one they use for Samantha when she pulls Sarah into the water. When she floats under the dock.
I'm gonna hold my breath until you come out. Then, yeah.
If you freeze frame it on that dummy head that floats out from underneath, it's fucking terrifying.
Why would it
Isn't
be
that
a
her?
dummy?
That's her.
Of course it's her.
It's just her doing the dead man float upside
Yeah.
down.
No.
You think they
You
made
thought
a
it was
dummy
a-
for that?
No, that is not her.
It's her.
She
It
looks
is
like a dummy. Did you
not-
see the way she got killed, by the way? By the way, again, don't you ever insult Annie's kill in fucking Halloween 78 again, because Samantha's kill in this movie, the look on her face is definitely worse than Annie's on the raft.
Hey, she just wanted to get out of there. You know what? I felt the pain for Samantha in this one. That was brutal. You could see that thing starting to pierce through her back. But no, there was no way that could have been her face. If that's her face, it was terrifying.
She looks like a dummy. She looked like a dummy in the raft too, but it was really her.
No,
She
no,
dummy
come on.
faces.
When next time you put it on, just go to that scene and please freeze frame it, frame by frame, shot it as the head comes out, please, and just tell me
Okay.
it doesn't look terrifying.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and see maybe it's a dummy. I can't imagine they build a dummy for that little gag.
It's not a
but
dummy.
maybe.
If it's not a dummy, then she did like this creepiest, scariest face I've ever seen in my life. She actually
had her
genuinely-
eyes open and pretended she was dead.
No, but they looked like they were bulging out, and it just had a very strange look. I'm not talking about the goofy look that she gets when she's getting killed. I get it. It does look goofy, but at that point, she had fucking hypothermia. I'm just glad she was alive to get killed.
Well, that whole scene is kind of goofy, but I say that there's only one scene in this movie that I find is unnecessary, and it's when Sarah goes back to get the car, and they do that whole walk through the woods, fake suspense build up to just do a fake scare that she backs into a tree branch. I just feel like the movie is so good, and it doesn't need that scene. And it would have, and taking it out, the running time would have been fine. So it would have not affected the
It
pace
was only
of the movie at all.
like a 15-second scene, but they didn't need it.
Yeah, it's my least favorite scene, and on the DVD and specifically the Blu-ray, because I reconfirmed it by watching it again, it's the grainiest scene
Yes.
ever, and it looks horrible on the Blu-ray.
No.
Huh. I didn't catch that, but wow.
Now you're starting to confuse me. Is it? Do they say it's Sarah? Or
No.
you just-
I think it that was a Vinceism. Vince, it's Sarah,
Okay.
but I think he
Oh,
says that
okay.
the way I don't know the guy that she fucks says her
Oh.
name. He always makes it sound like he says Sarah,
Sarah.
but it's Sarah.
Sarah.
Yeah.
So the little breath in the fridge, I never noticed it till this time. I tried to
really?
allude to it earlier.
The Jason breath, I noticed
Yes.
that. I did notice that. Probably not the first 4 times I watched the movie, but I did notice it a long time ago, even on
Oh.
VHS back in the
Wait,
day.
what's this?
With Jason when Axel puts him in the cold room or cold
Oh,
thing,
yes,
and then you
yes.
just see him. He actually breathes, and you just see
Yeah.
him exhale.
Yeah, I
Never noticed it.
I never
until
noticed
now.
it either.
Isn't it weird that it took all these years? Just like I don't know. It's crazy. And you guys think that Axel is kind of reminiscent of Bud in fucking Halloween 2?
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah.
They do something here in this one as well. I guess they show Jason more in part 3. Like he walks right out with the hockey mask, and then we see him in this one. It's mostly like glimpses of him. Like he grabs Axel, does the thing with his head, but we don't see a good shot of Jason. He guts the nurse. We don't really see a clear shot. Then most of the other kills, you don't really see him. Like the hitchhiker, we don't really see him in full figure. When he kills Sam, we don't really see him that much. Again, you don't see him when he spears the guy in the balls. And I think the next shot you see him is when he comes through that shower and just crushes his head. And there's just a very quick, that full frontal of Jason. Oh.
That's your favorite, full frontal Jason. No, you know what? I agree with you, and I think that's super effective because once the third act kicks in, that's when you start to see Jason in full, starting to run. That whole final chase is just relentless and nonstop and beautiful. I
know a lot of people say Richard Brooker does a great job. I think Ted White is the most iconic. Definitely.
You know, I had never really formed an opinion on it until this show now, but I definitely think that Ted White is my favorite Jason after watching this a half a dozen times over the last 2 weeks.
And I've said this before, but he is my favorite Jason as well. And as we go through the series, I'll point out some other ones that I appreciate too.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate most of them for the most part, but this is brutal, unrelentless Jason, and I love him.
He's awesome, and that is the Jason I think of when someone says Jason Voorhees. I think of the final chapter Jason.
Yeah,
well, he fucking runs. He runs, and like with
he
Trish,
runs all the time.
Like he's going back and forth, looking like, do I want Tommy? Do I want Trish? You first, bitch. And then he chases her, and he runs across the thing, bitch. And then he runs up the stairs, and then he's kind of like, you ain't getting past me. What's your next move? And then he starts charging her, and she just, I gotta go out the window. It's terrifying, that whole sequence.
It is, but the thing is, even when I was a kid and I was at the movies, I knew that he was not going to go after the kid. I was like, well, he's obviously not going to chase the little boy because they're not going to kill a little boy. And I was 12 years old. I knew that at that age. So I wish it would have gone the other way because then I would have been thrown a wrench. But I mean, at the time, I'm not knocking the movie.
A monkey wrench? Who are you, Dave Grohl?
Nice. Yeah, didn't he write a book for this movie, Dave Grohl?
That's why your facts are wrong, Christian. You're reading books by people who are not experts on the topic. I'm sorry.
That's fucking funny, though. But it is a great scene and a great chase and everything else. And the fact that there's a little boy there when I was a kid took me out of it ever so slightly. And I can overlook it now because everything else is so great. And that chase is still great. And everything else that happens during that chase is great. So I can overlook it now. It's just unfortunate what it led to. Because after this, everything became a kid in the movie and more than one person in the final chase. And not just the Friday the 13th movies, but in all the other franchise films. It's a little unfortunate that it spawned that.
But I think what they did with it and having a kid in it and the way they ended it was perfect to wrap up the Jason saga.
Sure. It was 1 through 4 is it, man. And I've said it many, many times. It's the holy grail of slashers. There's not 4 consecutive slashers in any series at all where that begins part 1, ends part 4, where they did call it the final chapter, where that could have been it. If they just would have made 4 movies, could you imagine how this franchise would be looked at now? If the final chapter was just the final chapter, imagine what people would. I mean, people love this series anyway. We do. I mean, but I'm just saying, if it ended here, just imagine how it would be looked back on by the the public, by the horror fans. Oh my God, people be fucking blowing it. People blow it anyway, but I mean.
Well, you know, it's funny. I was driving my daughter and her friends the other night, and he asked me because he knew I saw the new Halloween. And he said, "What'd you think?" And we were talking about it. I said I loved it, and he says, "Well, what's your favorite series?" I said, well, I still have to give that to Friday the 13th. And he's like, what? He goes, those are all the same. So I know a lot of people think that too. And he's a younger kid, but he's into horror as well. But it's funny that his reaction was that Halloween was something different, but Friday the 13th was all the same movie over and over again.
Yeah.
Well,
that's it.
Halloween is kind of different if you think about them. We just went through them. I mean, I guess 2 is kind of like 1, but I mean 3 is definitely different. 4 and 5 are kind of the same. 6 is his own fucking thing. I mean, I don't know. They are. That's the thing about Halloween is that it is kind of all over. And they have different timelines now, and it is in a way, it's kind of different where Friday did have the formula, and they set out to have the formula. By the time they came to this movie, they did that on purpose, and because it worked.
This kid must also love the Texas Chainsaw timelines. You better keep an eye on him.
That's high profile.
Yeah, that's how you profile. What's your favorite horror franchise?
Michael,
Texas
eh?
Chainsaw.
Okay.
Michael? Okay.
Get out. No, I'm just kidding.
Get out. Oh, how about the sign that girl has? See, I think she was coming up to see you. It said fucking Canada in love.
Yeah, a little Canadiana. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep, and then she gets banana fucking destroyed.
Oh, it's a great death. That death.
That is a good kill.
I love it because the squeezing of the banana. I always thought, this brought back the gore. I mean, this was, if you take the first 4 movies, this is the goriest one.
Hands down.
No question. And in
First two.
fact, if you take the first 6 movies, this is still the goriest one.
Yes.
This and part 1 are pretty close.
Yes. This in part 1. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There are gory moments in the other ones, as we well know, but they seem to get away with more. And I don't know if it's because of the tease that it was the final chapter that they said, okay, we'll let you get away with a little bit more here. I know they had to resubmit. I know that this is not uncut.
Well, that's what Zito even said in some of the special features, is that they got away with a lot more because of the fact that this was pitched as the final Jason. So maybe, they let them get away with it. Like, all right, we'll just approve that this is it. We don't have to do this anymore, because you see a big drop off in the kills when you get into part 5. I mean,
not really. Not really. They're censored. But you get way more kills. Probably the most kills in the franchise, but they're extremely censored.
Yes,
and no. I mean, they are. There's a lot of off-screen, a lot of editing. Well, we'll get there.
When we get there.
We're gonna get there. But
I have a piece of paper with fucking something that they showed with the MPAA and what they said and how much had to be cut and what scenes were cut and all that stuff.
You got that for part 5?
Yeah, for part 5, just to show you how much they messed with them.
It was banned in Ontario.
Wow,
for a bit.
I think Savini was sleeping with one of these mothers at the MPAA.
You think?
Because he never gets cut. Part 1 didn't get cut. Look at the Burning and the Prowler and Maniac in fucking this movie.
I wonder
and
if he's
everything that
cut.
he worked on. What?
I wonder if he's uncut.
Look it up in your Dave Grohl book. Actually, look it up in your Kurt Cobain book.
Can someone ask one of these events? He always gets asked the same questions. Go, are you cut or not? Exploded heads want to know.
Oh, shit. Yeah, instead of
I would ask
mine.
him. I'd be afraid. I don't know if I'm catching him on a good day or a bad day.
Yeah.
Oh, unbelievable. How about the thing in the paper that Rob has that says, described by a would-be victim?
Yeah.
Who the fuck described Jason? It's a picture of a boy. So are they saying that Alice told people in the newspapers and they did a freaking one of those sketches based on her dream?
They may have. That's the only way they could have gotten that, and that would have been it. But it was within the 3 months before she was killed. And then,
but that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I bought it. That's the only thing that logically that makes sense.
I guess so, but I mean, if you fell out of a boat and you woke up in a hospital and said, some young boy jumped out of the water and dragged me under. Oh, well, let's get a police sketch in here right away. We gotta locate this boy. I mean, you think they'd believe you? I just find it funny, that's all. The would-be victim, and it's a boy Jason. I'm like, well, the only boy that attacked anybody, the only one he attacked was Alice.
That was a pretty damn accurate drawing.
What I would have liked more of his story, though, because, I mean, in retrospect, I love them, and I take them for what they are, but really, at the end of the day, I would have liked more backstory, like why the fact, like really 2, 3, and 4 do happen within like a 2-week period. Let's say we'll give it. Yes, it's probably only a matter of 5 to 7 days, but we could even expand it to over 2 weeks.
Sure.
Now
I believe Rob started his trip to look for Sandra's killer before Sandra was even killed.
Where I'm going with it is to do some more tie-ins. I guess they just thought they had enough. They had these little newspapers and everything else. I mean, you could have probably brought Pamela Voorhees. Maybe she would have returned, but maybe they showed the grave. Maybe they could have brought a flashback. I don't know. They played it straight. This is a franchise film. through and through. And I'm grateful for it because this ends up being one of the best of the bunch.
Fuck yeah. There's no question about that. They do everything right here. They took everything they did in the first three and expanded, and yeah, they had the gore, they had the music, they had the scene, a lot of nighttime stuff. It's fantastic.
I have a question. I'm not a car person. I'm not a handy person. Is a solenoid a real thing?
It is.
Okay.
A solenoid, yeah.
Oh, yep. Solenoid, okay.
Yep.
So did we talk Gordon enough for you? You're making it sound like you're going to go into a big bunch of Gordon stuff.
I've watched it a dozen times, and I'm just the main thing. The way I see it now is that Gordon was being threatened and attacked by Jason, but he got away, jumped out the window. Whether he lives or dies, I don't know. But that Jason was not in the basement the whole time.
Oh, that's fine. You know what? If you're conceding to the fact that Gordon jumped, then there's no argument. Then I
do think Jason tried to grab him, and I feel like he got away from him because the way in some of the special features I watched, the way Zito described it is almost as if he was saying he wanted to have Gordon thrown out the window, but he wasn't like coming out and straight up saying that.
Well,
but they never would have gotten away with that.
The thing is, he made an effort to not show him after it happened. So the implication would be that he was dead. You do not see Gordon anymore after that, after he jumps out the window.
No, you don't, which is a shame, especially since they decided now in the video game to bring him back to life.
Oh, did they? Well, whatever.
Yeah.
Either way, he jumped out. He's fucking gone. That's all there. So there's nothing to argue about. We all say that he jumped out. He killed himself, and that's that. The funny thing about Gordon is everybody's looking for him for the longest time. Mama Jarvis goes there, looking, Gordon, where are you? Nothing. Tommy comes home. There's no Gordon. They're hanging around. Then all of a sudden, what's her name? Trish and Rob come in the house, and out of nowhere,
they take Gordon.
Yeah, they decide they're going to go across the street, and this is what you hear as Trish walks out. She says, Gordon, and the next thing you know, they're on the porch, and Gordon's next to her. So he's magic. He can just appear out of nowhere too.
Maybe he was across the street setting up the bodies. Oh no, wait, they weren't in the house yet. So
how about this?
Plus, he doesn't have opposable thumbs.
Kimberly Beck sang on a song that was #1 in Australia when she was a young girl.
Really?
Kimberly Beck. It was called "Let's Take a Walk." Yes, and she's a little girl on it. Her father was her stepfather was somebody. And what the hell is his name?
Beck, the singer, who also wrote a book on Friday the 13th that Christian likes. Shut the fuck up. No, she was a big child star, wasn't she? In a Hitchcock film.
Now that I don't know, but I know she sang.
Well, she was in Massacre at Central High. That's what I know.
Yeah, but she was also in a Hitchcock film when she was a little girl. She was a child actress.
Okay, wait, here it is. I'm gonna play the beginning and the end.
Yes, Kim?
Daddy, can I sing the song with you?
Oh, I think so, Kim. I tell you what, why don't you do the dum-diddy-dums, and we'll see what happens, okay?
Okay.
Let's take a walk.
Dum-diddy-dum.
Hand in hand.
Dum-diddy-dum.
Let me show
So that's her.
old treasures untold.
Yeah, that's her. Kimberly Beck. This song was #1 for like 16 straight weeks in Australia.
That's Tommy Leonetti, her stepfather.
Yep.
And she was in Marnie, Alfred Hitchcock's Marnie.
Marnie, okay. Dum diddy dum. I'm gonna say that every time that name comes up, Trish.
Every time Brandon opens his mouth. Dum diddy dum.
You're gonna be singing it a lot then.
Awesome. She moves pretty fast, man. She was all over Rob. Hey, you want to come inside? The only time we actually saw her around the boy, and that fucker, she was hot to trot. They tried to play it off like the good girl. She was all over that freaking dude.
It's true.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, she was fucking. She might have been the biggest. She might have been dirtier than Sam. We don't know, but I'll tell you, She moves fast. Immediately, she kept saying things to him. Oh, you want to come over? Oh, you gonna come this way? You know what I mean? She was just like,
You want to take a shower? Tommy leaves the door open.
Well, and what do you think about the mom not seeing the mom getting killed?
it's okay. And the reason they did it is because they were going to do the dream sequence. But for once, I'm glad they didn't because I'm watching it and I'm trying to figure out where a good place would be to put that dream sequence, and I just can't come up with it.
I thought it was the end. I thought that was the end stinger, but Jason looks
Yeah,
like a
but-
fucking muppet in that.
Yeah, I like the dream sequence on the cutting room floor, but
Which is weird because after the first three, it became like tradition to have it, you know?
yeah, this one didn't need it though. But in terms of not showing her kill, I liked it, especially since early on they're showing her looking out the window, looking at the kids next door, and she has this Pamela Voorhees look to her. This, is she quite sane? Is something up with her? Is this where they're going? So the fact that they don't show her being killed still leaves a little bit of doubt as to what happened to her, even though we know because everyone's pretty much seen the scene by now of the dream sequence of her body being discovered and stuff like that.
It's cool, but the thing is, like you said at the end, though, Christian, it wouldn't make sense because you have that amazing thing with his eyes opening.
Yeah.
What are you gonna have? She goes home after that, and that happens. It would, you know what I mean?
No, but I thought it's a dream, and then she wakes up in the hospital, and then she hugs Tommy.
Oh, well, no. Well, Christian said at the end.
I meant at the. I didn't mean the very last scene, but you're right.
Maybe it could have fit there. No, but see, maybe B has a point there.
I thought that's where it was going to be originally. That it's just after it cuts to white after Tommy's killing Jason. That beautiful scene where it cuts to bright white. Then all of a sudden it's Trish's dream sequence with the mother, and then she wakes up. The doctor says, you could have I can't talk tonight. Shoulder surgery when you're a better candidate. And then Tommy comes in. They hug. He gives the look, and the end.
Okay. Maybe you're right there. Yeah, I guess maybe it could have worked. I don't know, but I was just thinking about that scene.
It wasn't. I mean, it's not bad. I just, it was fine the way it was.
Well, the final chase is great. I mean, what can you say? It's funny because the thing with Tommy, that was a total surprise for Corey Feldman. You could see it on his face.
Yeah, the grab through the window.
Yeah, he fucked with him because I guess that he gave Ted White a little trouble on the set and this and that. And at the end, he was like kind of waiting for it to happen. Then I guess he thought it wasn't gonna happen. So, but then you hear the other side of the story. He goes, I intentionally waited so you think I wasn't gonna come. And then he busted through, and the look on his face is, oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, that was genuine terror on his face.
It's amazing, yeah.
I would have shit myself too if Ted White came through the window and grabbed me like that.
I would probably shit right now if he came through a window. He's like 90-something years old. Fuck.
Yeah, he was pretty old on the set of this. He was like 60 when he was doing this.
Yeah, and he's a big boy,
Yeah.
How about the exploding heads death that Tom Savini was fighting for Jason? Did you guys know about that one?
Oh my God, that seemed so out of character for the movie, and I think that's what they thought, so they decided to go for a more traditional. But yeah, he wanted to melt them down because he said he wanted to show Tommy melting a army figure with like a homemade microwave ray gun or something like that, and that's what they were going to do to Jason at the end. Use this microwave ray gun to melt his head.
Okay. Now I remember this from the from Crystal Lake Memories.
I'm so glad they went against that, though.
Here's what's funny. The first time I saw the movie when I was, 12 years old in the theater watching this, and Tommy had all those, because he makes all those monsters and shit. He had all those rubber masks and all that stuff hanging. I thought that when Jason came through that room when he was hammering the fucking thing and he, about to do the Here's Johnny thing and stick his head in, I thought right before they hit him with the TV, as I was watching the movie, I thought that Jason was going to stick his head in that thing and he was going to see the hanging mask and be afraid of him.
I'll tell you what, those masks were awesome.
They were awesome.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think that's from his his private collection, Tom Savini's. So
I think you're right, yes.
It makes sense that they would do that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
I love the one he's wearing at the beginning. I know we're all over the place, but when he's like, "Oh, Mom."
Yeah.
I laugh every time. He's like, "Oh, Mom."
Yeah, go get a haircut.
Do I have to get a haircut? And he's still wearing the friggin' thing.
Yeah, it's great, man. But yeah, the thing with the you guys also know this. The Dawn of the Dead machete is the one used to kill Jason.
I
did
don't
not.
know if I knew that. No, that might be something new.
Yeah, it was the one that, that famous one that went to that zombie's head that they used in Dawn of the Dead. Because when Savini was shot down for doing that thing, he decided, what else can we do? We want to do something else that they haven't, something that's memorable. And they said, well, what about that big machete we have from when we did Dawn of the Dead? He was recommended to him, or he was talking to one of his, partners about it or something or other. And they said, yeah, let's get that machete and we'll use that. And sure enough, that came into play because of that.
Such a fantastic way to kill Jason.
Oh, it was good. Like, again, I think it's even more effective than chopping his head off because it's just,
it's brutal.
Yeah, chopping his head off is finite, or unless they decide that it's a paramedic with a crushed larynx. But in this case, just having a machete go through half of his head and then him fall down on the blade and, beautiful.
Beautiful.
Oh,
fucking beautiful.
Neil's right. It's awesome. Everything about it. That was something I was actually at one time. First of all, Jason does have a bit of hair. Did you guys notice that?
He's using Rogaine again.
Yeah, little tufts. They're little tufts.
Yeah, he has little tufts. A lot of times we complain about that in the later movies when you see it. But in this film, he also has it, and I noticed it this time. It's just one of those things.
He must have learned to shave his head from Tommy.
Yeah, right. That's what it was. Tommy's situation. At one time I used to have the slightest complaint of what he was doing, but what Tommy's intentions were and what he was saying. And Jason, don't you remember? But I think it's a great scene. But I'm thinking, what was his end game? What was he planning on doing by doing that? Just to distract Jason? And what was he hoping Jason was going to remember? That he was once a boy? But what I've come to realize is this. Just the fact that someone knows his name would be probably enough to fuck him up.
Yes. That and looking like him, I thought was a smart move because he's scared. He's not sure Trish and Rob either of them are coming back when they go across the street. So he stays there. He reads the articles. He kind of has his Ginny moment where he's like, okay. And I totally buy it because he's the boy whiz in this one.
Makes perfect sense. It's a classic.
Yeah.
Well, like, again, they show him with the newspaper posted up by the mirror while he's shaving his head. But this is what I'm saying. We know Joseph Zito could direct the film. We know that these movies are not known for their script writing. But I think a little bit more could have been developed there to draw the comparisons. Like, I know we see him reading the papers loosely on the steps while Trish and Rob are exploring over at the house. He then says, is he here? And then decides, but there was just too much of a jump to get to that realization, that psychology realization that he has to look like him, maybe so that he could relate, Jason could be relatable and whatever. I don't know. I thought it was a bit of a jump. I've totally accepted it over the years, but if I had to be overly critical, I would say that's a bit of a jump.
It is a bit of a jump, but he does know his name. That's what helps me swallow that,
Yeah, there's really not swallow it all. What are you swallowing? Paul's balls?
Paul's balls!
I'll swallow them whole.
It's weird. Wow. I actually don't have a complaint about it because given the fact that it's only about the name and just the shaved head look, and he evidently read the quick article of him drowning, and it's all he says is remember. It's not like it's going into much detail, so I didn't feel like I don't know what they could have added that would have not felt too forced.
Every time I showed this movie to somebody way back in the day, they'd be like, what's he supposed to remember?
Really?
What am I missing here? And they would know the basic premise of a Friday the 13th. They weren't diehard fans, but I remember that definitely. Every time I'd be like, oh, well, he drowned, and Corey Feldman sort of trying to emulate his look and say, don't you remember when you were just a boy and the innocence?
Yeah, and you know what? I didn't even think about what he's trying to hint at he's supposed to remember. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe he's just doing it as a distraction to get him to look. Hey, Jason, remember.
Well, then why is Jason no, but they have all that doodle music, and then Jason reaches up to him like, Oh, my precious memory.
Right.
Before Trish attacks him with the machete.
But I think it's just strictly, this is a reflection of me more so than, I remember the exact moment you're talking about.
I'm okay with it. I used to have the issue, and now I don't. Again, just the fact that he knew his name was enough. But it's pretty self-explanatory. He's got the picture right there. Why the hell not? And they say that Jason grabs for Trish's tit or something at the end. It was like a moment of being human again before he actually dies.
When is that? With
Is this a joke?
hand?
No, it's hold on a second.
I just read that somewhere too, so
Oh,
I'm
so
not,
you're
I'm
aware
not
of it,
denying
too?
it. Yeah, I
With
just
Barry
don't know
Cohen.
where it was.
Or Barry. He says, one of the things they argued with Joe about was that it's no fun to kill a monster unless the monster understands his mortality. And so at the end, one of the things I wanted to do that we couldn't do was that Jason reaches out for Trisha's breast. He doesn't actually touch it, but he's at a calm moment. And you can read that Jason is getting another idea here, that finally there's something better than killing. Jason has a thought in his head that isn't murderous. It's actually amorous. And it's at that moment that he can be killed. It was a softening of Jason, like that scene in Frankenstein with the little girl at the well. In that moment, Jason is no longer a monster. He's almost human, and where his killing also becomes sympathetic.
Oh, God.
Could you imagine?
I'm glad they nixed that,
I think that scene, because that's what made me think of it. When he's holding out his hands, don't you remember? I think the writer wanted to have Trish next to him, and then he goes for her tits.
Maybe he's remembering the attacking Chris in part 3. Or before.
Well, that's the replacement scene. The remember, with Tommy is the replacement for, here, lick my areola. The lick my areola ending.
Lick my areola, you dog dick.
We got the kiss my muffin ending and the lick my areola ending. Is it kiss my muffin or lick my muffin?
No, it's lick my muffin, isn't it?
Oh, it's lick my muffin, so it can't be lick my areola. We got to come up with something else.
Kiss it.
And kiss it. Kiss my
areola.
Lick my muffin, kiss my areola. Shit. Well, something else about part 2. One more quick thing I thought was funny. They said a similar line, and she said it was after they won the contest with the fucking the two twins and the drink, and it was just another thing that they did just like part 2 when she says, "What do I win?" and the guy says, "What do you want?" Did you notice that?
Yeah.
A total part 2 tribute, and I do think it's sad and tragic that Sam dies not knowing. When Sam goes out to the boat, she's pissed off at her man, so she died thinking that fucking he had cheated on her, when in fact he didn't. He couldn't go through with it, and he came out to find her, and it's pretty sad.
See, I did read that about the breast thing. I was like, why does this sound familiar? So, yeah, because it says, according to Cohen, the relationship between Jason and Trish was originally supposed to be much more tender. I wrote a scene at the end where Jason sort of realizes the horror of his actions, he recalls. He's still a monster, of course, but I wanted to show him having human feelings instead of just being this masked monster. So I wrote a scene where Jason gently brushes his hand across Trish's breast, and you see an emotional reaction from Jason. I think the producers probably felt that such a scene would be offensive given the fact that Jason had killed Trisha's mother.
In the following scene, the Jason mask has a big smile on it after he touches her tit.
How are you going to know his reaction was a tenderness?
Because he goes, Trish, you're my best friend.
And the machete, the Tom machete from Dawn of the Dead was in this too. So maybe I subconsciously knew that because I had read it, but you telling me tonight while we're recording here, it's news. I don't remember.
Breaking news.
Yeah, breaking news. What
What
could it be? What could it be?
The most complete review of the final chapter ever, brought to you by us. There you have it. On the most epically long show. Well, it's not. We decided we're not going to do it 12 fucking movies. So, because this show is going to be long enough. So
you'd be here for days.
A two-day movie.
But hey, we're doing it right, man. We're doing this shit right. We're deep. We're balls deep diving. Straight up.
Balls deep.
Yeah.
That's never getting old.
Paul's balls. My temperature's high. Yeah, okay.
Balls,
not a show without-
balls, shoot across the sky into
God.
Brandon's eye. Sorry. We get this shit rates itself.
I guess we should. Is there anything else we should say before we rate this?
Simplistic cover art. I just love that hockey mask with the pool of blood and the knife stuck through the eye. Marketing genius. Simplistic,
Yeah,
but effective.
it's awesome. I remember being so excited when I was a kid seeing that and going, "Oh, look at that!" Yep.
I feel like I rate these within the realm of the series, and I give it a 9 out of 10.
Interesting. I gotta tell you, I had an experience this time. It was amazing. It made me appreciate it even that much more. For years, as long as I've been doing reviews and as long as I've been talking about this movie, I've said that I had it a notch below 1 and 2 solely because of the final chase and not being as invested with it being two people, one of them being a kid. And that was my only knock on the film. This time, going into it and taking it as an experience, and maybe with all the slashers we've watched the last couple of years and all the franchise movies, it really elevated itself for me. And now I'm officially giving it a 10 out of 10.
Wow.
Nice.
I think
Yeah.
it's amazing.
I don't know if you guys remember, but on the Slasher show, I had this one rated 8.5 out of 10, and this one was ranked third for me, below 1 and 2. But I as well, Dave, this time around, watching it 3+ times with all the bonus features and commentaries, just had the most pleasant experience with this one, and it's become one of my favorites now. It's right up there with 1 for me. I'm jumping all the way up to a 9.5 out of 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to boost up a half point too. Not because it was in the Hall of Fame anyway.
Yeah.
But you know what? I when I was a kid, I said I watched this one, 5 and 6 the most. And I always thought 4 and 6 were my favorites, with 4 being probably the one that I always put on the pedestal. But I actually really enjoyed 5 as well. It was always a guilty pleasure of mine. And then as I grew older, my appreciation for 1 and 2 just eclipsed them all. I feel like this should be a 10 out of 10, but I will boost it to a 9.5. I don't know why I had to give you that long-winded explanation, but I wanted to.
That's
so
all right.
Nice,
9.5.
Awesome.
nice. I don't know if it was in the Hall of Fame last time, because last time I gave it a 9.5. What did you give it?
I think I was a 9.
Yeah, and B said he only gave it like an 8.5.
Yeah, it wasn't in the Hall of Fame. I think Christian meant it was going to be in the Hall of Fame, whether he gave it a 9 tonight
Yeah,
or not.
that's what I meant. Yeah.
Pardon me.
Yeah,
Okay.
but he wanted to come up anyway. Yeah, no, it was not in the Hall of Fame before, but man, it's one of my new favorites.
It's
Not that
fucking-
it ever wasn't. It just jumped up in rating.
Well, it has everything you want in a slasher film.
It does.
It has iconic Jason. He runs, he grunts, he kills. It's gory. There's nudity. It's fun. It's fast paced. There's likable characters. It's just a great Friday the 13th film and slasher.
Absolutely. All right, Hall of Fame. Nice.
Up next, Friday the 13th, A New Beginning. Still haunted by the past, Tommy Jarvis, who as a child killed Jason Voorhees, wonders if the serial killer is connected to a series of brutal murders occurring in and around the secluded halfway house where he lives now. This one's directed by Danny Steinman.
Danny
What part
Steinman.
is this? Did you tell me?
This is part V.
Yeah, not even. Well, that remains up for debate, because the correct title is Friday the 13th, A New Beginning. That's it. And that's what it says on the screen. And maybe now it goes by 5. I don't know. I think on the B it doesn't go by 5, but I guess on the box art in certain places there is a 5 or a V. I don't know. There's definitely not a 5. They took the letter. Matter of fact, no, there are no letters in this entire series, right? Part 2 is a 2. Part 3 is a 3, and so on and so forth. Correct? There's Roman numerals only, is what I'm getting at.
I'm
Yes.
pretty sure. Yeah.
And
Wait.
wait till 6.75.
Wait a second. No, did you just say?
Because you created that one.
Did you say there's Roman numerals only?
Right? Isn't there? For
No,
this,
part 2 is a 2.
you're right.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, it even says part with a big 2. Yeah, you're right. Part 2.
Explosion part 2.
That's the only one. But then from then on, 3 is the 3, right? Or is it? Or does it just say 3D? Wow, this is
On the
quite
cover
interesting.
art, it says part 3, 3D with the letter. No, the number 3, the letter 3. Oh God.
Here we
But
go.
but it's actually Friday the 13th Part 3 Roman numerals.
Yeah, because it comes out 3, in the 3D thing.
And
yes.
The original, if Jason still haunts you, you're not alone, does say Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning.
Well, Part V. But
Part
in Roman
V.
numerals.
Part V, yeah. Exactly, in Roman. Fucking guys.
That fucking box art. I hate that box art. Why? That kid isn't Tommy at all. It's just like some random 15-year-old. I never understood that box.
I hate that other box art, the one that has like the fake hockey mask on it.
Yeah, for VHS. Why did they do that?
It's like no one knew anything about the Friday films when they were writing the synopsis on the back, or when they were doing the cover art of some of the films. They were really cheaply made. They really cut costs. The first one, great. And Part 4, as simplistic as it is with the knife through the eye, great.
Yeah, man.
But this is probably the cheapest of the cheap.
That's the thing. It looks cheap.
It does.
Especially with the glowing eyes. I guess that's supposed to be, if anything, at least it is sort of in the film with the flare in the mouth. That's what it looks like. It looks like Jason got the flare kill at the end.
I thought it was there's a man with no life. I guess there's a man with all the light in his eyes.
Nice.
Isn't it no life in his eyes?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
You should have bullshitted him. You should have said light.
Yeah, no, light. It's bright red light in his eyes.
Oh man, you fuckers.
So let's fucking get into this bad boy.
Yeah, let's get into it. What a fucking movie. How's that? I'll say it right now. What a lot of fun.
This movie is fun, and this was the Halloween 3 of this franchise. It got shit on, and it's only in the last maybe 5 to 10 years that it started to gain this following. And I've always loved it. This was, I would call that, we were talking about guilty pleasures. I think we were doing it in one episode. We were like, I have no guilty pleasures. I just like stuff. Well, this would be the guilty pleasure of mine because it's so sleazy, but it's almost best exemplifies what the Friday the 13th movie should be.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's really cool, and it's a whodunit. So it's almost like they took the premise of the only thing they did wrong was have Roy glare into the camera at every chance he had. If they just took all that out, it's still a batshit crazy ending, but at least you could buy it more. No different than Pamela popping up out of nowhere.
Right. People complain about this one, right? But it's the same fucking thing if you think about it, because somebody sees their kid killed and they fucking avenge it.
Yeah.
Same
even though he was an absentee father for like decades.
But yet he did have a fully grown picture of Joey in his wallet.
behind the fully grown picture of himself.
Of himself.
Yeah.
Me.
Amazing.
Me.
A picture of himself in a fucking wallet size in his fucking wallet.
There's so much about this movie, and I gotta tell you, I had never listened to the audio commentary until I prepared for this show, because I don't think I had. I just got it with the blue. It's not on the DVD version I've got from Crystal Lake to Manhattan that I had. So I had the blue that was released earlier this year, the new 8-film series set, and what a fucking riot that audio commentary is. It is a blast. Possibly one of my favorites.
It's very good. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. And I'm surprised it's a lot of fun because John Shepard, I thought, was very religious. And I'm not saying that he's not, but I thought he was in the moment. He had a lot of fun with it. He wasn't like uptight or anything like that, because that's one of the reasons he didn't come back and everything else. And I've heard him, in the book and on the
You heard him in the book?
Well,
oh man,
he's got the audio version.
Yeah,
matter of fucking fact, I did. Well, because hold up, motherfucker. The book I read is on my Mac, and there are little excerpts where you can press play, and sometimes they do talk. So yeah, I did hear it on the book. Boom. I solved that.
Boom.
One. So he's been on the documentary. He's been in the book. He said, and a lot of times his faith comes up, which is all well and good. So, but I was just surprised that he was on. He was kind of loose about it all. It was him, and Steinman is just a fucking character. And
the most politically incorrect. It's almost probably better. I mean, rest in peace. But I don't think
he's probably better that he's dead.
I was almost gonna go there. Then I realized that's not really cool to say. But I don't think he would have survived in this Me Too movement era, because that political, like, you can hear the silence he talks about Debbie Sue Voorhees in that audio commentary. He's like, oh, she's beautiful. And those tits! And he goes crazy in the audio commentary. You're like, what? Did he just say that? Like, but he did.
Meanwhile, Melanie Kinnaman doesn't have anything really nice to say about him.
And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to say that he has nothing nice to say about her. He actually does, but in the book, he compliments everybody, but he conveniently leaves her out. But later on, he does say things about her performance, and she's fine. He doesn't have a mean word to say about her, but he isn't too glowing, although there is one person that he motherfucks. You know who it is?
The mayor.
The mayor?
The mayor.
Yeah,
Does he really?
In the audio commentary, he says this guy was miscast. He hams it up. Talk about, what is it when you're playing to the camera? I forgot the term, the filmic term, but like essentially hamming it up.
Okay.
You've been out in the sun till you're out of your fucking mind. You've been out in the sun too long. Jason Voorhees is dead.
I would cut that scene. I would cut it.
I love that scene. Are you kidding me?
Except for cremated.
No, I mean, we'll get to it, but I love this film too, but there's things that would have made this film even better than it already is in my book, and part of it would have had to do with editing out certain scenes, and the mayor would have been first cut to go.
Well,
especially since it's serious in tone. I mean, yeah, the hammy acting is a part of it, but we get enough of it with Ethel and Junior, and they're perfect, especially Ethel. So you don't need it from the mayor. You don't need it from Billy and Lana.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck's she doing?
That was time. What'd you say?
It's showtime.
It's showtime.
I love Brandon places Lana.
I'm showing my bitch tits.
Brandon's Lana to my Billy.
That was a scene from part 4 initially that got cut, and they threw it in. So they had to use it eventually. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but they wanted to up the body count. He was under the pressure from the producers.
Every 8 minutes to have either a jump scare or a kill. No, I get it, but think about how much more could have been devoted to actually learning more about the patients at Pinehurst.
I know. I hear you.
It's such a missed opportunity because these characters are so... It's weird. It's like they're really well established from the start. You kind of feel like you know them, but they could have developed it even more.
But we get almost nothing. I see where you're coming from. I'm not I wasn't trying to be a jerk there. I agree with you. There was the actual idea of Jason Voorhees is dead, and now we're going to focus on Tommy. And the thought process was they didn't know exactly where they wanted to go with it, but if people were going to buy into this, that Tommy was going to be the killer. So at the end of the movie, they kind of set it up that he's the killer. And then, of course, we'll talk about part 6 when we get there.
I like the whole setup. I loved John Shepard's performance in this. I thought he did a great job. I like that his hallucinations are of Jason, of course, in the red mask. Fine detail to pay attention to, not just use the blue mask throughout. And the
real Jason is in this in nightmare form because he's dead.
Exactly.
He's there. So the thing is, I started a thought earlier, and if I don't finish it now, I won't finish it. But I had to go to my resources quickly and look at something because I said that he doesn't have a mean word to say about anybody. Danny Steinman, that is the director, except for one person. Do you know who that is?
Well, I said the mayor, but then that's how we derailed the whole thing.
Not the mayor. No, not the mayor. But that scene is great. It's Jason Voorhees. That fucking guy. I love that fucking guy. But no. Dick Wieand.
Oh,
really?
A lot of people didn't think Roy. Well,
Roy.
Yeah, he only recently embraced this series. And in fact, a lot of the stuff that I read before, he was trying to forget about this role. And a lot of people thought he was a weirdo on the set. And I'm going back from what I remember reading in Fangoria.
Wow.
When they did the retrospectives of Jason's and everything. Now, of course, everybody embraces. We brought this up earlier in the show. How
conventions.
There's money to be made.
Big bucks. When he alludes to it. This is what Steinman says in the book. He says, Dick Wieand. For years I've called him Dick Weiland, but it's Wieand. It's Wieand, which is kind of weird, but whatever.
Wieand?
Well, how are you going to pronounce that? Wieand? I don't know.
Wieand? I don't know.
Dick Weaned?
Brandon just loves hearing Dick over and over and over again.
Yeah, I just like having Dick coming out of my mouth over and over again.
Rapid speed.
And going in your mouth, yes. Okay, Dick Weaned. What a complete fucking asshole this guy was. He was hired to play Roy, the fake Jason, and in his mind, he became the star of the movie. He had nothing nice to say about anything. The script was a piece of shit. Everyone was out to get him. The Jason mask was crap. Transportation horrible. Food tasteless. And he was embarrassed to be in the film. Funny thing was, I met him again in 2009 in Dallas. All smiles, so complimentary. Get this. He told me he's been going to the Friday convention since they began and has made quite a bit of money. He claims it's given his life purpose. This idiot had no lines and only 2 medium close-ups in the film. People, do not give this low-life piece of shit a dime for an autograph. Wow. That's the only time he had anything negative to say.
You talking to me, Danny Steinman?
What's that, Roy?
I thought you were talking to me, Danny Steinman.
How about Roy? Motherfuck.
Where did he get that bald cap, Dave?
Where did he get the bald cap?
Yeah, he went shopping around for the bald. He really wanted to play that part. He couldn't just throw the mask on. He had to make sure he got the bald cap with the folded over ears. He went all out.
But why? Why dress as Jason?
Why dress as Jason when we don't even see it until the end either?
You know why I think, and I this is enough for me to buy into it. It's a pretty small town, and everybody is pretty aware that the Jarvis kid just arrived. So I think he sees the opportunity once Joey's killed for him to avenge Joey and kill everyone under the guise of Jason, and then pin it on top.
But you just said the same thing. If he kills everyone, no one knows it's Jason.
Exactly. Thank you. Does he plan on survivors? Someone escaping him?
He needs to do the Mickey Mallory thing.
Of course, if somebody sees him, you're not going to kill somebody. You're not going to not wear a mask. Of course, you're going to wear a mask.
When does he work? Day and night, he's stalking people left, right, and freaking center.
I don't know. I have no problem with it.
No, I love it. These are all the things I present. It's fun.
A mask all the time. It makes perfect sense. Why would he just go around as Roy killing people? You'd want to be in disguise. And if somebody did happen to see him, they would tell the tale of Jason, and it would just probably point back to Tommy.
Yeah, you know what? I guess so. Because then why does Michael Myers wear a mask? Why does fucking any killer wear a mask? So I guess that isn't deformed anyway. I guess that's a point. It's just an awful lot of work to go through, and I was just thinking of it from that point of view. Like, what's the reason to do it? On the off chance someone survives, I could say, it's that Jason guy. He had a hockey mask on, and he was bald.
You know what? I think Roy had a moment of clarity after he discovered it was Joey's body. And he says to himself, okay, I'm going to get even. I'm going to kill every last one of them. And he kind of takes in everything that's going on. He knows the Jarvis. He knows except Vic, of course, which is, the biggest mistake of the film, not having Vic get killed. But he takes in the fact that the Jarvis kid just arrived. The whole Jason story is going to be tied to him. He can just use it as an opportunity to create a story for the viewers to watch. I don't know.
Well, no, that's okay. I mean...
No, we're not expecting you to defend it. That's the charm of this movie. It's so fucking batshit crazy, but it has all the elements of a good slasher. I just wish they had the uncensored footage. I have since seen the Robin footage. One that's pretty much a recap of part 3, part 4, the Kevin Bacon thing. That's resurfaced. But there's not a lot of other things. Like, I've never seen the one where Junior's head bounces like 6 times or whatever like that.
Supposedly. I wish.
Yeah, and everything else. I've never seen any of that footage.
You know what? I'm still not overly. I know it was heavily censored, but I'm not overly impressed with the aftermath of some of the kills. They're very hit and miss. Some of them look great. I thought Anita's slit throat looked great.
Yeah.
Even though you could still see her neck kind of like pulsing and moving.
Yeah, she could still be alive.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. That was my thought too. She might technically still be alive, but then, like, of course, the after effects of Pete's slit throat looked terrible. It just looked like a marker drawing, or the after effects of you never even see his kill of what's the other ambulance driver? The other guy.
Oh, Duke.
Duke, yeah, of Duke. Like, you don't really see much. It almost just looks like, somebody just scribbled some red on the neck. So some of them are hit and miss.
You know why that happened?
$65,000
because of the rain.
And they had a very small budget Oh, I don't. 65,000 doesn't seem like a small budget, but for multiple deaths, I guess that's a small budget.
I don't care if you're doing a mystery whodunit film. I don't need crazy over the top gory effects.
Well, in my opinion, this when I was younger, I wasn't like going, oh, this is all cut. I never really thought that. Yeah, of course, some of them are just cutaways, but I couldn't believe how big of a body count it actually was.
Yeah, it's a huge body count, but I always felt as a kid watching these films that they always cut too quickly, even in the ones that weren't cut down. Like, it was always too quick of a cutaway or something, or too quick of a shot of a kill.
Yeah.
But you know.
No, I know, but that's what they always were.
Exactly.
And that's what I said. These were fun because it was in, out, done, as opposed to long, lingering, drawn out death. Same with Halloween. It's the same sort of structure.
Oh, Halloween! I forgot to make the comparisons again. Just like we did in the just like I did in the Halloween retro. I had to say every time somebody took from another back and forth. In the final chapter, Jason burst through a door, taking what Michael did in part 2. And then, in the final chapter, Jason also used that claw to kill a guy, and then Michael did it in part 5 and took it from them. Back and forth they go, and it still continues how they parallel each other. But 5, actually from here on out, 5, 6, 7, and onward, it's over because of the MPAA with the violence. Parts 1 through 4 did pretty good. Well, part 2 kind of got hacked, but not as bad as this. I mean, what we see, particularly in the next 3 and 4 movies, it's a shame. And I mean, this movie, wow, they fucked it up.
You know what? I'd say if I had my option, I'd love to see 2 and 5. Those would be the 2 that I'd like to see uncensored because they have the uncensored footage of Jason Lives. We'll get to it. It's not that much more. There's like a couple of extra shots, but they talk about it being extra gory, but it really isn't that much gorier. I think 2, 5,
we
and
don't
7.
know.
2, 5,
Yeah,
and 7.
7 definitely needs it. 2 and 5, I'd love
7.
to see it, but I mean, 2 is a great movie on its own. It doesn't need it. I think 5 is a great movie on its own. It's got really strong characters. So
what a cast!
A tremendous cast, and that's what saves this film. Because if it's a cast like you get in some of the later sequels, or a mix of characters that you might not have liked in the first 4 films, then you'd be screwed.
I'm so happy to hear you guys say this because Vince, this has grown on Vince over the years, but he used to hate it because he called it the caricatures. He said it was like the banana kill from part 4 every scene. And I know what he's coming through because, Pete and Rat-Tat-Tat-Tat-Tooey, those 2 guys, you fucked up again, you asshole.
Asshole.
Kick your ass.
Kick your ass. We can sing all night.
Either you got the car started or you're a dead man. So he was telling he was telling the truth. You're a dead man.
Oh, and I figured it out. I know why they're dressed that way. Matter of fact, I may as well just come out with it now. I had a revelation while watching this film for the first time ever.
You're gay.
Isn't it convenient how that?
They're definitely not gay because he keeps referencing that the cunts aren't going to wait for them all night.
Hey, Vince says that they call each other cunts sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You would think I would know this.
Yeah.
You're right.
Well, especially with your grinder handle.
All right, where were they going, Dave? I need this.
Sorry, Dave.
I need this.
I figured this out, and it took me all this time. I'm watching the film, and I noticed when they cut after a kill scene, and I think it was after what's her name? There's a man with no life.
Violet.
After Violet's death, or right before, they show outside of the halfway home, and you see 3 jack-o'-lanterns. You see 3 pumpkins. Yes, more than 1, Brandon. Sorry. But you see 3.
Brandon hates
then I
the movie
noticed... Yeah, now he hates it. Then they go back inside. There's a calendar on the wall outside of one of their bedrooms, and it's October. And I was like, holy fuck. This movie takes place in October. So sure enough, I went back just to research the authenticity of it. The timeline of this movie is 1989, because it's 5 years after the events of part 4, which was 1984.
Yeah.
So
I actually heard 8 years. I heard that he was 1920 in this. It's supposed to be.
They said 5 in the film, I believe.
They do say 5. He's supposed to be 16. He looks like he's 47, but he's 16.
No, it's so weird because there's so many misinformations. Because even in the books, I read that Corey was 12 and supposed to be 12 in part 4, and this is supposed to be that he's like 1920. And we'll get to it. But anyway, Dave, sorry, I didn't mean to derail you.
No, that's fine.
They're going to a Halloween party.
Yes. Yes, they're going to a Halloween party. The date this movie takes place, there is a Friday the 13th, October 13th, 1989. That's when it takes place. Maybe a little early for a Halloween party on the 12th, but whatever. I mean, it fits. I like it. I think they're going to a Halloween party, and I think this movie was intended to take place. So this is the only Halloween Friday the 13th movie.
It's grasping, but I'll take it. But why is he scatting so much?
Scatting?
Yeah.
What?
Not the German poo fetish. I'm talking about the singing.
Because he's in character. He's on his way to a thing. He's a greaser. He's a cast off from The Outsiders. He's excited. It's like West Side Story. He's making up his own. You know, there's a lot of improv in this movie. There's a lot of great characters. It's probably the most quotable film in all of them.
Of the franchise, for sure.
Yes, even the songs. Rat-a-tat-a-tooey, fucking ooh, baby. I mean,
we are jumping all over the fucking
This is what we do, Brandon. Is it your first fucking show?
Right?
I can't even keep up with you guys.
I'm gonna go in order of my notes. How's that? Just to make you happy.
Oh, no.
I listened to. Well, you guys are gonna do radio anyway. I'll just keep going back to it, so it's fine. That's good. I listened to Kill the Cast as I often do, and they're going through their part 5 verse. When I hear something on another podcast, I tell you where I heard it from. I'm not like other hosts on other shows that just make it seem like it's an original thought. But Jerry said something interesting that I never thought of. Roy, they were questioning why he killed these other 2 people and why he killed Lana and so and so. And Jerry himself said, I think that Roy wanted to leave his scent in other places just to throw it off. So they didn't see what's the word?
Direct connection to the...
Right.
Yeah.
Of just a halfway house. Yes, I think that's a possibility. If you're going there, if you're gonna take this movie as it is and say that he's dressing as Jason to do this and that and the other thing, why not throw off the scent of who's ever on the case and kill other people? And he also compared it. He compared this film to an American Giallo, if such a thing exists, and I'll meet him halfway on that. No pun intended, halfway house, because of the quirky characters, like that you would see in those Giallos.
And some cops on the case.
And cops on the case.
They're screwing the brains out, Mark. Oh, shit. I got a bomb on me. There is so much death, so much carnage. I just got to bring out something about a year or 2 ago. Wolfie's Just Fine.
You
the
have
video.
Nice. Yeah.
If you're a fan of this movie, or even if you're not a fan of this movie, check out that video because they recreate the sex scene and the death of the girl, Debbie Sue Voorhees' character, and now I forgot their names.
Tina and Eddie.
And him getting the strap across his head because it affected the singer when he was young. And I admittedly, that's what happened to me too, man. I remember just thinking, I rented this for a birthday party. And this, I think I've told this story before, whether it be on this show or TJF 13. This ended up being the first Friday the 13th I saw start to finish. The first one I saw start to finish. So I saw the first one way back when I was young, scared shitless at grandma's. Then I was freaked out. And so when I went to get one, I don't even think it was the most recent one out there, but that shitty cover art called to me. So that light in his eyes actually was like hypnotic, if you will. And that was the one I wanted to buy. And I keep saying the excuse for it was he said, a new beginning, so I might as well start there. I've said it before.
I don't know if you were saying that to yourself.
I was saying it to myself.
I'm not sure a young Christian was saying that. You know what? A new beginning, why not start here?
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're going to be on the next episode.
I'm not sure I want to be on this episode.
No, you and the viewers the listeners have something in common. But it called to me. I rented it and I was hooked. And I've said this, and this is the story, Brandon. You know this story. And we were watching in a group, and my buddy Brent kept saying, I don't know, there's something off with this paramedic guy. And I'm like, Brent, you're an idiot. It's not, Jason's Jason. And the ending happens, and he's like, eh? I'm like, what the fuck? But then you look at the movie, they couldn't have made it any more obvious.
It's ridiculous. And you know what? Same thing happened to me, and I've told this story before, but I'll tell it. Almost the same words came out of his mouth that came out of my father's mouth, which is fucking crazy. I was on vacation. I was a kid, and I was in Florida. and it was March. It was right around spring break time. My parents, I was so lucky because they always took us on vacation 1 week before all the other kids went on vacation in school, or 1 week after, to avoid the rush of Disney World. Right. So we always got to go before. So we went, and typical Florida, it was raining. And this day, it was raining tremendously. So somehow we ended up at a mall, and there was a petting zoo in this mall. So I don't know why, but that's what was going on. There was an ostrich in there and everything. I will never forget it. My brother was afraid of the ostrich. I kid you not. There was an ostrich in a petting zoo inside a mall. My brother Mike was, he was like 6 years old. He was afraid of the ostrich. I remember like it was yesterday. And we're in this mall, and what the fuck am I doing, But remember back in the day when malls used to sometimes play movies, they had theaters inside the mall. Maybe they still do, at least none near here. So I don't know, but those small theaters too, and they only had like 2 movies. There it was opening night. It was Friday, whatever the hell it was. Was it a Friday the 13th? I don't know. I just remember it was March. And there it was, Friday the 13th, A New Beginning. So I begged my dad, who had just a year before taken me to the final chapter, and it was, my first experience. I said, "Oh, Friday the 13th, a new beginning." La, 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 la. So what else are we gonna do? So my brother's gonna do the fucking petting zoo with my mother, or do whatever else. And
did you tell your father this is a good place to start? Why not? It's a new beginning.
Did you say it out loud? Is actually the question.
I did not, because he saw the one before, but he agreed to come with me. So we go in, we're watching the movie. At one point, actually, after we see Roy for the first time, they show him load the first guy in, what's going on. And he says, he goes, "There's something up with that ambulance driver," he tells me. And I'm thinking, Then later on when, "Are you talking to me, Sheriff?" happens, then he looks at me again. He goes, "I'm telling you, there is something up. There is something up with that ambulance driver." And I did not want to believe it. I thought maybe he's onto something, but I'm thinking that would be horrible. You know what I mean? I'm here to see Jason. You know what I mean?
It's so ridiculous to watch it now and realize how obvious it was, even for just a casual movie fan who enjoys murder mysteries. They'd be like, "This guy's guilty."
It's like done.
In 2 seconds.
He's staring down the camera, like right down the barrel, like I'm gonna kill everybody I see.
Yeah, the hatred in his eyes, the light in his eyes, when Duke pulls that sheet back. And Joey's arm is sitting back on top of his back.
Bunch of pussies.
Yeah, bunch of pussies.
Bunch of pussies.
But man, I'll tell you what, the one thing that this film did very well from the opening start was I loved the theme music to this, because it almost had a dreamlike quality to it.
Hey, didn't I tell you, Harry Manfredidi's my favorite Harry Manfredini score of the Friday 13th. This one kicks ass. And he did a full score. He said first time since part 2. He's able to do a full score.
Yeah, and it feels legit Friday the 13th mixed with what I would call almost like a Nightmare on Elm Street dream-like feel to it.
Well, yeah, and that's Tommy shit,
Yeah. No, the Tommy shit was great. And I listened to the Kill the Cast episode too, and I believe Jerry or Kenneth or one of them brought up the fact that the film would have benefited from some Dream Warrior like group therapy, which would have been great, because it would have at least given some character to Dr. Matt, because like to me, like that's the most wasted character in the franchise, because he's almost, I mean, you could almost buy him as a red herring, because you look at him, the minute he comes up on screen, he's this big tall guy. He's sort of very monotone and collected. He does get angry a little bit when Tina and Eddie disappear, but he's got that scar on his face, so you can look at him and be like, something's up with this guy. What's going on here? He's running a very loose ship, I get that there's no rules here, but should Vic with severe anger issues really be walking around with an axe? Should Tommy be allowed to self-medicate?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of craziness going on, but I love it.
It's awesome. It's awesome. And you know what? Matt. I think it would have been better if it was him. And I'll tell you what, the first time I saw this film, when we get the reveal, and we know that it's Roy, but when you look at that face, I had no idea who it was, right?
I'm like, who was that? Elliot Gould?
Christian, did you say, why is Jason wearing a Roy mask?
Yeah. Like, it does not look like Roy. No matter, like every time I look at it, every time.
Well, it's weird because now they do you see him, and then they do the second close up to just, and they linger on it, so the people will be like, Roy. And then, of course, you got to see Roy's
But
wallet
it
with
looks
the
like
picture
Matt.
of Roy.
Yeah, he's showing it.
Hey, look it.
Dave
Tell me
is showing
that
his
was
pictures,
Matt.
flashing
I'm,
between Matt with the spike in his head and the
See?
guy laying on the ground. I swear they didn't use that. Does not look like the ambulance driver Roy.
No, it
It
looks
still
fucking
does
like
not.
Matt.
It
It's
looks
ridiculous.
Hey, wait. Go, do it again, please. I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on.
have to-
I'll be glad to do it. I noticed it this time.
When
I
they
was like,
show the dead guy laying on the spikes, it does not
Okay,
look
that's,
like Roy.
that's Matt. That's Dr. Matt, and that's Roy.
It does not look like Roy.
that
There's
looks like
Dr.
fucking,
There's Dr. Letter, and there's Roy.
yeah, it looks. That's perfect
You
too.
know what?
I get-
Given the lighting of the film and the fact that it's dark, I could see a lot of people walking out of there being like, "What the fuck did I just watch? Who was that? Who's the killer?" But we get all that exposition from the sheriff anyway.
Who
Oh,
knows
boy.
More about that. It has the mugshot of Jason on the
There-
newspaper.
Dude.
Well, the
another thing I
mugshot of
noticed-
Jason.
I'll tell you what it is. It's Jason on the shitter. It's Jason on the shitter, and I can prove it. I can prove it. I took a picture of it this time. I always thought it was the shower, but if you look at the picture, you
Doesn't
can
shower
see.
on.
No, listen. No, listen. I always thought it looked like a shower because the tile in the background, it looks like a shower. But I'll tell you what, it's a bathroom when he's sitting on the shitter. And I'm not here to make a joke. I mean, it is funny, but you can see in the background of that picture. Do you ever see those public bathrooms where they have that, where when the toilet paper's in a spindle and it's like a silver spindle? You know what I'm talking about? And okay, look at this fucking picture. I got more physical evidence. Do you see that spindle in the background right here above your shoulder? That is fucking toilet paper roll.
He's out of toilet paper too. Look how angry he is.
It's a picture of Jason on the shitter. Why, I don't know, but that's what it
I'll
is.
tell you why. After he killed Demon, he ate one of his enchiladas.
Them enchiladas.
I'll
is
tell you
awesome.
what. That scene with Demon and Reggie might be, I don't want to say my favorite scene, but it might be the most well-acted scene between two characters in the film. I love that. I
Well, they're good
find
actors. They're
I
good
find
actors.
that scene is very genuine. I'm a Reggie fan. I don't know how you guys feel, but
I
Reggie,
love Reggie.
I think he's terrific.
So
I'm
And-
surprised you like him because that fucking fake spider. I thought that scared the shit out of you. When it scared-
Oh, you know what? I would have done exactly what Tommy did.
I bet.
I would have done exactly what Tommy did. I would have tried to kill him with my own mask, but you scared of rubber spiders? Man, you one scared cat.
solid.
So you the new nut?
Yeah. Is that what they call
You're right.
us?
You're right
Us.
about the quotes in this. I mean, it's just
On-
it's nonstop.
Well,
I don't like
even
kids.
the mugging mayor. You can't not quote him.
No, he's good.
This
I'm
is
just
not
saying.
Jason Voorhees.
Yes. Yes.
Is he poured in his hand or he's just poured it on the ground in front of him?
Both, I think.
You give me a goddamn live
five.
suspect. You owe me a beer, man.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Yeah, we're all over the fucker.
How do they even
This-
know Jason? He said
Is it-
Jason was cremated, right? But they totally ignore that, obviously, for
How
part
do you
6.
know that, Sheriff? Were you there?
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know. I'll tell you what. Did you notice that Mark Wahlberg was the first guy killed in this movie?
Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah.
You mean
remember when
Marky
we,
Mark?
Yes. When we flash back to Tommy, young Tommy, Corey Feldman, who actually looks more like the girl from Goonies with the glasses than the first time I saw this movie. That's who I didn't know that was Corey
The
Feldman.
Plimpton?
Yes, only in this movie in that scene with the glasses. The first time I saw this movie when I was a kid, I did not know that was Corey Feldman, and to me it looked more like the girl from Goonies. I shit you not.
Weird. It could be because he had to, obviously cut his schedule short. Maybe he sent Martha in his place. Like, why don't you go over there, do my scenes for me, and
That's hilarious. Hey, not only that, and I thought Shaver Ross, I thought it was actually Eddie Murphy from Delirious.
I believe it's
Wearing the
Javos.
red suit.
Oh, because he had red eyes.
Yeah, Shaver Ross.
Yeah, that's my pussy. That's my pussy. That's my pussy. Excuse me, that's my pussy.
I don't like him in this movie because I don't like kids in my slashers.
Oh,
but I mean, as
he's
kids
great.
go, he's okay. But all motherfucking Joe Zito had to put a kid in a slasher, and the rest of the thing has to suffer. But I got
Slashers wouldn't be a bad thing if they actually started killing some kids in slashers.
Killing would be great, but it's never going to happen. At least not till 2018. I want to give you guys a funny story. My homie Alex from the Skeleton Crew. This happened to him involving Shavar Ross. Back in the early days, Alex is as big of a Friday fanboy as we are, and he had the website. That's how we met, actually, way back when, Crystal Lake After Dark. So at the time, he was interviewing people, and he was trying to collect all kinds of stuff. He got a hold of Shavar, and
he wouldn't let go.
And he wanted his autograph. He was collecting all the autographs from everybody in the films that he could get, So he contacted him. Shavar said, okay, yeah, send a picture to me and I'll autograph and send it back. So Alice goes out of his way. He buys an 8x10, right, of Shavar fucking Ross with a prepaid self-addressed envelope and sent it to fucking Shavar Ross. All he had to do, literally, was sign it and put it in the envelope and put it in the mailbox. Well, after a couple of months, he got nothing. So he finally contacts him again. He says, hey, buddy, what gives? What's going on here? And you know what Shavar's response was? He was like, oh, man, if you want my autograph, all you have to do is go on eBay, he told him.
Wow.
Can you believe it?
Can you imagine what he would do if Christian said, excuse me, Mr. Shaver Ross, would you mind giving me an autograph?
Yeah. That's what I call him, Shaver. Fuck it.
Shaver, fuck him. That's what he gets for blowing off Alex. Can you imagine that, though? He goes through all this trouble. He fucking sends him a thing, gives them the return postage paid, everything. Here you go. Just put this thing in your... Oh, just go on eBay. He tells him...
What you talking about, eBay?
What you talking about, Shavar?
Fucking guy. But how about if we got no explanation? Would you guys have been happy with no explanation with Roy? It
yes,
cuts...
I actually think I would have liked it to... I think it should have always been Tommy, but they were playing with that. I know, they're playing around with that. So then it's not Tommy, but then we don't find out who it is? Or we don't find out the motive?
We see the fucking guy. We see the thing open. We don't even know who it is. It looks like Matt. Maybe it's Matt. No, but we see dead Matt. Anyway, bottom line is...
Should have been
we
Vic.
see nothing.
Should have been Vic then.
No question.
And then if you put it Vic, at least you established him as he went a little cuckoo bananas, a little bit, So he had it coming.
Bananas.
And then suddenly, like even when that vagrant came, I thought it was Vic the first time I watched the movie. Obviously, they don't look alike.
What?
Yeah, well, that way back when I just was like
Vic.
Well, just I thought it was like the guy shows up and gets killed 2 seconds later.
You thought Cobb?
Oh, I thought...
You thought Cobb was Vic? Is that what's
That's
going
what
on?
I thought he was saying. That's what I thought he was saying. He thought that guy was Vic.
That is one fucking ugly man.
I thought you were saying that you thought the guy that showed up at Ethel and Junior's place was Vic.
No. I did. I said when I first saw this movie, I thought that would be Vic. And I'm like, no, then when he got killed, we knew it wasn't him. But I'm like, but it only makes sense because the guy just literally shows up to do that something. So I thought he escaped because he's looking all like disheveled and he's coming out. And
he's aged 20 years?
Doing fucking crystal meth? What the fuck?
I was 13.
So
old enough to know better is what
14,
you're saying.
13,
14, 14, old enough to know better.
Yeah.
Old enough to know better.
Oh my gosh.
I liked Corey Feldman's idea of not revealing any killer. This way, you leave it up in the mind of the viewer as to who it was.
You have no ending then. Like they still had to have the barn. You had to have that barn climax, which I actually like. Again,
you could have the barn climax, but you wouldn't have Tommy show up, and you wouldn't obviously have a mask peeled back showing a face.
The thing is, they had to make Tommy the killer. That was an order from Paramount to Danny Steinman. They said, we don't care what you do, but at some point in this movie, there's one thing you have to do. Well, there's two things about every so many minutes having a killer or scare, but also Tommy must be revealed as the killer. That's why they shoehorn that thing in at the end of the movie, because he had to do it.
And I'm okay with that because I actually think it's a great linking movie because it's about his character. You don't know if he's going crazy, is he seeing stuff? So the whole movie is, and that's kind of how it ends. Like at the end of the movie, in the eyes of how it's presented, or in the reality of how it's presented, in the glowing eyes, he's the killer. So like Jason, the real Jason disappears, and I read it as he's absorbed the evil.
Yes, especially since they didn't have any sort of therapy going on to hint that Tommy was getting better, because he was not getting better. He was breaking down. He was fighting. He was, beating the shit out of people and slowly losing his mind. So that stare down with hallucination Jason is fantastic.
The movie
You know,
was,
he's
agree.
taking the power over Jason. Jason disappears, and now he's become the new Jason.
No, and I think, and I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but I agree. It's funny that Jason always did look a little shoulderless. And,
yes, at the end.
And Danny mentioned, he goes, he wasn't wearing shoulder pads in that one. He made a joke about it, but it's true. Because I've always wondered, I'm like, why did they use, because I thought Tom Morgan said that he played him, I think at the beginning, but I guess maybe he didn't play him there. It looked like they got Shavar Ross instead.
They got Dan Bradley.
Whatever. Yeah. Bitch tits.
DJ, nice.
They should have. I think Vic should have been the killer. People would have been way more acceptive of that because he did kill someone, like I said at the beginning. Boom, done. That puts Tommy over the edge. And then now the big question is, what if part 6 was Tommy as the killer? Because that's what they think they wanted to do. They wanted Melanie Kidman to come back, Pam to come back, Shavar Ross to come back, and he was supposed to get killed at the beginning.
Yeah, he was.
And they wanted John Shepard to come back, but of course Shavar I think wanted to, but then Pam said no because Shavar was going to get killed, and then Tommy said no.
No.
Pam said no because Tommy said no because John Shepard said no.
Pam never said no.
Only after she found out that John Shepard said no.
She found out she wasn't going to be allowed to do it because they were linked. So
right,
she said yeah. And Shavar said no because he didn't want to die.
And actually, he didn't give a fuck. Shavar Ross's father didn't want him to die in the movie, so he said no. Shavar Ross didn't care.
And then again, in the Making Friday the 13th by David Grove, so I don't have to hear you fucks again. I've mentioned this guy a few times, but we had a big heyday in the last movie. But her exact quote was, "I wanted to do it, but was not happy about Shavar Ross dying in the opening scene." So then they scrapped the whole idea and then went with the real Jason coming back and everything else. So,
man, oh man. Okay, what about Tommy kicking ass? Who the fuck? That the type of ass kicking he was doing. That's something that has to be taught. That's something
the Halloween resurrection of the Friday franchise.
That's the Halloween 78 of the franchise. Maybe someone around here gave him lessons.
It was Busta Rhymes.
Well, we are 5 years later, so I guess he's been in. Maybe he just learned to defend himself. Yeah.
Wherever he is, I imagine he's been in, juvenile detention centers, stuff like that. The only thing to do is to exercise and to do stuff like that. I'm sure that's what he was doing. Studying martial arts.
Yeah, I guess.
I have no issue with that.
I just find it funny how great he is. I don't know. That's some serious ass kicking. That's something where you'd have to go and work and train for fucking years. It's just funny. That's all. I
was surprised at the ease at which he flipped and just totally pummeled Eddie. Junior, not so much. I feel like I could pummel Junior.
Fuck Junior.
We're talking about all the characters at the halfway house, but you really, other than Violet doing some funky dancing, and Rob, is it Robin? Because that's her name in.
Yes.
Isn't that we were calling her that in Psycho 3 too?
No, we call her that in Psycho 3, but that's not her name.
In Psycho 3, she's just, I think, redheaded girl. I don't even think she has a name in Psycho 3.
I do like that moment because she's not really given much before then. But I do like that moment when Tommy or Timmy, I don't know, the guy with the stutter starts coming on her. So I wasn't even close.
So you guys are the fanboys, huh? Tommy, Timmy, Jake. Yeah.
Of course it's Jake. That fucking. You like that scene?
I like when I like to make love to you. When that young boy's around, because I just like the reaction of laughing. No, I like it because it's so bitchy, but then he gets offended and leaves, and then she's instantly upset with herself. Again, it seemed genuine. Like after, like there was some.
It was nervous laughter, and she genuinely, I think, felt for him and felt stupid about it. She even said she was stupid, and apologized when she was in the room by herself.
No, he deserves it for fucking giving Violet a hard time. You don't set a place for a dead person. What a fucking ass! She said she was sorry. You're gonna fucking harass the poor girl to death.
Hey, we don't know what their issues is, and that's part of the thing that makes some of these lines a little confusing because it's like, what are their issues?
This seems like a halfway house. I go halfway. They ain't even a quarter way there yet. Like they should be in a full-fledged asylum.
And Tina and Eddie don't even belong in there. Yeah. They really don't.
Who knows what they did?
They're just teenagers. all they want to do is fuck. Let them fuck. You know, they're not doing anything. Everyone else seems socially awkward. Violet's, withdrawn and obviously hides in her music. She has a short fuse. Robin also has a short fuse. Joey is clearly, slow. Jake, I don't know. Jake probably socially awkward as well. Stutters.
Sure he is. Dude, you want to know what their problems are? The one guy is an asshole. You see the way he was treating Tommy for no reason with the fucking mask on. Relax, Chief, and punching him in the fucking shoulder and hitting him and doing all that shit. He's a fucking shit starter, and she's an nymphomaniac. That's their problems. Boom. I solved another problem.
There you go. And Gramps. What about Gramps? Like 2 days to retirement.
Oh, fucking okay, Gramps. Who calls their grandfather Gramps? Fuck this movie.
Grandfather. Grandfather?
Gramps works better than grandmother.
So you don't have a problem with Gramps? You know anyone that calls their grandfather Gramps?
He got his eyes spooned out. They looked like they were ice cream scooped out.
Poor guy.
Oh,
I love
my
Gramps.
God. It's right after that. They threw him through the window with no eyes. I always thought the next fucking scene should have been Jason busting through the door, but the grandpa eyes are stuck into the hockey mask eyes. He's like, hey!
That's ridiculous. Maybe in part 6, not in this one. I mean, holy
Cookie. It's like Cookie Monster eyes.
It's so weird for a film that played it so straight to have such caricatures.
They're hysterical. It's great. They played it, but that's the charm of the film, and that's why I said when we did our slasher show that it's kind of a trendsetter. And then movies like Sleepaway Camp 2 and others, they're a direct result of this type of movie coming around because this is an in-between,
Yes.
It's not like the first 4, holds on to the first 4 to a degree, but it's like a transitional movie because what comes afterwards with part 6 and Zombie Jason, etc., is radically different than what we see here. This is like it's I don't know. I don't want to give it too much credit and blow it too hard, but I think it's special in its own way, and I feel bad for people that just don't get it because I think there's so much.
Was I the only one that had it on my 50 slot?
I did.
50 top 50
I
list?
did too.
We all did?
Yeah, we all did.
Okay.
I had the first 5 on my list, and
That's why we're a fucking team.
it belongs there. I don't know what people are complaining. Jason was dead. They were starting a new beginning. I liked where it was going.
They're trying something different.
Yeah.
Again, the biggest misstep is the Roy angle. Again, looking back, I've said it now 2-3 times already. Yeah, just use Vic. You had him.
No shit. I hear you. And then they even mentioned him later when
With an
fucking
axe.
Or at least have Vic disappear. So it creates the illusion that it could be Vic, because the minute he's taken into custody, and I thought that was a funny scene, because the sheriff has Vic in the back of the car, and he's on the horn to I guess headquarters, and he's saying, "Get me everything you can on a Victor J. Fadden," or whatever.
Right.
His middle
Why
initial
wouldn't
is.
they?
Why wouldn't they have all that paperwork at Pinehurst?
Right.
He's right there. Like, it's because this halfway house really isn't a halfway house. They have nothing there. Pam, she's the assistant director. What does she do besides run around without a bra on
Yeah.
for the last 40 minutes of the movie and trip Reggie and then scream at him for tripping?
and then roll around in the mud, fucking literally crawling on all fours like a dog.
Oh, there's
Oh,
so
she
many
was looking for pork.
great sequences in here. And then Reggie comes to the rescue. It's a fist-pumping moment with that. When that tractor just comes barreling
You hate
out of
that,
the barn.
don't you? Do you hate that? I
Me?
feel like you said. I feel like Dave said he hated that at one point. The tractor.
No, I don't hate it. I'm not crazy about it. At the time, I guess it was kind of cool when I was a kid. I was like, oh, yeah, look at this. But I mean, it's
Look at
okay.
Reggie being all reckless.
I don't think it would.
Reggie, come
Damn,
here,
look
Reggie the Reckless.
reckless. It's
Damn, you look good. I know.
I know. This is my girlfriend. How about she was just sitting back there waiting for him to be called over?
What's
what the
up,
fuck?
Pam?
She was- Right. What's up, Pam? Oh, shit. What do you think? What if Corey Feldman could have made this movie?
They keep saying they wanted him, but that wouldn't have. I mean, it would have worked as a direct sequel. But
Yeah,
it
it
wouldn't
couldn't
have
have
worked
been
for the
this
5
movie.
years later. Then they wouldn't have had Reggie the Reckless because there'd been too many kids.
Imagine that, though, if Corey Feldman was just Tommy and there was no Reggie the Reckless and all the same. Well, he couldn't kick anybody's ass.
I think Eddie would have kicked the fucking shit out of him.
What do you think? What do you think of his idea to come back to do like a Tommy Jarvis versus Jason movie? I actually think a lot of fans would dig a Friday the 13th sequel if it was Tommy Jarvis versus Jason.
Yeah,
And
skip
in
everything
fact,
after 5.
or even 6, you could include 6 because Jason's dead.
Yeah, but it's not Corey Feldman, so it wouldn't make sense. He's going to look like Tommy in one movie. Oh, wait a minute. Skip everything that came after 4. That's what I should have said. Pardon me. Skip everything that came after 4, and it's a direct sequel to 4 with Corey Feldman. Because it's the same guy. Why would you keep changing his look? You know what I mean?
He's older now, so it's got to be a significant passage of time.
Well, he's much older, though, now, too. So, like, the fan base, though, it would be fine with that because you've already used 3 different actors. So now if you come back to the original one, no one's going to care. People would be like, awesome, triumphant return. The problem is, and I'm sorry, Corey, because I know you'll listen to the show, I don't think Corey has the acting capabilities now to be able to pull it off. I think it'd be too hammy.
I agree.
And the reason I say that is because he couldn't even pull it off in the intro version of Crystal Lake Memories. It's almost like he knows it's tongue-in-cheek, so he's like already hamming it up, and I don't know if he'd be able to pull back a little bit.
I don't know. I mean, he did, when he narrated Crystal Lake Memories, granted it's just narration, but he took that seriously.
It was good there, but then he was in the campfire sequence, like,
this
part
is true.
2, and I found that hammy.
But those were supposed to be hammy, though.
Okay, true enough. I guess I'm being a little hard on them.
I didn't get into those, to be honest. I put them on, and I tried to watch them, but like you said, I thought they were too hammy, and I just kind of turned them off. I just didn't get into those. But his narration is terrific.
Well, if that's the way you feel, forget it, Vic. Just forget it.
Didn't he have more than 2 candy bars? He says to Vic that he has a second candy bar, but I swear when he first comes into frame, he has like 6 candy bars sticking out in different directions in that sweatshirt.
I don't know, but that's definitely his catchphrase. If that's the way you feel, forget it. He says it to the first 2 girls, and then he comes back and he said that to him. And did you see what the candy bar said?
Forget about it?
It's not Hershey. Forget about it. Yeah, imagine that. Fugha. Yeah, no, not forget about it. It's called
Forget About It.
Munchies. I think they tried to pass it off as Hershey's, but it's yellow, so I froze it. And sure enough,
so it was like a Mr. Good bar.
It was yellow, and it said chocolate in small letters and Munchies across the thing. Chocolate Munchies. Yeah. I do love that part, though. But I think you're really out of line.
That was the tipping point.
Yeah.
That was the tipping point.
Really
Vic really should not have been on axe duty. And why he was cutting that log sideways, I don't know. But he really should not have been on log duty and tractor duty that day. Dr. Matt should have said, you know what, Vic? Why don't you go back to bed, gather your faculties, get square with yourself, and then come down and join us when you're feeling better.
We opened with this, and I don't know if we're getting close to closing, but the reality is that the love that this has sort of gained, it is refreshing to see because it kept getting shit on because people were so upset that it wasn't really the real Jason. It plays out like a best of slasher Friday the 13th movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the
just
time,
too bad it was cut.
Yeah.
And I like that his movements mirror Jason at times and then at times don't.
I mean, he speed walks, but it is the beginning of the walk, Jason.
Yeah.
True.
No, but he does. There are times where you're like, oh, wait, this could be Jason. And then there's times where it's like, it's pretty obvious that it's not.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that he has 2 eyes.
That's true. They do show that towards the end. I'm like, oh, wait a minute here.
Right, when you first see him, when they're not doing the netting in the eyes that the franchise is known for. It's Tommy! And he turns and they square off and Jason turns. Like I said.
Not much of a square off. Tommy just froze.
Well, yeah, but Jason turns around. He doesn't. How does he know what Shavar was? Like, Shavar could have been head faking him. That Jason doesn't know Tommy. That's an imposter Jason. So what is he turning around going, who's this over here? Tommy? Is this Tommy? It's not. It's an imposter Jason.
It doesn't matter, though. If somebody screams somebody's name who's not there, you would turn around. I would fall for the head fake.
Well, yeah, and it helps buy into the fact that it might be Jason, because I remember being a kid watching the movie thinking, oh, shit, it is Jason. Tell my dad, see, it is Jason. I told you. He's withstanding punishment.
And your dad turned to you and said, would you shut the fuck up? It's Roy.
You big dildo.
I hate fucking
Talk
Junior.
about Ethel.
I hate fucking Junior. I hate that scene when he is driving around for no reason, yelling and screaming on his bike, and I'm so glad he got his head just up. He hurt me, Ma!
He really hurt me!
He's so fucking annoying. Why would that be your reaction?
And they just looped that scene like 2 or 3 times through? Because it's the same scene of him driving over the porch.
I think he's just, they did that a few times. I brought this up in the past before when Pam and Reggie and Tommy decided to go visit Demon. at the trailer park that's conveniently called Trailer Park.
They're not
Harry
even in
Manfredini
Trailer Park.
kicks
They're right
in
at
the
entrance.
scariest music ever, like and they're
Yeah,
just driving.
why?
But it's like 3 shots of them driving the same thing. It's like they drive it once and then they zoom in on it. They drive it twice and then they take another angle and they drive it 3 times. And they're passing the same rocks and they're going the same way.
Yeah, this franchise did that a lot. It did it in part 4. I don't even know if I brought it up, but with the toys on the shelf when Trish and Tommy are moving the bookcase in front of the door when they're hiding out in his room, the toys just keep moving back and forth.
Oh, you didn't bring it up, but I haven't even noticed.
It's crazy. And you know what? They said, if you're paying attention to that, then we didn't do our job as filmmakers. And they're right, because I never noticed it until I heard somebody point it out. And then I went back and watched it. I'm like, oh my God, look, the toy's down. It's up on the ground. Then it's, it's reset here. Then it's reset. Then it's down. Then it's reset.
It's like Pam's sweater in this movie.
Yeah, like the sweater. And again, the sweater, I don't think I noticed it the first 15 times I ever saw it, not till you started to hear about it. And this one, along with Part 7, were the 2 I saw the most as a kid. And I think that's why I don't think I ever truly hated this one. I don't think I understood it. I was still young. I was probably 7, 8, 9 years old when I'm first seeing this one. So I'm too young to really understand, that it's not Jason. I didn't even remember the ending of seeing Roy's face.
Oh, wow.
I just remember feeling this felt more Friday than some of the others as I went through the whole franchise later on.
Well, yeah, from 14 to I don't know, 18, 19, 4, 5, and 6, like I said, were the ones I watched the most.
Yeah.
In that time
Absolutely. So do you guys think that's the most relieved look ever in the history of someone taking a shit? When fucking Demon's taking a shit, he's like, it looks like he's fucking blowing a load, doesn't it?
The motif continues, though. No one wipes their ass in a Friday the 13th movie.
It's great, isn't it? You're going to get it, bitch.
Yeah. Which I always thought was a weird line. I was talking to someone about, and they're saying, "Oh, I think it's just a throwaway joke line, like, "Oh, now you're going to get it, bitch." But I thought it was like it's kind of a weird misogynist turn.
It's not, and there's a reason why Gramps doesn't really want Reggie to see Demon, because even though Demon seems very charming and likable, he's clearly got a troubled side, and one of it is beating on women who are trying to torment him while he's taking a shit.
He's like, he's probably a thief too. He's like, when you get to be my age, you get things, he says. You know what I mean? He's got these nice rings.
Where you get them bad rings?
The shitbox is gross. Did you guys notice that while he's taking a shit, that it says something about Fadden was here?
Yeah, it was, but it was spelled wrong.
Double D.
Double D. It was the double D Fadden.
Nice, the double D's.
Bitch tits Fadden. I'm telling you, again, that was an in-joke, but again, it just pushes towards this thing of why could have just been him.
Or all of it was Tommy's dream till the end. Not all of it, but I mean the Roy part and shit like that. Because when they start playing around with dream stuff, like they do in all the other Friday the 13th up until this point. So, no, they ended up cutting it in Part 4, but it was what they were known for, and it was still something they wanted to do.
Hell, we open with a dream, so it's
true.
It makes sense.
Right? They could have closed with a dream. He could have got to the place and dreamed about fucking Roy. I don't know.
Imagine that. Pam comes in, and he's like, so what happened to Roy? And she's like,
Roy, I'm just gonna show you your room, Tommy.
Tommy, I didn't find any Roy. Then he's still there. Still there. Still there.
We didn't find any Roy.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Oh my gosh, that's fucking amazing, dude.
It's true, and that's why they brought him back in Part 6.
Yeah, that's true. And I gotta say, I hate that fucking look on Jake's face when he's like, I said I didn't mean it. The fucking look on his face is oh God, I want to rip his fucking face off.
Oh, he's humiliated. Give him a break.
He looks like fucking Ward Cleaver. I can't stand the way his face looks in that scene. I'm gonna take a picture of it and put it on the page. I didn't mean it. I don't know. He's an asshole.
You're hard on him.
I am hard on him because he harassed poor Violet. I don't like that shit. When someone apologizes, let it be. Oh, sorry, honest mistake. You don't set a place for a dead person. I don't know. He just fucking.
Well, that's just him.
Rubs me wrong.
I know I couldn't be at Pinehurst because there's positively no hardball playing in the hallway. So I would have not been able to survive one day there.
Wait, did that say hardball or handball?
Handball.
Handball. Hardball.
Fuck my joke.
Hardball.
No, I was genuinely asking because I got confused. I was like, wait, were they playing hardball or handball?
Positively no handball.
This fucking movie can be discussed for another hour, but of course we can't do it. It's a long enough show. I think it's funny that they have a police squad fucking thing. You know, when they pull with the ambulance and you see the red light?
Oh, yeah, the Dragnet. Dragnet.
Yes.
Vision, yeah.
Dragnet did
Vince
it first.
called it out, like the Dragnet cam, where it's like, "Wah."
Yeah. I call it Police Squad. I guess Police Squad took it from Dragnet. Oh, no. That's fucking great. How about the Halloween kill? Another thing from Halloween, they slice his throat, and he falls into the fucking thing and the horn honks. Just like Annie in fucking part 1.
Yeah.
You know? Did you care for his face this time, B?
Care for what?
Because you hated Annie's face in fucking Halloween when she got that
Oh, her facial expressions when she's being killed are terrible. No, his were fine. I just didn't like his makeup effects for that slit throat.
That's fair. How about
Care. To me, this isn't about the kills, even though it has, the biggest body count. It's not about the gore.
Well, the flare in the mouth was his eyes were supposed to blow out. And it's supposed to look great, but they had to cut it all out.
Man. So that's why there's a red light on the box and its eyes, and that's it. There it is.
He's the man with no eyes.
There's a mask with red lights in his eyes.
Thank you.
There's a man with no life in his
I've
eyes.
been trying to sing that song for fucking 30 minutes. And every time I started to sing it, fucking someone jumped over it. I've been waiting for the right opportunity, and fucking Brandon got it. That's fucking great. There's a mask with red lights in his eyes.
We cracked that joke earlier already.
We didn't say a mask with red lights.
We didn't say mask. We said man with red lights in his eyes. Now we're going mask.
Yeah, because the box.
When you hear this back, you'll realize my brilliance.
Oh, yes.
Would you shut the fuck up, you big dildo?
How about them fucking pigos? Yeah, I love that shit. Yeah, but that dude, that it comes to the thing, when I was a kid, all the women used to love Clint Eastwood. He was like a sex symbol. I always thought that guy looked like Clint Eastwood. And I was like, why was she calling him ugly?
You know what? That line is very out of place. It's hilarious, but I never thought when that guy showed up was he ugly. I never thought that. It's like, oh, like here's a tall, like down on his luck man. He's just trying to get himself a meal, just trying to get his belly full.
But it's such a wasted character. That's why it should have been Vic escaped, and then you'd be like, what the hell?
Well, I thought you thought it was Vic.
Well, or show him earlier in the movie like he's the new Crazy Ralph or something like that. Like he just literally shows up there.
He's the crazy cop.
Done.
He got his belly filled all right. What the fuck, you know? And snow flurries up your nose.
Up my nose.
So many lines. What a movie. Again, I feel sorry. I guess we should go into the fucking thing because something about this film, I could go on and on. There's so much going on with this movie, and how deep can we dig? I mean, they didn't dig deep at all for fucking the grave in the dream. You know what I said in fucking Corey's dream? Oh. He's like, they just threw dirt on top of a body.
Yeah. Well, that's the buddy spray painted a sign that looked like the S is backwards or something.
Yeah, it looked like it was chalked on there or something. And the funny thing was, and I didn't realize it, but they buried Jason in his mask with his machete.
And a screwdriver.
In the tree. And the screwdriver. Yeah, you're right, because he puts the machete in one guy and then the screwdriver in the other guy.
Yeah, Mark Wahlberg. Doesn't that guy look just like Mark Wahlberg? I fucking realized it this time, man. I'm telling you, next time you watch it, you're going to see him. Marky Mark. Boom. First kill of the movie. But it is a dream, and it's scary like a dream. And
it is. It's effective, and it shows Tommy's struggle because he freezes up in the dream.
And I thought it was a good tie-in. Everything that they did, the reason why they did it, worked. To introduce you to him growing up 5 years later and had a dream. It was a perfect way to link the Tommies.
Yeah, and it makes sense why he looks like he's pushing 40 at 17. You know, he's been through a fucking ton of shit.
This is true.
It's funny. I've never wanted to come high on this because it is kind of trash fun.
And
but
come low.
I think when we did, I'm gonna come low. I'm gonna aim for your neck. I think on the slasher show I gave it a 7, and as I was watching it again, I'm like, that feels fair. But I love it. It's so fun, and it's a perfect example of like a slasher movie that I think I'm gonna go 7.5.
Nice. No, I gave it a 7.5 on the slasher show, What a great movie. It's fucking fun characters, fun dialogue. It's not scary, but the fucking humor, not comedy, entertains. Big difference. There's humor in this. It's not comedy. It's a lot of fun, so quotable. It's what you want in a slasher. It's a shame it got cut, but it retains the feeling of the first four to a degree, more than anything else that comes after. And I enjoy the hell out of it, and nothing's changed. I can't go 8, but 7.5 is where I stand.
Yeah, it's funny you say that it's not scary. I guess it all depends on when you see it, and what age you are. But for me, it was scary.
Nice.
To me, it felt menacing. Not so much anymore, but it was definitely there as a kid watching this. And I'm right there with you guys. I don't remember what I gave it on the top 50 show, maybe a 7, maybe a 7.5, and I'm right there, 7.5.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. I know people are listening and they're like, "What the fuck? For part 5, it's a piece of shit." Well,
This is
sorry.
far from a piece of shit. I mean,
This is a fun movie.
rewatching
Very
this
fun.
one, going in order, obviously, and rewatching this one, getting to the 5th one, and having such enjoyment on the first 5. I immediately wrote to these guys and told them that I consider myself an official Friday fanboy now.
Right on.
I really do.
Nice.
I really do. Because even though, I started out by saying, I would cut this, I would cut that, and focus more on the patience of Pinehurst. And we talked about having maybe Vic as a killer, or having, no reveal of who the killer was, or just reveal it to be Roy's face, but no explanation. And there's so many things that we would change now. But given what it was doing at the time, I thought it was really well done, and far from the black sheep of the series.
Right on.
So
We'll
far.
We'll get there.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
but,
will.
a
lot of fun this film.
For sure. Yeah, a lot of fun. Well, speaking of fun, I know a lot of people have a lot of fun with the next movie, and let's see what kind of fun we had. We know Christian blows it, but Brandon and I, we've had different opinions. We're going to go into it. We're going to go into Jason Lives.
All right. Jason Lives, Friday the 13th, Part 6, written and directed by Tom McLaughlin. Tommy Jarvis goes to the graveyard to get rid of Jason Voorhees' body once and for all, but inadvertently brings him back to life instead. The newly revived killer once again seeks revenge, and Tommy may be the only one who can defeat him. Tommy should be the only one to defeat him, since he's the only one who brought him back to life.
But hey,
You're right.
I've said this before, and this is what it's all about. So there is repetition here if you've listened to TJF 13 or us talk about these shows, because this is the ultimate episode of this. To me, this is the movie that sort of starts. It's the most real movie from the sequel side standpoint, because it starts with Tommy going out with a mission. He wants to defeat Jason once and for all. That fails and inadvertently resurrects Jason. He immediately goes to the cops, but we set up that he's out to get Jason from the beginning. Jason's alive, killing people, and his mission is to kill Jason from the get-go. So from a story structure standpoint, this seems to be the most fully realized story, in my opinion, from a beginning, middle, and end.
I can't disagree with that.
I think this movie should be called The New Beginning, honestly, because everything changes from here on.
Because
The
he's
first five,
the zombie.
yes,
Yeah.
a completely different series that starts here. This doesn't feel like the first 5 movies. This feels like something different. Is it good or is it bad? To me, it's a bit of both. But this, to me, is really the new beginning. There's Jason of 1 through 5, even though he wasn't in 5. Like I said, it was the transitional movie. The one thing these two movies have in common, they're both hacked to shit. The MPAA was fucking in full force, and it's a shame. We missed out on lots of good stuff. I didn't mention it. We didn't mention it last time, but we missed out on Violet's. She got it in the holiest of holy.
Yeah.
Well, even it was actually Danny, the director, that decided against that. Funny enough, he said, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. It's just too much. It's too much." He says, so I decided to cut it because I knew we would never make it to the final film.
Yeah, on one of the special features, or in the documentary, you actually see a picture of Violet with her pants, with the makeup, with the blood makeup all down there, and it would definitely have been in poor taste. I didn't mind Violet's kill. I know you could tell that. Yeah. I didn't mind Violet's kill, though. It's the thing I really like about Violet's kill is after he stabs her, the way she, her neck drops when he's lowering her. Her neck drops. It's real quick, but if you watch it, it's really cool. Almost like the life is immediately sucked out of her. It was very convincing in that one little moment, the way her neck kind of snaps to the side.
And that's Jason Lives, everybody.
Ratings.
Well, the last movie, for part 5, 16 fucking cuts were made. 9 trips to the fucking MPAA. They had to keep resending it. And this movie here, again, Jason Lives, they faced the same issues. And it's kind of a shame because for me, if this movie would have been as gory as it could have been, I would have enjoyed it more. Because me, when I review, if my notes end with a lot of question marks, it's a problem. And again, I have a lot of question marks in this film. That's when I can. I'm not gonna come down hard because I've come up slowly over time. Like when I was young, I was cool with it. Then I was really down for a while. Last couple of times I watched it, I appreciated it a little bit more, but I still had some questions. This time going in, I was so excited. I always geek out a little bit when the film starts and it's nighttime and they're driving and Tommy's driving and he has the mask next to him and the music is great and I'm really into it. Yes, and everything when he's resurrected.
Yeah,
the smoke and fog, brilliant beginning. When I started this movie, I'm like, man, I'm going to come in higher than I ever have in years. I was so excited, and then I'm watching it, and the beginning is epic. I remember being a kid and being at the theater and seeing him rise from the grave, and that is all epic. I love it. As the movie goes on, I fall out of it a little bit more, and the things that bother me still bother me, and I wish they didn't, but. You know, I'm not going to shit on the film. I do hate the fucking James Bond thing. That's the jump the shark moment to me. I really wish they wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, that was terrible. Terrible.
I actually don't mind it. I get a chuckle every time. It is out of place as a reference in this movie, but because I guess Jason was such an icon, his whole thing was, well, James Bond's an icon. I'm a James Bond fan. Jason's an icon. Well, hey, why don't we do that? Why don't we do it like it goes in and Jason walks out? I can see where it came from. And I get a laugh. It gets a laugh from me.
It's weird though, but because they're at a point in the franchise where they realize, things are starting to dwindle down in terms of returns on this. So I guess they're trying to play him up to be this huge iconic character. When I guess he's sort of there, but they don't feel like they're gonna be able to cash in on it anymore. So let's compare him to James Bond. But it just doesn't. It didn't do anything for me, and not one of my favorite opening themes either.
Opening themes.
I'm not a big fan. I like this soundtrack as well. I know.
Me too.
I love the actual soundtrack, but I'm talking about the Manfredini score.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's odd a little bit, but whatever.
I used to actually really like Megan as a final girl. Now, I'm finding that I don't like her as much. And I forgot to mention the last one as well, so here's another callback. Pam is underrated as a final girl because she does nothing for the first half of the movie, really. But when she kicks into full gear at the end, I think she's great because she gets spunky, she fights back, and it's like a combination of like the innocence of some of the of like Alice and maybe Chris, but then the spunkiness of Ginny, not quite Ginny material, not quite up there that I put like Ginny on the pedestal there, but I don't think Pam gets the respect that she deserves. Megan is okay, but again now, as Dave has pointed out, we're in couple zone.
Megan never really felt like a final girl because of the couple thing. Pam.
Tommy's the final girl.
Exactly.
And you're focused on Tommy. That's it. You are.
Yeah.
You're focused on him because it's his journey and it's his fight. So they set it up that way and they end it that way. So that's the reason why she kind of gets. It's kind of she's there, but she gets pushed aside.
Yeah. In 5, Pam's acting to me is a little bit over the top in the final act.
Yes.
But I at least appreciated that they gave her the fight, with the chainsaw, and she does do her best, and you could see, the impact it had on her, especially when she's sitting in that hospital at the end with Reggie laying on her lap, and she's just like mentally and physically beaten.
Well, I don't think anybody screamed as much as her as any final girl ever. Like, let's actually, if you break it down in any movie, I was going to say the Friday the 13th series for sure, but how much screaming she does in that final part.
A lot of screaming.
It's crazy.
So does Shavar Ross, for that matter, though. He does a great final girl scream.
And I'm sorry to keep jumping back to that, but talking about this one just reminded me of a few other things there. But like, I love the fact they did try to do things differently. Like they said, okay, Crystal Lake has got a bad reputation. We're going to change it to Forest Green. Trust me, I love Crystal Lake. I love the name Crystal Lake. But I like the fact that in the script, they were smart enough to realize maybe this was time to change the name. People want to forget this
agree.
was Crystal Lake. It makes sense. I love
Yes.
Sheriff Garris. I think that he's
Me too.
awesome.
More now than ever. See, check it out. I never liked him. This time watching it, I'm completely on his side the entire time. He's not a hard ass at first. He's actually cool when Tommy bursts through that door. He makes a wisecrack. He's okay, and he even gives him a chance to leave. Once he's like the sign says, you're now leaving Forest Green. After all that shit, he was still ready to fucking say, okay, this kid's troubled. Let me get out. When I was a kid, I used to think he was an asshole. Yeah. Now, I see him as a good guy and a good father, honestly.
Yeah. No, it's great, and his death is one of my favorites in the series. He gets from a goreless death. His is probably the most effective goreless death in the whole series. Folded over.
Yeah.
It's so effectively done. I've always been a fan of it. He gets a heroic moment to take Jason down, but it's just not enough. But,
you know what? Though, just speaking of that, with the heroic moment, I found that the actions of everyone in this film. Nothing felt like stupid and out of place. Every reaction that they had, every attempt they had to fight Jason or to make the best choice they could dealing with the situation that was going on, I thought everything was on point.
I mean, I know, Dave, you're not a fan of the paintball scene. But before we get to the paintball scene, we're going to get to the couple that drive up. Again, I love it because, again, it's dripping of atmosphere. Yeah, they're in the middle of nowhere. They are on some cow path, as he mentions. But they're in the middle of the forest, and this is something that was kind of lacking in 5. Yeah, we're by a forest, but we've kind of left that camp. This brings it back to camp, back to basics. We're at camp. We're in the forest. There's camp counselors. They're driving up. They get killed. Like, he has a spear.
He's got the fence, the piece of fence that was stuck in him.
Well, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, sorry. And then
that fucking fence
hawks him over. I love that kill.
Yeah, it's a good kill.
And Lisbeth as well. Like, I know, trying to pay him off.
I can't agree with that. I think Tom McLaughlin even said it was meant to be tongue in cheek. It's so totally set up for the line, "Don't leave home without it."
Oh, of course. That's the visual.
No,
gag.
but I didn't even feel like the sense of she's bargaining for her life. I mean, at this point we know it's Jason and it's zombie Jason, so it does seem silly. But to be honest, I didn't mind it this much this time. Tony Goldwyn's character, who's probably the biggest name from this movie, was the stupid one. Pulling out that little pistol. I mean, that thing couldn't do anything.
Ain't Dirty Harry.
Ain't Dirty Harry now, ain't you?
I like, from her standpoint, I like her frazzled and trying to get the money. We know it's Jason. What the crazy part of this is, and I never cared when I was younger, but this is what Dave has brought up, is that he disappears and it suddenly drops down from a tree to spike her or something like that.
Why is he playing games? That's not Jason's fucking MO. He's never been a game player. He's not doing that fucking weird Michael Myers shit. He goes, he's a fucking machine. So the fact that I'm going to go over here, then I'm going to surprise her after. Right away, it's off a character. And yeah, I do have an issue with it. Yeah.
I never let it bother me, just like I don't let the fact that he decided to put the gloves on that Tommy left back at the gravestone,
terrible.
The graveyard back. It doesn't bother me.
I can't believe it. You like those fucking gloves? Why?
I never. It's not that I like them. I just don't care. It's just, it doesn't. I don't let it get to me like it bothers you.
Because why do it? That's what bothers me. There's no reason and I'll tell you what. I do like Tom McLaughlin. I like him as a person. From everything I've seen of him, I like where he's going with it. I think he was too heavy-handed with the comedy, but I can't say a bad word about him but some of the decisions he made, and that's one of them. Why would you say, let's just have Jason wear fucking gloves and a tool belt this movie? It's just, I do not like it. It'd be like Michael Myers wearing a fucking...
shoulder pads?
I just don't get it. Like,
it's so weird because if anyone should have tools, it should be Michael. Considering he's always killing garage workers and taking their own coveralls, why not just grab the tools also?
Right, a wrench, yeah, you're right. You should have the tools. I don't know. I'm
with C on this one this time around. None of this was really bothering me this time. The comedy, especially the character of Martin, sort of breaking that fourth wall and kind of talking to the audience. I didn't like that.
Oh, you did? I wasn't sure where you're going with it. No, I like it. Some people have a strange idea of entertainment. I think that's a great line.
Yeah.
No, that's too comical to me.
You think it's comical? I just think it's a wink to the audience. I don't even think it's funny.
Yeah, it's a funny wink. Hey, I'm interacting with the audience. No, to me, like I would think for you, Dave, especially, that would take you right out of it.
No, I mean, I'll take that over the straight up comedy. That's a little fucking nod and a wink. I'm okay with that in comparison to the other shit, where it's over the top. That's what I'm saying. That's to fucking, the guy running around trying to put a fucking broken tree stump, fucking a broken branch on top of back.
I recently posted when somebody asked in the Friday the 13th group what their favorite part of any movie was. I put when Roy tries to put the stump back on the tree. I think it's hilarious when he does that.
It's physical comedy. It maybe doesn't belong in a Friday the 13th movie, but I was appreciative of it. Again, we had 5 movies leading up to this that were doing roughly the same thing, as you already mentioned, Dave. So this one was saying, where can I go with it? I love the Gothic setup, the Gothic imagery, the idea of bringing them back. I love Frankenstein. And he even jokes, Tom McLaughlin, the director, says, you got to buy that for you to continue with this movie. Because if you're going to give up, if it's going to be like dog firing piss to resurrect Freddy in part 4, if it's going to be on that level from you, from a exception level, then you're not going to be into this movie. But because there's direct links to Frankenstein, it's different from a hound of hell pissing on Freddy. And it's much easier to accept because of the setup and what they're doing there. And now it's supercharged them. And so it becomes comic booky without it being officially in that comic book realm yet. So this was Jason X before it really became that super comic book style.
I've said that. If you like Jason Lives, you should like Jason X, because to me, it's very much the same thing. Yeah.
Minus the setting, of course, and the feel.
But that fucking self-awareness.
Well, this is where it goes. This is what you're talking about, the tone shift, Dave. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think 1 through 5.
What do you want to put in his mouth?
Yeah. How about this? I had nothing. And then 6, 7, 8, 9, X, Freddy versus Jason are all a new issue of a comic book. You got your Jason Lives comic. You've got your Tina versus Jason comic. You've got your Jason Takes Manhattan comic. Jason Goes to Hell was a comic. And then Jason X. They all become comic books at this point. It's just, what can we do with the Jason character and try to change it up a bit? Because it's always been done. And that has probably been what either people love about the series, because that's what people say 6 is one of their favorites, or it's when he fights Tina is the best one, or when he goes to Manhattan is the best one. Everybody seems to like these comic book ones, and to me, this is still feels like it's somewhat grounded, probably because of the camp setting, and because the Tommy characters continued, and because they resurrect Jason, and that's the reason why. After this, it becomes silly.
Silly, and not in a comedy sense. Silly in the idea of a girl with telekinesis, and silly, and I get what you're saying, but this is the most straight up comedy of all of them.
Yeah, no, but I don't have a problem with it, because like I said, I guess at this point I liked that. When I was young, I appreciated that. If you remember my Return to the Living Dead 2, I love Return to the Living Dead, personal fave, but I was even forgiving and accepting of Return to the Living Dead 2. This is not quite as silly as that, but I mean, it's approaching that. But this was self-referential, and I loved that. I love that meta feeling to it.
Yeah, well, Kevin Williamson even said that Scream and everything, that this was an influence on that.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of this. I've always enjoyed it. I do rate it higher than a lot do. I'm not saying it's flawless, but there's a heavy enjoyment factor here. And I think they get another batch of good kids. So this is the closest batch of kids that you get that's kind of like part 4 likable.
Yeah, this is probably the most likable group of kids. There's really nobody out of line here, no jokesters, no over-the-top, asshole here or anything.
True.
No teddy bear. But even back to the paintball scene, it is just, I think, you know what? I used to hate the scene. I think it's 2 things. I think it's the music that they're playing during it that takes you out of it,
yep.
and the fact that, the decapitation kill was cut. Because I always thought that was a lazy kill just to add to the body count. But when you watch the documentaries and you watch the special features and you see what they were actually doing with that kill and the way it was supposed to play out, it would have actually been really cool to see uncut.
I'm shocked that got cut, because even the extra footage, that's what I was saying earlier, the extra footage really isn't that gory. It's
exactly.
a couple of heads. We've seen Junior's head fall, so there's 3 heads in the frame.
Yeah.
And then the body falls down.
Even going back to Lisbeth when she's stabbed in the puddle, just seeing the blood ooze up from under the water would have been great.
Yeah, see, I actually am not a fan of that. I actually, in my opinion, I understand if you want a bit more gore, that gives it to you. But I was always a fan of just like the sound effect and the quick shot, and then the card floating away, done. And sometimes
I like how obvious it was that C.J. Graham almost really killed her in that car. Like,
that should have been in 3D. That reminded me of the scene in part 3 where freaking right.
Yeah, it does look like 3D. And, it looks like, I mean, I know they say the going through the windshield changed the trajectory, but it looks like he made a sharp left turn. It looks like he was like, you know what, I'm going to kill this bitch. Oh,
C.J. Graham. I forgot to mention that.
You worked
he was,
for him.
That's correct. I worked for him. He was my boss at the Flamingo O'Shea's. O'Shea's was a small casino that was built next to Flamingo, but they were owned by Flamingo. And when I was breaking into the casino industry, I got hired. So you start at the Flamingo, and you're there, and they were even touting it at the time. And the guy that's the head of table games is C.J. Graham. And as soon as I heard the name, I knew. And they said, who was in one of the most popular, chapters of Friday the 13th. I was like, holy shit. And I every time I saw C.J. Graham, it was always the same thing. I was on my table dealing. He would walk by. He would walk through the pit. And he would put his hands on my shoulders and go, how you doing, young man? And then keep on walking. And that was it. And I never got to really talk to him off the game. And unfortunately, I know, but he was just not around that much. He was the head of the table games for the Flamingo for whatever time I was there, and he was in and out. Now he's done some other things, some other casinos. And
as a joke, you should have just said every time he put his hand on his shoulders, "Unhand me, bitch tits." even though I know he's not bitch tits, I know it's Dan Bradley, but just as a joke, just to see how he reacts.
How about bitch tits? How about they don't give a reason? They just say, after one day of shooting, they saw the dailies and they made phone calls. They said, we got to get that guy out of there. Nobody came up and said, well, he had bitch tits. So
when you see that scene, you're like, whoa.
And the guy who played Roy was one of the director's theater group members. They were the theater group. They were like mimes and stuff. And he even says in the documentary, he's like, yeah, you could tell that this guy had just been eating a little too well to be Zombie Jason, which I thought was hilarious.
Oh, shit. You know what I was thinking? Go ahead, B. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I don't know if it's the first time my dad saw it, but when I rewatched it with my dad, he said, and this wasn't this time, this was months ago when I watched this film, or it might have been last year for the slasher show. He said to me, Roy's coming back. Roy's going to save the day at the end.
Oh, that Roy.
That Roy. Little Roy.
Part 5. Okay.
No, Little Roy. Little Roy. He thought Woody, as I call it, Woody Allen Roy.
Roy, we find his body parts scattered around later.
Yeah, we do find them later, but my dad was convinced, because they didn't show him get killed, that he's going to be the big hero at the end of the film.
Yeah, he's like fucking Ted from part 2.
Yeah, Ted and Roy are going to show up in the next reboot.
The survivors.
Well, that's how I figured out the age of Tommy is in that Making Friday the 13th as they're describing the characters. They said Tommy, it's now 5 years later, and Tommy's 25 years old.
Interesting.
Oh,
so who knows? I don't know, but they don't say it.
I thought part 6 was ignoring part 5, though.
Yes and no. It's like they take... I've always said, you could easily do it. It could easily be like Nightmare 1 to Nightmare 3. But it's like they still use the arc of Tommy in a sense. He's been in a psychiatric ward. He's gone back. They don't mention, they just mention trauma and that he really must have fucked you up. They only allude back to the original encounter, and they ignore the cremation part.
We didn't even give Horseshack his due.
We haven't got to it yet. Hawes, yeah.
Hawes.
Dude, what the fuck with that? How about when Horseshack was on the set? You know how Horseshack wore a scarf on Welcome Back, Kotter?
Yeah.
The rest of the crew was fucking razzing him. They would go up to his trailer, and somebody had access to fucking the scarves or something, and they were putting the Horseshack scarf on his door all the time and on his doorknob, and he got getting on, not Horseshack anymore. He got all upset about it because they were busting his balls because, it is a far, a far way to fall from fucking being on a hit sitcom to fucking an opening scene of a 6th chapter of Friday the 13th.
He was great in the opening scene, though.
I don't understand why he gets there and why Tommy does his thing, and Why does he say to him, "You're not going to open that"? You think that Tommy went all the way there just to dig and then look at a fucking coffin?
I think he's trying to talk him out of it because, they get there like, all right, he's there, let's go, And then they dig him up, and he's like, you're not even going to open that.
Yeah, I think he was trying to talk him out of it. And,
Okay.
Like, he's got some good lines there. Like, I mean, the whole, my heart can't take any more of this. Like, I love that shit. Like, it's great. And it's such a great setup. That whole built cemetery, it just looks great with the lightning and everything else. I like how they pour gasoline on Jason, and he's trying to finish what he came to do, which was to make sure that corpse was destroyed. And even when he comes out of the grave to get him, he douses him with gasoline and tries to light a match. And, of course, that's when the rain hits. I mean, there's some good shit there.
That is good. I agree. The biggest problem in that opening scene, I mean, it's not a problem. It's just for fun. Why the fuck would Tommy, after he stabbed him, why does he pull that fucking stake out? If he doesn't pull that stake out, Jason can't get the fuck out. I noticed it this time. He gets struck with lightning. He's down there. So what does Tommy do? Brings the gloves just so we can touch that hot bar and fucking lifts it out. Okay, now you're free to roam, Jason.
Well, no, he doesn't know he's alive at that point.
I understand, but why take it out? He's
thinking because lightning just struck it twice. He's thinking, I got to get this thing out before lightning hits it again. First of all, why would lightning strike the same place twice? It really doesn't happen. But he pulls it out just to be like, all right, let me get this danger away. And then he's climbing out of the grave when Jason fucking... That's a good little jump scare there when he just pops up for the first time.
Yeah, it's great. And I think he's pulling it out because he wants to set him on fire and then cover it all up again with the dirt.
That's fair.
That too.
That's fair. Okay, you guys answered my question. Again, if I got question marks, if you guys can answer them, it helps the movie. It's what I always say. The thing about that scene, tell me what you guys think. What if Jason, I love the look of him with maskless. It wasn't that much. It was so dark, and he was like grayish, and he had the cobwebs on him and shit. I almost wish he would not have donned a mask in this film and walked around just like that the whole movie. I think that would have been fucking badass. I know it's blasphemous.
He looks great. I do like the fact that you see him unmasked at the beginning instead of the end, as you usually do.
Right.
I think they had to go with the mask though because of the icon. This is the best look, other than part 3 and 4, that he's had. Because I like him when he's clawing at the window in part 3. I love that end part of part 4 when he gets the mask, and this just look, because I don't like him unmasked in part 7.
What about part 2? You don't like him unmasked in part 2?
I do.
Unsheated.
The bad face, the bad part of the face you like, the good part of the face you don't.
I like the hair part, not the hard-boiled egg part.
Unsheathed.
I like him. I guess I like the makeup in all of them, other than part 5, of course.
We'll get to it. Part 8.
But after this one, it's constant disappointments.
Oh, really? We'll get to it. Okay, yeah. We'll get to that. Yeah. But yeah, I something about that look. I love the way he looks unmasked. It's just something about it, man. I love. Of course, you have to have the mask. I know you do. I just, for the sake of the show, I just thought I'd throw it out there because just imagine if he did go without the mask. It would have
he's pretty rotted away, so you kind of need the mask.
Yeah, but you can barely see him. As long as he's not there in the daytime, you barely see it. It isn't like they make a habit of showing his face. But then again, at nighttime, you know what I mean? You wouldn't have to. But either way,
he looks paper thin I wish they put a little bit more substance to him as a corpse.
Yeah.
I know he's a corpse, but it looks like he's literally just going through paper with that when he's stabbing him with the spike.
Especially considering how his movements progress throughout the film and the uncanny strength he now possesses as an undead. They definitely should have had a little bit more substance to him.
But
yes,
small quibble. You get that jump the shark moment that you mentioned. You get the traditional opening credits, the white on black, and then he drives right up to a police station, as we mentioned. No other character has really done that before, and so they involve the cops right away, and then we've cut, of course, to the counselors, which we talked about their deaths. It's got a good pace to it.
Yeah, well, it's a short film, so it can't help but have a good pace.
It is paced good. I will say that. I cannot criticize that at all. It's pretty much paced perfectly. I still fall out of it a little bit when you're not supposed to, and that's in the final part. I don't know what happens. Too many people, something else. But either way, I do think that.
Well, I think in the final part, it's almost like he's maybe they had a bigger idea, but they bit off more than they could chew, because he's got all these books on the living dead and stuff, and it just seems like he's got a grand plan, and then it comes down to just padlocking a chain and returning him to the water, which I like the idea of returning him there, but the plan seemed kind of silly, and obviously the execution of it is kind of silly, but I still enjoy it.
I have questions there. There you go. Where did the books come from? And how did he, at that hour, find that fucking chain? You couldn't find one now in the middle of the fucking day. Go out and try to find one of those chains anywhere. You can't find a chain anywhere. Where the fuck did the books come from? And to be able to find a rock is pretty convenient. A huge rock like that. It's a little silly. That's what I'm saying. There's things like that in this film that you don't really see in the other ones in that respect, where you really have to turn off your mind in certain places where I wish you didn't have to. That's a small issue with me. All of a sudden he has those occult books.
It's funny. I didn't even question the occult books, and that again was just, I think, it tied that getting back to like that whole
I understand that
mythology. I never really questioned where he got the books. I did always hate. I got you your supplies, didn't you? The throwaway line there to just explain away. Like again, it was the Sam Loomis. Maybe someone around here gave him lessons. Line.
Right.
If I got you your supplies, you're supposed to buy it, but I find you're right, because those are specific supplies.
Very specific that are hard to get. Yeah, especially at that time of night. So that's an issue. It's a little, I don't know. It's hard for me to turn a blind eye to certain things like that. It's a little. You could do better than that.
They're trying to keep it. They're trying to progress the storyline, keep it on pace. And again, I think they had less death. And I guess Frank Mancuso Jr. said, no, we need a few more. So then they decided to kill Martin the caretaker, which I thought was a great death with the whiskey bottle into the neck.
It's a great death, but it's a damn shame, because I really, really like that original script ending idea.
Yes.
Obviously.
That original script ending idea.
I'm going to read it later. I have it here.
Amazing.
Oh my God. And they added the couple, like the
well, I like the Billy Crystal and the I call him Billy Crystal. It's like Billy Crystal, and then it's the cop from the jail cell, his wife.
Yeah, his wife was the blonde. And then they just added more to Sissy's kill.
Yes, which I'm glad they did that. At least we got that. That was cool.
did that.
What, just the part thrown out of the window?
Oh, no.
Have her thrown out of the window?
Not Sissy's kill. The other girl's kill. What's her name?
Elizabeth. Is it Elizabeth?
Paul?
No, it is Sissy.
It is Sissy.
I apologize. Yes,
Elizabeth
was the one with the
twist of the head.
The red room was Lisbeth.
The red room was Paula. Lisbeth was at the car with the Amex card.
So Sissy because the original kill, I think she just got hoofed out the window. And
exactly.
Then you saw her head
and you hear screaming.
I'm so glad. And later on, you still see him carrying the headless corpse, so you would have figured out what happened anyway.
Yeah, but you know what I thought the first time when Megan opens the car door and Sissy's head falls out? That head looks exactly like Angela from Sleepaway Camp at the end. It has that face on it.
Wow, interesting. But why the fuck do that? That bothered me. That's not a Jason trick. Throw a head in a car? Why is Jason playing games in this film? You've seen him for 4 films be a machine, and now he's fucking jumping around like he's fucking Billy Crystal.
I'll just say this real quick. Maybe it's because he died, he got a second chance at life, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to enjoy it more. I'm going to play some games.
The fact that he's a zombie, it should be going the other direction. If you're a zombie, you're going to be a killing machine. You're going to do a lot less fucking thinking and playing around. It goes completely against conventional wisdom of anything. This is the last movie that he should be playing games with. If anything, it should be the opposite, that he's just a fucking shark, if you will, and just going and hunting and killing, not fucking playing games. That's the problem.
It's funny. You bring so much logic to it. I totally agree with you, Dave. But for some reason, because of the way the movie's presented to me, I don't care. But you are absolutely right. He shouldn't be hiding heads. He's a zombie killer now.
Right. Yeah, maybe in the past. Maybe. Like, that's one of the reasons I love Part 2 so much, is that he's the most human in Part 2, and he does play games, and he does that stuff.
And he falls off stools.
Yeah, he's more human. But he comes out of it as time goes on. He gets bigger and more lumbering and everything else. It becomes a vicious fucking, like Jaws, but on feet. You know what I mean? He's like a killing fucking machine. He's a shark, But now that he's gone through all that and he's coming back, this is the last instance where he should be doing things like that. So I can't help it if that bothers me. I mean,
Can you look at it as in a way like where he's doing it to terrify and just add fear, or do you think that's illogical being a zombie as well?
Right. Of course it is. What does he know about fear? All he knows is he's a fucking machine. He's just there to kill.
But it's in contrast because there are two Jasons in this film in the sense that CJ is very, and Tom McLaughlin said it, almost Terminator-like at some points in his movements and stuff, and it's great and it's on point. And then you get the little things like the Lisbeth kill where he sneaks up behind, where maybe it is the fact that he was human once, you know, and he wasn't a zombie the whole time, or, well, obviously if you're a zombie you were human at one point, but you know what I'm saying. He's not like a monster from the beginning. He was once human is the point, and so maybe he still has this instinctual trait to instill fear, whether it's, you know, sneaking around and killing Lisbeth in that fashion, or putting Sissy's head into Megan's car, so in case Megan decides to flee, she gets freaked out and doesn't.
It's like they give you the best of both worlds. He's supercharged, and now he's super smart. Like, that's why he jumps up he's in a tree, jumps down to do the triple decapitation.
Yeah. I'm trying to to make it make sense from both sides. I mean, it totally makes sense what you're saying, Dave. It really does.
I mean, you can only deconstruct it so much.
Exactly.
It's a slasher, but
exactly.
It's like they're presenting it one way. They're saying, and God bless Tom McLaughlin. Believe me, I know he's having fun. He's putting this stuff into it. I can't say a mean word about him. He seems like a good soul, and he's having fun. I do not want to knock his film, but it's the whole gimmick of, you can call what Tommy says. You can call it forest green if you want, but it's still Crystal Lake to him. These are his woods. He's just here to freaking protect his turf and fucking kill people. So again, you can't have it both ways from where I sit. That he's just, you know, he's out there killing because like an animal. He doesn't want people on his turf. These are his woods. To be playing around, wasting time, fucking doing this and that for the sake of what? Entertaining himself? I don't think it. I don't know. It just makes little sense in this case. I mean, we can only go over it so much.
It is subtle, though. It is subtle. It's not so much in your face like the tongue-in-cheek comments or the way the kids approach their understanding of Jason. And I guess it makes sense given the time frame of this film, but the kids really have no idea about Jason. It's almost like he's just a ghost story.
And I do dig that aspect of it. That's why it is in the future. Yes.
I do too, but the only thing that I question, and maybe you can answer, because I might not pose this as a question, but Sheriff Garris is old enough where he should be aware of the killing sprees that Jason Voorhees has gone on, and the fact that Jason Voorhees was real. But he never really seems to acknowledge that or say anything to Tommy in the sense like, Tommy, you're crazy because Jason's dead and he's buried over there. No, he basically says you're crazy, like almost in a sense like Jason never existed.
He apologized. He goes, "I'm sorry for what happened to you when you were a kid. I really am."
And because you lost your mother. Your
That's
family
true.
was killed by. It's in throwaway dialogue at the beginning.
That's true. You're right. You're right. No, I don't know what it was. I guess the way he doesn't talk about Jason always made me feel like Sheriff Garris is like not acknowledging he even existed.
To his daughter.
And I get.
To his
yeah,
daughter.
that's
to his daughter.
Yeah.
Right.
Protective.
Who can blame him? Right.
But even when he's having the one-on-ones with Tommy or with Deputy Rick around, I wish there was more there. But you're right. He did have those lines. All right, cool.
Well, with Rick, he says that conversation. He goes, "Someone's doing them in using Jason's old MO."
Jason's old MO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, see, I put on the subtitles to find out because I've always wondered it too. Wherever the red dot goes, you bang.
Yeah.
You bang.
It is YOUBANG. It's not a like booyah. You know what I mean, or something.
It's not yo bang.
You bang.
Yeah.
It's you
Oh,
bang.
I thought it's YA bang.
No, it's I always thought it was what it actually says. You bang. Wherever you get shot, it's where your head's gonna bang. Your head's gonna blow up. But I heard C talk about it on TGIF 13, saying he thinks that it's a word like ya bang, like squadoosh, booyah, some fucking word, But in fact, it is just you bang. You bang. Your head bangs. You blow. You know what I mean?
I always thought it
As
was
in,
bang.
did you say YOU bang?
Yeah.
You bang?
You bang. Yeah.
Okay.
Wherever I shoot you in the fucking head, you
Oh
bang.
yeah, you're right. You're right. I
Boom,
actually wrote it
shoot.
down. Y-O-U bang.
Quit
Why you
clowning
bang?
it
It's
around.
gonna be
You're
my
questioning
lesson.
it. You have it written down in your book.
Right.
Fucking guy.
No, I thought because I'm remembering Y-A bang, and it says
YA
Y.
Who bangs?
She
bangs.
She bangs.
She bangs.
Something.
Yeah, that's all I remember.
Something.
It's something.
Yeah, let's not get into Ricky Martin.
Speaking of Ricky Martin, I think you talked about the joke with the two guys in the previous film that I think are going to a Halloween party, but I'm going to throw something out there. I think that the two guys that are playing in the corporate paintball game are gay. And I never noticed it till now because of the way the one guy talks to the other. He goes like, you become this whole different person when you're out here.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Right? Isn't that a little...
And he says to him, you're a real ass. And the other one goes, better than being all ass. Because he's talking about being hungry.
And why would somebody bring a fucking real machete to a fucking paintball game?
Dave, that was my next note that had an asterisk next to it. Why does Bert have a real machete?
The same reason they have darts and like utility belts. That's where he gets the dart.
Yeah,
and he throws it in the cop's head later.
Yeah, you're right.
See,
These are weekend warriors. It was convenience for weaponry later on in the film.
He's a misogynistic pig, Bert. It makes sense that he'd be the type. It makes sense that he'd be the type of guy to bring a machete and darts to a corporate paintball outing.
I'm the type of guy.
I love the smiley
Don't
face.
be spoiled, sports boys. Don't be spoiled, sports boys. Put on your headbands.
I love that. Dead. Great. And I know you guys mentioned it when we talked about it on another show that you are not happy about the smiley face blood. I think it's
rolled
funny.
my eyes. As a kid, I fucking rolled my eyes.
It's
I was
funny.
like, where are we going with this series?
I don't love the bloody smiley face. I've gotten just sort of content with it, but I do love the fact that it pans back and you see him holding the arm to show you that this is a Jason of much more powerful proportions.
I agree with that. That's precisely why they did that, and I'm getting that. And that's what's cool about it. It makes sense. If you're along for the ride, and you have to be along for the ride, the guy's Frankensteinian. He's doing his fucking thing. He's this monster. He's out there and he's stronger because he got shot up with electricity. So here we go. So yeah, he should be stronger. And that's cool.
And I'll tell you what, watching special features when it comes to specifically franchise films like this really can have an impact on whether or not you like a film. Because I know I always kind of shit on this film just to bust Christian's balls, but I've never actually been super low on it. I mean, I'll tell you where I am later when we do ratings, but I've always been at like a 6 out of 10 for me. That's always where I've been. But actually watching and listening to like Tom McLaughlin, talk about his vision of it and, going for the gothic feel and all that and everything he wanted to do and seeing his passion behind his vision made me realize that he actually pulled off his vision, and he even had an even greater idea that was obviously turned down by Frank Mancuso Jr. Whether it was a good idea or not, that's
well, put it this way: it would have eliminated the "can't anybody be found from this fucking lake," because they were saying that Jason was taken out of the lake and reburied for that ending.
Yeah.
That's how I was taking it anyway, because he's going back to his grave. Unless you're to believe that Martin's bullshitting him and it's really Hawes that's down buried there, and he's telling Elias Voorhees, and guys, listeners out there, what we're talking about is the proposed ending that's in the novelization of Jason Lives and was the original ending that Tom McLaughlin wanted, which has us going back. Martin the caretaker is not killed. Elias Voorhees has been paying him off to take care of the graves, and Pamela's and Jason's graves are supposed to be side by side, and he gives an evil look, and then you're supposed to pan to the water, and that was going to be the end of it or whatever. But I alluded to the fact that they took Jason out, reburied him. But maybe not. Maybe he's still at the bottom of the sea, and maybe Hawes is buried where Jason's there, and Martin's just pretending that everything's okay.
I assumed it's still going to be Hawes because that's where it left off.
Yeah, I was assuming it would still be Hawes too, but I mean, either way, it was just, oh man, it would have been really cool to see. And just seeing the vision executed, it just makes me think that man, he had a passion for his vision, and he really hit it, and it made me appreciate it more. That's what I was getting at with the special features, is that they almost raise your enjoyment of a movie. Yeah, we can nitpick these movies till the cows come home, but when you hear the people involved with the making of the film and hear their passion for it, and the stories behind the scenes and how they had to deal specifically with the MPAA and just the elements that they were dealing with making these types of films in that time period, it really is kind of amazing what they pulled off.
And the fact is that most of the people that worked on this one had fond memories. Like Harry Manfredini said that this was probably his favorite of the sequels because he thought that it was actually a classy, well-made film. The producers said, "Oh, it's such a," because he thought like Part 5 was a shit show. So he thought that Tom did a great job directing this one, and it really, I think it is true. As much as we praise 5, it was misguided at the time and not well received, and I think it left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths that a lot of people didn't want to support 6 at this point, even though it was reported that Jason was coming back.
And that's why the big drop off in terms of money. I mean, Part 6 made less than Part 5, not much less, but that's why the big drop off, they said, because most people were hesitant to return, even with the promise of Jason coming back.
It's always that way. That's why you can always look at every series, and a lot of times the numbers are skewed in the wrong direction. Like Nightmare on Elm Street, for example. Nightmare on Elm Street 4 boasted the biggest numbers, and I always said because they're coming off the heels of 3. If you really want to see how people feel about 4, look at the numbers of 5, and they were shit. And it goes for every series. That you always got to go to the next one after to see how the previous one, how the fans took to it, what their opinion was. Because if they're not coming back, then there was an issue. And even with Jason coming back, you would have thought more would come in. Alice Cooper being involved, everything else, the way it was marketed. But it wasn't. There is one thing. It was actually in the script, not just the novelization. And I have a page from the script right here, and I'm going to read it since we brought it up. Okay. This is the final page of the original script, and it says this. I'm going to read it script-wise. Wide-on scene behind group. We look over the shoulders of Tommy, Megan, and the kids as they stare at the now peaceful lake. Fade out. Fade in. Exit cemetery day. Subjective moving camera. Slowly, we head between the tombstones, stalking the old caretaker Martin. He is bent over pulling weeds. We come closer and closer. Then finally, stand towering over him. He senses us and turns around, startled. Another angle on Martin. He climbs nervously to his feet, quickly dropping the weeds. Martin, overly friendly. You, frightened me. I was just, cleaning up the place, Over the shoulder of stranger on Martin. All we see is a dark suit and longish red-gray hair. The way Martin looks up at him, we know he is hiding true terror of this mysterious stranger. Martin, nice to see you again, Mr. Voorhees. Haven't seen you in Crystal or Forest Green in quite some time. There is only a deathly silence from the nefarious man. Martin, nervously. Hey, I've been taking real good care of your wife and son's graves. Go look. You'll be real pleased. Martin forces a grin to cover his fear. And that's it. That's all it says on
That's cool. And he also said, I'm a high school graduate. I deserve this job.
Here's an issue with Martin. Why did he play dumb when they came to the fucking thing and he goes, Jason's grave? What are you talking about? Why wouldn't he say, fucking...
Because of this ending, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
And he's in fear of Elias Voorhees. Yeah. But they never did the ending. So, I mean, I always thought that he didn't want to lose his job. And I was okay with that. And that was fine. That was a reason enough. But now, with this ending that was like he was being paid off, and I think he's living in fear. Once the playoff, there's no problem here. We haven't had any issues. I really think they missed an opportunity here.
Yeah, I think that too. And I think it could also be as simple as, like you said, him not wanting to lose his job, hence why he even says, I deserve this job, or just the fact that he's a drunk and he's just...
I could buy that. I'll tell you what, Tommy... What happened?
No, I was just going to say, you have 3 different options when it comes to Martin, but...
Yeah.
I like the Elias Voorhees one.
I could buy that. I think it's funny, and I think that Tommy would be fucking absolutely horrible at Wheel of Fortune. Because when he's at that place, when he goes, I'm at Karloff's something. The word is fucking merchandise, and it's missing the A and the I. Don't put Tommy Jarvis on fucking Wheel of Fortune. Holy fuck.
I always wonder what the hell they were trying to say there, too. Karloff General Merchandise.
I always thought that Tommy, I don't know, I guess it's got to be a conscious choice, but the way he's kind of awkward in this one, too, the way he talks.
Yeah, but maybe that's, going back to him being, having mental issues because of what happened.
I think that's exactly what it is. He doesn't look as mentally disturbed as John Shepard did in Part 5, but he's clearly socially awkward at a point where he's, probably 20 years old and just doesn't seem to be able to communicate well.
See, I don't know. I think he has the look of a fucking high school quarterback in the way he presents himself, but he's too laser focused on Jason. This fucking girl, this Megan, from where I sit, she just has the hots for this fucking guy. And that's the basis of this whole thing. She goes above and beyond time and time again, completely overlooks the fact that this guy might be a fucking crazy murderer. Doesn't care. She just wants to fuck this guy. To me.
Yeah, well, that's because she sees the whole Jason story and thing as a joke because it was just a story to her. So she just thinks he's literally probably just, cuckoo
Nuts.
for making this stuff up, but not dangerous.
And still wants to fuck him.
It's a fucking great line. Tommy Jarvis is a very sick boy. How do you know, Dad? What'd you do? Take his temperature? Fucking great line. Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper's 3 tracks in this. And again, I remember when it came out because I had the Constrictor album. And I love He's Back, The Man Behind the Mask, and Teenage Frankenstein. And I was pissed off that Hard Rock Summer was nowhere to be found. And it was years before Hard Rock Summer was available. It was in his box set that it first came out. Now you can find it no problem because of Apple Music. In fact, the other song that I loved was Animal from Felony, which is Tom McLaughlin's band. And and that song was nowhere to be found. And, of course, you could get it on Apple Music now.
And you know what other horror film they were in?
Felony?
Yeah. They actually appeared in the film and were on the soundtrack. Graduation Day.
That's a good little piece of trivia. I did not know that.
And I got to thank Derek B for that because he was the one who brought that to my attention.
Well, Derek B seems to be a Felony fanatic because he was messaging me about Felony the other day, too.
I love the song. I mean, the soundtrack's great. The soundtrack is great.
I love the song, but when I downloaded it from Apple Music and listened to the whole thing, it's not as good. The part they used in the movie is great because I love that. How much longer? Just 10 more minutes.
Just 10. Is the song really that long or no?
No, it's like a 3.5 minute song.
Yeah,
but I just love.
Like
you didn't already. She, that Darcy girl, she was supposed to be in part 5.
In 5,
yes.
Yeah. She wasn't well endowed enough.
So then she was in part 6, and then I guess they decided they go, crap, we don't have any nudity. Now they asked her to go. Yeah,
nude.
Tom said, "Oh, we made a conscious decision not to," but no, I think they did ask her, and she said, "No, contract's signed." Yeah.
Yep.
Funny thing is, she would have done it in both films if the contract was signed with her in, because she had done it in Hard Bodies when she first started out. She wasn't opposed to it, but she wanted that stuff taken care of before she signed the contract because it's either you're going to do it or you're not. So once you sign saying, that's not part of this contract, then forget about it.
I like how she references that, they told her she wasn't well endowed enough for what they were looking for, but then they go with Deborah Sue Voorhees, which obviously any woman compared to her isn't going to be well endowed enough. So
this is true.
The only one that compares in the series is Bitch Just Jason.
Yeah, they actually originally wanted Dan Bradley for that part.
Where is Dan Bradley? We should have interviewed him. I wonder if he could be found. Has he ever appeared at a convention or been on any website
like a Warrington Gillette, Steve Dash, face off?
Well, yeah, but you never hear his name. That's what I'm saying. You never. He's like that kid in Sleepaway Camp who got drunk and put Angela's head on.
McLaughlin was very, sympathetic towards that whole issue with him being, sort of fired by the execs, But yeah, I would love to know more.
Oh my God, he seems to have been in a ton of things. Yeah.
What?
He's a stunt guy. He's directed 2 movies. He directed the Red Dawn remake that came out in 2012. And he's directing another movie that's coming out soon called The Architect. And he's done stunts in 127 movies.
Wow.
Yep, he's on IMDb.
Holy shit.
Bitch Just Jason is doing well.
Yeah, he's doing better than...
Jason got the last laugh on all of us.
Yeah, on C.J. Graham, McLaughlin, everybody. He's fucking probably made the most money.
I can't believe it. You directed that Red Dawn movie that went through, the one with Chris Hemsworth and whatever.
That was a big studio film.
Yeah, and The Architect is coming out. It's in development right now.
Why the fuck did Jason just decide to leave a machete? The girl just finds a machete outside.
Oh, yeah.
That was weird, too. Bad blood on that. Bad blood on that, too. But actually, Tom McLaughlin admitted, he said that blood just does not look real. Because that's the problem.
Jelly.
It was very jelly.
Well, here's how I took it. He skewered the couple on the motorcycle. Then he evidently walks through the camp because Nancy sees him. Little Nancy sees him because she said she had the dream and she saw a monster or whatever she says. But he must have continued walking right through the camp and walked right to wherever Court and Nikki were parked with the Winnebago, with Horace's Winnebago.
Well, why leave
Who's
a weapon?
Horace?
Horace's
My
Nikki's
freaking stepfather.
Horace is gonna have my butt.
Who's
Horace?
My freaking stepfather, an asshole resident.
Asshole who rented this.
Oh, who rented this? Thank you.
Heart.
I never understood what she said there. I thought she said that makes way more sense. My friggin' stepfather, an asshole resident, is what I thought she said. I'm like,
no, who rented
residence?
This? About the RV.
Yeah.
God, I've seen that scene more than any other fucking scene in this movie.
I'm sorry. You got to repeat that again. What did she say?
She said, "Who's Horace?" And she says,
goes
to him, my freaking stepdad, an asshole who rented this.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I thought she said the asshole resident.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. The asshole resident. That's
literally what I thought she said.
No, because she got so mad because, Horace is going to have my butt because of the fucking, it's a rented
Lucky Horace, because I really want to have her butt, but if Horace is going to have it.
Her stepdad even. Amen.
I love how they play around with the gas, not turning on there, and she's like, "You're right, it's not happening." He's like, "No way, this isn't happening." She's like, "You're right, it's not," and then she hits the button. I love that because they're playing with the trope of the car not starting, and then they play that Jason's out there, so it is a surprise that he's inside there.
It's epic.
Yeah.
Everything about the camper scene, to me, even with the comedy of her bouncing around, I'm actually okay with that.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious, her falling all over the place.
Isn't it, though? The only thing I don't like is the tool belt. Because you see the tool belt and he takes the fucking thing out. It's the one thing I always notice in that scene. I'm like, I love this scene, but...
It's funny that you mentioned that. The only thing I have a problem with is how many times Court says, "This is great."
Oh, I know. And what is he saying?
It's so much... Like, why is he having so good... I'm having such a good time.
Yeah, want to switch places or something? I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. I should have put the gloves on.
What are you doing back there? Taking a dump?
Taking a dump, yeah.
I know
Mind if I snatch a peek or vice versa? And I didn't know. I never understood that line. And someone
snatch a peek,
snatch a peek,
or vice versa.
Vice versa.
Have a snatch.
Have a peek at snatch. Someone wrote that. Yeah, someone wrote that down on our page because I had no clue what he was referencing there, and I'm like, yeah, that makes
that's a funny line.
Total sense.
I'm gonna say that to my wife. I like that one. That's good.
Can I snatch a peek or vice versa?
Yeah.
You gonna say that? All right.
See how that goes. She probably won't even get it. Yeah. She'll be like, huh?
I didn't get it till this time, so I was like, oh, that's funny.
Court got it. Court fucking was like, as soon as the fucking power went off.
That's because his mother didn't own a sewing machine.
Court improv that fucking scene with the kids and the rocks talking about the
hilarious. That's a funny scene.
Yeah, Tom McLaughlin threw him a rock and said, "Fucking just go with it." And he just improv that whole thing, which I'm thinking, if that isn't improv, then why would the kid say to the other kid, "If this is as good as it gets, we're in big trouble, dude"? But I guess no matter what he was going to say, that was going to be his response because maybe that part was scripted.
Well, he's John Travolta's nephew, and I remember him from Summer Camp Nightmare, and that's all I remember. And I know he went on to play some minor roles in some other movies, but he was good in this, man. Like, that's the one thing. The cast was all good.
Cast was very good in this one.
I like how the cops get killed. I thought that was great. That one guy in the uncensored version when he gets his head crushed.
And the brain pops out.
You see like the brain snap out and it sprays Jason's mask more with blood.
And they're smart cops. He Pappas draws his gun. He shoots Jason. It's not like fumbling idiot cops. The other one who gets the dart in the head. He pulls his gun, yells freeze. He doesn't know that Jason's a professional dart player.
You know what I noticed this time, and it's so weird. I'd never noticed it before, and I saw it, and as I saw it, my daughter spoke it. Why the hell is that one cop, after he gets his head crushed, you see him like a scene later, he has all this green snot coming out.
Oh, yeah, he's got the snot coming out of his
head. I never noticed it till now, and I
noticed it every time, and I can't figure it out.
Said that.
Oh
thought he was
no,
an- I thought he was
I've
an-
always noticed it, and Tom McLaughlin
never
said
have.
that he doesn't understand why he did that either. He says it's supposed to be brain material. No, he said it was supposed to be brain material. He goes, and I don't know why I made it green. And that was on the audio commentary, the group audio commentary, because there's like 2 audio commentaries. There's a solo one, and then he does it with 2 people.
2 cast members, right?
It was the cop and one, I think, the editor.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a fan of chases, car chases, foot chases, any of that shit. I don't want it in my Friday, but at least they kept him short. But here's the funny thing. Do you notice when they're doing the chase in the graveyard, they're just kind of like going, like it's like a game of Pac-Man? They're just like going around.
Well, that's because they're in a real graveyard.
They're not allowed.
They're not allowed off the path, you know.
They're not allowed to jump over the graves.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that fucked up? In real life, you know that they're pursuing somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I never knew that until it was in the Crystal Lake Memories book that it was, I forgot the word for it, but you're not allowed, whatever, the contract said, you're not supposed to jump over people's graves. That's at the graveyard people, you know, that's the deal they made with them. So that's why they go in that silly fucking thing. It looks like a video game.
And the Megan car chase is great, too. I love how just the sheriff has no hesitation about holding the shotgun right to her face.
With extreme care, asshole.
That's a great line too. How do you want me to proceed? With extreme care, asshole.
I got the whole enchilada, an enchilada callback.
I know, right? Isn't that funny? Damn enchiladas.
Man, I can't praise Demon enough. I really, this time around, I know I'm jumping back to part 5, but I was I'm really impressed by Demon's acting abilities. I really thought he's great.
That's because part 5 is a funner movie. It's more fun to fucking watch.
Well, I'm actually surprised at how much you're positive you're on this movie, because the last time we talked about it, you were a little bit more down on it, and so I'm very, very happy that it seems to be a lot more positive spin on this watch for you guys.
It's definitely been a positive change in terms of viewing for me, because this time around, watching all the bonus features and watching all the documentaries and stuff, and watching each individual film for its own thing. Because it's very easy to look at it as a whole franchise and be like, oh, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? You know,
I can't help but do that, B. That's
yeah, you can't help but do that. It's hard not to do that. But if you're able to just somehow just put that aside, you really can find a greater appreciation even for the lesser films in the franchise.
Just my love for the first 4 just goes so deep that when I see things stray too far from that, it just irks me. As the Friday fanboy that I am, especially for those 4, it's just like, those are perfect. I don't like things being strayed too far from it, and when I see them, I have to call on it. But like I said, how I've been praising the director, I think the experience you're having is the experience I had a few years ago when I watched the director commentary, and he's an easy guy to like because of what he says. So at that time, I was like, yeah, I can appreciate that, but still, subsequent views since then, I want to like it more than going into. I wanted to like it the most I've ever liked it. I was like, please let this be the time. And then as it goes on, by the time I get to the 3rd act, again, I lose steam every time, and I just get bothered. And I don't understand why she says at that one part, she's like, oh, Tommy was with me all that time. And they make it sound like it's fact, but when Court and Nikki are killed, that's before she is with Tommy.
I know.
So it's another error in the movie. It's just, I don't have this issue with the other ones, and I can't help it when I watch a film and these things pop up, and again I end my notes with a question mark. I can't help it, but it affects my rating and it affects my experience with the film. I'm not shitting on it. All I can do is watch it and say this is what's good and this is what's not good. And when I had those damn question marks, it just it brings it down a little. I really wanted to like it more than I have in years, and I did take positives away from it. It wasn't like I watched it and said, "Oh, that's a piece of shit." Not on the contrary. It's definitely not a piece of shit. It's well made. You know what I mean? I just think I haven't even gotten to the comedy. It's just too much, and I've said it ad nauseum with those 2 kids. I just do not like that real dead meat. It's a step too far. You're not going to be joking at especially a kid in that situation. It turns something that's kind of humor, and like part 5 had humor. It takes humor and it goes to fucking straight up. I don't want to say slapstick, but I don't know. I feel like I'm watching Meatballs.
Yeah, it's very tongue in cheek. It does kind of take you out, especially given the fact that I thought Nancy's performance was really good.
Yeah, she was cute too. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on board with her fear and the way they played off her with the other counselors. But when the boys got involved, it was almost like you felt like they were like teenagers or something. They should have been more vulnerable and scared.
I still get goosebumps every time, each and every time, where he's like, "Megan, come on, Megan, Jason," and he comes breaking through the wall and grabs Megan. I get goosebumps. It's just the way it's done, the calling out. It works amazingly, and I like Jason being on fire at the end there. I think you're right, B. You said earlier that you think it should have gone a different direction. Maybe the budget wasn't going to be big enough to see something, I guess, more of a payoff. So they have this Ring of Fire and Crystal Lake, but it suits the movie. It suits the franchise because he died there, so return him to his resting grave.
Yeah, I love that whole idea of the only way to defeat him now, to end this, this zombie mythology, is to return him to his original resting place. The path to which they got him there just seemed wonky.
Yeah, and there's no final chase.
Yeah.
There is no fucking final chase.
No,
in this film.
there isn't. There isn't.
That's what bothers me. It's a tried and true formula. Even if you're going to have a girl there with him and a kid or whatever you want to do, have a final chase. I don't like it that he just kicks in the thing with the campers, and then it's just something about the climax of the film. Like the first time I saw it, I was okay because it was kind of funny. Come on, you pussy! And I remember being in the audience and getting a chuckle out of that and stuff. But again, subsequent views, it just lacks that certain thing that the other 5 movies had. And I'm including part 5. There's a final chase in 5, and it's dramatic. Where this, to me, I'm like, where the fuck do these 2 assholes, meaning Jason and Tommy, keep coming up with all these fucking weapons and things? It's just...
Yeah. I think it took too long to get Megan, Tommy, and the cops all back to the camp. I was surprised that the sheriff wouldn't send cops over to the camp the minute he heard from Rick that Nick and Nikki and Court were found dead. Even when he finds out that the phones are out, oh, well, they should have paid their bills,
Right.
Cops should have been sent over, and a lot more should have taken place at the campsite.
Yeah, because he was smart, He was a smart cop. You would think
he
he'd
was,
be on top
yes. And so it would have presented more opportunities. They tried to almost give you like a hint of like a little bit of a final chase with the sheriff, with him running into the woods after Jason, when Jason's running back to Jason's chasing him first, deep into the woods. And then all of a sudden it switches back the other way because he hears Megan's screaming. So Jason turns around, and then the sheriff's chasing Jason. So there was an opportunity there to have a much bigger final chase with cops, with Megan, with Tommy through the woods in that final act.
I have an issue when there's too many people in the fucking final act. You got a bunch of kids, you got cops, you got Tommy, you got Megan. I want it back to the fucking days of part 1 and part 2 and part 3 with fucking the killer and one person, and it's dramatic and scary.
Yeah, well, he felt like putting kids there would make you have a greater sense of hopelessness. Is he gonna kill a kid? Like, obviously we know he's not, but and I agree with you, it doesn't really work. But at least he did it.
I think he wanted to go away from all that. Yeah, it was a conscious decision to go away from it, and not do the exact same final chase and whatever. But I hear you. I mean, but that was his call. And
it's the worst kill of Jason. Seriously, there's no drama. The other one, that's a big fucking deal when Jason's whacked. This, it's a propeller and this, and a quick thing, and there he is in the water. It's just the most special things aren't there.
Yeah, the most interesting thing about the Jason kill was the fact that they shot that in 3 different locations.
Yeah,
it really was. It's like they shot it in a murky lake, the above water things. They shot it at USC, in a pool, and then they actually shot the blade chopping his neck in Tom McLaughlin's parents' pool in their backyard.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And
that is cool.
And I actually like that death. I actually think it was pretty well done. Better than what we see coming up.
It's not.
And all of them, and all the next ones. Honestly, part 2 death is not all that great. He gets a machete down into the side here. I always thought that was the weak one.
For the time, it was great, though, because it was something different. I'm just saying, at this point, it would seem a little weaker. It's just a machete, and we've come to know Jason as this indestructible monster. But at the time, in 1981, the way films were, it fits. I do hear what you're saying, that it's just a machete. But then we get the dream, and we get the fucking jump and all that, so it's kind of worth it. And everything else that went into that final scene. I mean, think about where we're at. Think about the confrontation between Ginny and Jason, and where are we at now? This guy calling him in the water with a thing, and over dramatic freaking Megan. That's the only thing she could do is stand there and put her hand over her mouth twice. All fucking over dramatic. Oh, it's ridiculous.
And Tommy was underwater for a good 15, 20 minutes.
That I hear you, and I know I'm coming. I really did try. And some of my questions were answered. You know what I mean? So you guys helped me out a little bit, but the more I think about that final act and the climax, I lose steam every single time. It's like, if I was the type of person that played in his phone, I'd be reaching for my phone on Facebook in the final act because
I think I enjoy it more this time, and my rating's gone up for it simply because of the fact that I just really enjoy the chemistry between Megan and Tommy.
Okay. I'll say this.
I like the playfulness between the two of them. The ridiculous, scene at the jail when they trick Rick into getting the gun. Like, I like it. It's goofy, it's playful, but I don't know. I liked it, and it just made me smile. Made me be team Megan and Tommy.
Megan, don't clown around. Yeah, I'll go on a high note with that. I like the callbacks to have another Volkswagen freaking Bug, Beetle, whatever the hell they are, like in part 2 and 3, because the two people in the beginning had one of those. Yeah. I like that one of the children towards the end has the Mickey Mouse shirt on, so I think I take that as a callback again to part 2 with when Terry has the Mickey Mouse on her shirt. Maybe it's.
I like Terry's Mickey Mouse.
I happen to like this young girl's Mickey Mouse.
Oh, wow.
I'm glad you said it and not me.
I just said her Mickey Mouse. That's all. Just Mickey himself. He's more visible. What can I say? But yeah, see, there you go. I wanted to end on something, funny, because I felt like I was coming down a little bit too hard, and I don't want to take the wind out of Sea Sails, because I know he loves the film.
Sea Sails.
Sea Sails by the seashore. Yeah, okay.
And a few fun, interesting facts. The actor who played Sheriff Garris was actually Jennifer Cook's acting coach. That was interesting.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And Sissy auditioned for part 7.
In a different role?
No, she went in to read for a movie called Birthday Bash. They started to describe the film to her. She's like, "Is this a Friday the 13th? I was already in one of these."
She should have kept her mouth shut and done it. It would have been epic.
Yeah, really.
She would always be known as the character that came back under a different name for years.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes, it would. Could you imagine? Because she was never discovered. No. Oh, okay. She was never discovered, right? Just her blood.
No, that's Paula.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. What the fuck is the matter with me?
I love Sissy, though.
Yeah, she's cool. She does when they're playing the game,
Oh,
Camp Blood.
Let's go, Camp Blood. You gotta find which cabin Jason's in. See, that kind of tongue-in-cheek stuff where they're, it's not really, like, cringeworthy stuff. Like, that's stuff that I get given, like, the time and where they're in.
I agree. That's not cringeworthy.
No, I didn't like some of the stuff with Martin or some of the stuff with the kids, though.
See, the kids and the campers in this movie goes up a full point for me.
Yeah, I probably don't hurt it that much, but even Martin, I know you guys like Martin. I didn't like him looking at the audience. I don't like that wink stuff. Not for this. I get it. It's more playful, but
you prefer that twink stuff. So what are your ratings there, fellas? Instead of dancing around the fucking topic for 10 more minutes.
That's it. I want to dance around a little bit.
Yeah, I know. Jesus, Christmas.
Hey, we're deep diving.
Look at this.
Christmas. So it's that guy.
Jay, Axel? Yeah, Axel, Jesus jumping Christmas shit.
No, you're Frosty the Snowman on my fucking Pai-Gow poker table. Jesus Christmas. Happy birthday.
Oh, that's what you were talking about, Frosty.
Yeah.
I immediately went to Axel.
Well, that's how we got on it when we talked about that before.
Yeah. right, I'll go.
How high are you? I can't wait to fucking see how deep the balls are going in your mouth. Let me hear.
All right. I was originally at a 6. I am jumping all the way up to a 7.25.
Way nice.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, I got to hear Dave last because I think that will be. I'm very anticlimactic. I haven't changed my rating. I thoroughly enjoy this film. 8 out of 10.
All right. I think I said last time I watched it I was at a 6.
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
I don't
Guess
want
I don't think I'm changing. I wanted to go 6.5 when I started watching it. I was getting good vibes, but the more I talk about the movie, the more I was like, I still kind of feel the same. So it's a 6 out of 10 for me. I don't hate it.
Yeah.
It's just, no.
6 out of 10, to me, in my ratings book, a 6 out of 10 is not a bad movie.
No, it's not a bad movie, but from where I sit, it means it doesn't matter if I watch it again or not. Granted, I will because it's part of this particular franchise. But when I look at my other 5 movies of this franchise, it's, you know what I mean? It's a full 1.5 lower than all the other ones. So
yeah, I was shocked. I was like, oh, fuck, I'm going to have to admit to Christian that he was right. I actually enjoy this film.
I love hearing it.
I'm like, fuck, it moves along at a great pace. It's a quick watch. It's fun. Got great characters. I'm like, shit, I like this film now.
I'm on board till the final act. I can tolerate, if the final act didn't do what it did, it'd be like a 6.5.
The final act is definitely the weakest part of it.
It was worth waiting 7.5 hours to hear you say that. I think this show is going to rival the. And we're only halfway through the series.
And we have our awards to do.
And we're not even done.
We're not even done.
Oh, great. Let's get into these awards.
So we put up these awards. We put up these polls over a year ago, knowing that we were going to eventually.
Whoa, easy, Christian. He's salivating.
I heard polls.
He heard polls going up.
So we're going to do 10 now. We're going to do 10 later. I'm just going to read them off, and I'll tell you the top 3 finishers, and we'll talk about who we voted for. That's that. So these are the polls. These are the Friday the 13th official awards for our group page. So, okay, here's what it says. Those memorable random and minor characters in the Friday franchise. Which is your favorite? So, minor character. Who do you think are the favorites?
Crazy Ralph.
Yeah,
Crazy Ralph.
Yeah.
Yes. He's number 1. The first runner-up. Anybody want to guess?
Ethel?
Nope. From the same movie, though. And you were blowing him not too long ago. Demon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deservedly so.
Yep. And the second runner-up is Jimmy from Part 4. Crispin Glover himself.
Nice.
So there you go. There's our top 3 there. Who did you guys all vote for? Crazy Ralph?
It was Crazy Ralph or Demon. One of the two, actually.
Yeah. I think I
like Jimmy too.
Oh no,
Jimbo.
I see your picture. You're Crazy Ralph. See?
I am Crazy Ralph. Perfect.
Yeah.
Jimbo.
Did I vote?
I can't tell because I'm going by picture, so I can't tell by this. I just see his picture next to it. So
look for the guy with the 2 balls on his chin.
Yeah,
Balchinian. Dr. Balchinian now. He's a doctor somehow.
Was it never Dr. Balchinian? Was it always?
No, it was just a guy in the movie. Remember the Sentinel?
Balchinian? No, I know it's from the Sentinel, but I always thought we called him Dr. Balchinian.
I don't think so. I think you're thinking of Dr. Lipshit.
Maybe he earned his PhD in the last couple of years since we reviewed it.
You're thinking about Dr. Lipshits, Brandon. Dr. Lipshitian.
Lipshitian.
Okay.
Next poll.
Okay, what is your favorite final chase of the season? Haha. Of the season. Of the series. Yeah, we're tired. Okay, so what is the best final chase?
Oh, I think a lot of people are going to go with number 3. Part 3.
Yeah, I'm going to think people are going to say 3.
The winner is the final chapter.
I knew it was going to be part 4. I know it.
And in a close second, only by 3 votes, part 2.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I like part 2, man.
And then part 3. So who did you guys vote for? Or who would you vote for?
I think I did part 2.
I did as well. It would be 2 or 3.
I'd vote for 3.
Yeah. So there you go. Final chapter is the winner there. Friday the 13th franchise. Favorite kill of all the kills.
I think I'm thinking people are going to pick that sleeping bag or the deep freeze head smash.
B?
Yeah. I'm thinking people going sleeping bag.
All right. Well, sleeping bag is the first runner-up.
First runner-up.
The winner is wheelchair Mark.
Ooh, nice.
Yep.
Really?
Wheelchair Mark by 5 votes. Sleeping bag was number 2, and number 3, Kevin Bacon, arrow and neck.
Oh, perfect. Well, I think that was mine.
What about Vicky in her brown underwear?
Mine was wheelchair Mark. Poor Vicky.
Did they have to say wheelchair? They couldn't just say machete to the face, Mark. You had to bring up the fucking wheelchair.
I named him that. I didn't know what his name was. Just to say Mark would be too.
Wheelchair Mark.
Well, because then people would know who I'm talking about. Just to say Mark is a little too.
We just call him Wheels.
Yeah.
But the guy that did sleeping bag, I just wrote sleeping bag bash. I didn't put their name because I don't know who the fuck. I forgot what their name was. You know?
I think her name was Tina, right?
Tina. I don't know. It might have been.
I can't remember.
I feel like every character in Friday the 13th is a Tina.
Tina. Or
Okay.
Nancy.
Right. Oh, but speaking of girls' names, you know that Nancy in this movie, a lot of people believe that they named her Nancy because she was having nightmares as a tribute to Nancy Thompson from the Nightmare series.
Wrong.
Yeah, it's not true. It's because Nancy McLaughlin.
Yeah.
We're here to dispel rumors, damn it. Okay. Yeah. What is your favorite score / soundtrack in the franchise?
I said part 5. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to say part 3 because of that disco theme opening.
What do you think, B?
Yeah, I think my favorite's 5, but I don't know what people are going to say. Maybe part 4?
Well, I'll tell you what. 2 ran away with it. These 2 ran away with it. The winner is Friday the 13th, and by 11 votes. And then after Friday the 13th, part 3. And then no one else comes close. Third place was part 2, but way down. Yeah. Nobody said anything about fucking 5. Had like only 2 votes. Holy shit.
I don't like Disco Jason.
Disco Jason. Discotheque. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, I think this is the 5th question. What is your favorite portrayal of Tommy Jarvis? Obviously, there's only 3 from the last 3 movies we just discussed. So what do you guys think is going to win here?
Corey Feldman's going to win.
I think Tom Matthews.
Corey Feldman wins. He's first place. Tom Matthews second. John Shepard, poor guy, in third.
Underrated because the film is underrated.
True. I agree. Okay, question 6. What is your favorite death of Jason?
Oh, we were just talking about this.
This was a fucking runaway.
Part 4, easily.
Part 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
More than tripled second place. Guess what second place is?
Part 6.
Yeah, Chained to the Bottom of Crystal Lake.
Well, I told you.
I know. How about that? And number 3, which for me would be my number 2, The Axe to the Head from part 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part 6 getting a lot of votes makes sense, given that it's, everyone's, giddy. It's brought back to its origins.
How did toxic waste rank?
Oh, good.
Number 7. Favorite mask of all of them?
3 or 4. I'll go with 4. Final chapter.
I'll tell you what, this was a real close one. It only was separated by 4 votes. B, what do you think?
Part 4.
Part 4 is the correct answer. What is number 2?
Sackhead.
Part 3.
Sackhead indeed, baby.
Wow, good.
Yep.
Good. Brandon's fucking looking at the answers.
No, I'm not even on Facebook.
And number 3, part 7, The New Blood.
Hells yes.
Yep, people like that mask. Okay. Number 8, who is your favorite final girl? This was a fucking not even close. The winner?
Jenny.
Yeah, Ginny's definitely gonna win.
Yep, Ginny.
Trish second.
Trish second. Yeah.
Nice.
And who's third?
Chris.
Yep, Chris. Yep, Ginny, Trish, Chris. Wow, not much love for Alice. Boy, oh boy. But he's still there.
Or Pam.
Yeah.
What's up, Pam?
What's
Oh,
up?
damn. Yeah, no love for Pam. She didn't even get a vote. Wow, nothing. That's a shame. Whitney got a vote from the remake, but Pam didn't get a vote. Holy.
Did Rennie get a vote? And if anybody voted for Rennie, kick them off the fucking page.
No votes for Rennie. Nope. No votes for Jessica. No votes for Lori. No votes for Pam. Rowan got a couple votes. Whitney got 1. My gosh. That's crazy. Ginny by far, though. I mean, she freaking, kicked ass. And rightfully so. That's my favorite final girl.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And my cat's even named after her. So, yeah. Okay. Question 9. Best looking Friday franchise girl.
Juliana Gill or Melissa or that Voorhees girl. I'll go with Juliana. But I think
Which
Voorhees.
one? Who? Juliana? Which one?
Gwill or whatever from the remake.
Oh, from the remake?
Was that her, how you say her name?
I don't know. I just.
It's got to be her.
Yeah,
or
I
Pamela
think people.
Or,
Yeah, I think people are gonna go Debbie Sue Voorhees, but I would go with Terry.
Oh, yeah, Terry, for sure. Well, yeah, Debbie Sue Voorhees, Tina, for sure. Double number 2. Who is, I believe, her Bree. Bree from the remake. So
Yeah,
that's
Bree,
her. Right?
that's her,
Anna
yeah.
Gill. Yeah. Number 3, third place was Ginny. My girl, Ginny. Yeah. So, but yeah, Tina by
Feisty.
far.
Feisty.
What's that? Yeah.
Feisty.
Oh, she's awesome. And Tina, she gets my vote, too. All right. So 10. Who's the best actor to portray Jason?
Oh, it's going to go Ted White.
I think
Oh,
it
you know
might
what,
go.
they're-
I think it might go C.J. Graham.
No, I
But
think there's a lot of hotter fans, though, out there, too. But I'll still say
Fuck.
Ted White.
I forgot we're doing them all. We're not just doing the 6 that we covered. So
Yeah, I tried to keep it where the results.
yeah. I'd go C.J. Graham or Ted White.
Teddy.
I'll tell you what.
Wanna
Number
give
1.
Teddy White a
Number
kiss.
1 was Kane Hodder.
There it is.
And then Ted White. And then no one else came close.
Derek Mears
Like-
must have been the next one, though.
No, Richard Brooker.
See, a lot of
Everybody's
people
in-
like 3. I like Richard Brooker. Everything I've seen him when, again, R.I.P. Every interview I've seen him, the guy seems like a cool guy. I just didn't like he just don't do. He just doesn't seem like he's into it.
Not in the final act.
Ted White was like, he's like a machine. He's just he's freaky, and like I even like C.J. Graham, Kane Hodder in the shittiest installments. Yet I like him, and I like what he brought to Jason and the character. But I like Derek Mears, man. Derek Mears
do
really
too.
won me over, and it's because he really bored a lot from Ted White, and he says that.
They almost all got votes, I think. Even Tom Morgan got a vote. So,
How many did Dan Bradley get?
None. Not sorry, buddy. Nothing for him. Kane Hodder got 52 votes. Ted White got 43. And then no one else was close. Everybody else is single digits.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah. I venture to say that if Kane Hodder just appeared in The New Blood and never reprised his role again, nobody would give a shit. Nobody would say, oh, that was the... If you just watch these movies, and let's say the franchise ended at 7, I guarantee no one would be saying, oh, that guy that did in Part 7, that Kane Hodder, he was the best. I don't think so.
I think you're right. I think it's
Yeah.
because he's got the clout because he was in not just 1 but 4. The only
Yeah.
guy to play him twice, and he played him 4. Fife.
5 times? Yeah, that's not just 1. That's Fife.
I knew thrice. I don't know what 4 would be in that.
Quad?
Twice?
Twice?
Jesus Christ! What the hell are you talking about?
Jesus, jumping twice. That's it. This
Oh,
episode
wow.
is over.
Holy shit! I need to sleep.
Yeah,
Yes,
you all need to
this-
sleep.
This is a long one. Holy
Oh,
fuck.
man.
Yep.
Thank you, everybody out there. This has been fucking crazy. I hope you've enjoyed it. Epic.
Epic is right. We're having a blast.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, it's on to the back half of the catalog.
It'll be fun, though. It'll be fun.
Yes, it'll still be fun.
All right, well, see you guys next time. We love you. Keep on listening. Keep sharing the show. And what can we say? We love you guys. And, yeah. See you
Jason
next.
Voorhees is dead.
There you go. Jason Voorhees is dead. Roll credits.